The House will come to order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 6, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Scott Franklin to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip and limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Indianola Rotary Club has given Indianola third graders over 5,280 dictionaries since its first year in 2003. The Indianola Rotary supports youth leadership and literacy for children and adults, and with their literacy focus, they have been able to support and inspire children in our community. Thank you, Indianola Rotary Club members, for the time and effort that you have donated to your community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate Aaron Bartholomew on his newly announced Guinness World Record for his pencil collection. In July of 2023, the Colfax Historical Society helped to certify the tally of his record-breaking collection of 69,255 pencils with assistance from the American Pencil Collectors Society. These wooden advertising pencils are mostly from local businesses, and one is recorded as over 100 years old. As a child, his hobby began after going to a flea market with his grandfather, and now has grown into a world record, and passion for history and local memorabilia. Congratulations to Aaron Bartholomew on your Guinness World Record, and best luck in finding your next pencil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Kelby Thielander for his bravery and resilience. As a toddler, Kelly Thielander struggled with hearing loss and underwent many surgeries, including a life-changing cochlear implant surgery at the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital. While a patient, he was selected to be captain at the University of Iowa football game. As many University of Iowa fans know, before games and at Kinnick Stadium, a patient from the Stead Family Children's Hospital is chosen as kid captain to lead the University of Iowa football team onto the field. For Kelby, this was an impressionable experience. I'm proud to recognize that over a decade later, Kelby Thielander, a former kid captain and patient at Stead Family Children's Hospital, has joined the University of Iowa football team as a linebacker. Kelby is number 25 and recently saw his first career action in the Hawkeyes' 41-10 win against West Michigan. Kelby Thielander, I'm proud of you for not only joining the powerhouse Hawkeye football team, but for your bravery and resilience. Congratulations, and go Hawks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that I unanimous consent to have the opportunity to extend and amend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor my friend Britt A. Ortiz and congratulate Britt on his retirement from a long, impressive career in higher education. Britt is the son of Carmen and Arturo Ortiz. Britt grew up in Old Town Goleta, California. His mother, Carmen, was an assembly line worker for a manufacturing plant and later became a floor manager. His father, Arturo, is an electrician. Britt attended public schools and graduated from Dos Pueblos High School in 1979. He went on to attend the University of California at Santa Barbara as a first-generation college student. I know his journey well. Though I grew up miles away south of him in the San Fernando Valley, I too attended public schools, defied low expectations from my teachers and counselors and others. Just like Latino students like myself and Britt, we went on to be first-generation college students at UC Santa Barbara. With dedication, grit, and hard work, Britt earned his bachelor's degree in 1985 with a double major in sociology and psychology. Britt went on to receive his master's degree in educational leadership and Policy Studies at the University of California, Northridge. His first full-time job after college was an outreach counselor of a UCSB partnership program that provided tutoring at junior high and high schools in Goleta and Santa Barbara. This kicked off a long career dedicated to helping students achieve their educational goals. Seeing a need for dedicated and qualified educators and counselors in the San Fernando Valley, Britt used his acquired skills to motivate generations of Latino and Latina engineers and computer science students. His leadership set the gold standard for opening doors to traditionally underserved students. He planned hundreds of bilingual financial aid workshops and organized college resource fairs and partnered with groups such as the United Way to make these things happen. During 2 years of work with CSUN's Minority Engineering Program, Mr. Ortiz and the MEP team brought in the largest freshman class of minority engineering and computer science majors in the history of the College of Engineering and Computer Science at University of California, Northridge. After mastering his skills in the San Fernando Valley, he returned to UC Santa Barbara and led the UC system's largest and oldest pre-college academic preparation program. His work helped prepare first-generation low-income and underserved students and their families for higher education. Over the course of his career, he also worked to get $4.5 million in grants and funding for various agencies, institutions, and early academic outreach programs that help students across the state of California succeed and achieve their dreams. He has done all of this work and more so that students who were often discouraged and overlooked had the opportunity and support they needed and the encouragement to chase after their dreams and to achieve their dreams regardless of the circumstances they were faced with or what was thrown at them. Britt Ortiz, thank you for all that you have done during your 35-year career. You showed kids what is possible. You gave them the tools they need to learn. You helped them achieve their full potential, and you helped make their dreams come true. What makes Britt's career so special is that as a young boy, he was discouraged from going on to college, but he defied those negative thoughts and those actions against him by proving to himself, not to anybody else, but to himself, that if he put his best foot forward, if he always tried his best, if he always gave it his best, he could achieve anything. That is what is amazing about this great country, that no matter who you are, no matter what language you start with, no matter what it is that you are faced with, if you are focused and you take advantage of all the opportunities that are here for you in this great country, you can and will make it. What's sad is all along the way, some people may not believe in you. Some people may try to discourage you. Some people may actually get in your way. Some people may even try to get you thrown out of your school or out of your classroom or what have you for things you've never done. I say this because I've witnessed these things with my own eyes. But it takes people like Britt Ortiz to prove to young people that those are just lies and they can be overcome. That is why today I honor Britt Ortiz for his 35 years career of helping young people overcome these challenges and to live their dreams. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Kimchi Day. Kimchi is a staple Korean banchan, or side dish consisting of fermented cabbage or other vegetables. What was once limited to Korean families' table is now a culinary icon that reflects the growing Korean cultural influence in the United States since the first Korean immigrants arrived more than a century ago. Today, I'm proud to be joined by many Korean Americans from all across the country in the gallery there. I want to recognize them here. Thank you. To celebrate kimchi and the larger contributions that the Korean American community have made here in the United States. Later this afternoon at 2 p.m., I want to invite any members and those who are listening to come to Canyon Caucus Room at 2 p.m. as we celebrate with our Korean American community Kimchi Day. I also want to thank my Korean American colleagues. There are 4 of us: Andy Kim, Young Kim, Michelle Steele, and there is one other. I did, Andy Kim. Sorry about that. There are 4 of us. We're very proud to have 4 Korean Americans serving in the Congress. They have been instrumental in working with me in a bipartisan way to introduce this Korean Kimchi Day resolution to make November 22nd as Kimchi Day. So I want to thank my colleagues and those who signed onto that resolution. And lastly, I want to thank everybody for loving kimchi. 김치 많이 사랑해 주세요. Thank you so much.
The gentleman yields back, and members are reminded to refrain from referencing occupants in the gallery. The chairman now recognizes. Correction. The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings or other audible conversation is in violation of the rules of the House. Now, the chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are more than 80,000 American military personnel who remain unaccounted for from previous conflicts around the world. Their families, nonprofit organizations, and the POW MIA accounting agency continue to fight tirelessly every day to bring these patriots home and to give them the dignified memorials they deserve. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the homegoing of one of these fallen heroes, Second Lieutenant Fred Lorenzo Brewer, Jr., who, after 80 years, has returned home to Charlotte, North Carolina. Born on August 4th, 1921, Lieutenant Brewer was raised in Charlotte's historic Brooklyn neighborhood, where his family attended the historic Ebenezer Baptist Church. After graduating from Shaw University in Raleigh, the segregated South's first black college, Lieutenant Brewer was commissioned by the United States Air Force and entered the uniformed service in November of 1942. He was soon stationed at Tuskegee Army Airfield in Alabama, and he joined the 100th Fighter Squadron 332nd Fighter Group. Completely segregated from their white peers, he was one of the nearly 1,000 black pilots trained at Tuskegee who would eventually become known around the world as the Tuskegee Airmen. Known for their extreme bravery and distinctive red-tailed planes, the Tuskegee Airmen fought tirelessly to defend democracy abroad and to combat racism at home. On October 29, 1944, Lieutenant Brewer's plane, named Traveling Light, after the Billie Holiday song, went missing while on a mission out of Ramatelli Air Base in Italy. That day, like so many other young black men in his elite group, Lieutenant Brewer gave the ultimate sacrifice for a country that did not yet see him as an equal citizen. In serving and in giving his life, Lieutenant Brewer showed extraordinary faith in his country and in democracy, that while imperfect in its protection and promotion of his life and livelihood, it could still be worthy of his ultimate sacrifice. And while Lieutenant Brewer did not live to see it, generations of survivors vindicated his sacrifice during the Civil Rights era, bringing our nation closer to the dream of every man and every woman being created equal. That's the promise of democracy, Mr. Speaker. That's the promise for which he gave his life. He was only 23 years old, and he left behind his parents, Fred Sr. and Janie Brewer, and a younger sister, Gladys. And thanks to the unyielding advocacy of his surviving cousins, Robina Brewer Harrison and Brenda L. Brewer, and the determined work of the POW-MIA accounting agency, Lieutenant Brewer's remains were identified in August. And so last Thursday, exactly 79 years and 1 month since his death, Lieutenant Brewer returned to Charlotte, receiving a dignified transfer. The U.S. flag was flown in his honor last Thursday at the U.S. Capitol at the request of my office. And today, he will finally be laid to rest at Salisbury National Cemetery with full military honors. And so while we celebrate today, we must never forget the countless Americans, including 25 Tuskegee Airmen who remain unaccounted for, and the families that long to bring their beloved heroes home. And we must never stop perfecting the cause for which they sacrificed. So welcome home, Lieutenant Brewer. We are forever indebted to your service. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. As Christmas time approaches, I rise to share the history of another of our most beloved Christmas carols, Hark the Herald Angels Sing. Felix Mendelssohn once commented that the music he wrote to commemorate Johann Gutenberg and the invention of the printing press would not be suitable for hymn or church music. How wrong he turned out to be. Formerly, the words of this hymn were, "Hark, how are we all welkin heaven," it says heaven in parentheses, "rings, glory to the King of Kings." The hymn's composer, John Wesley, didn't originally intend this as a Christmas hymn, but perhaps as a hymn for Easter. Wesley, the co-founder of the Methodist Church, wrote more than 4,000 hymns over the course of his life. George Whitefield, Wesley's friend, later added the first two lines we now sing. An organist named W.H. Cummings decided to adopt Mendelssohn's music to Wesley's hymn. He arranged a 10-line stanza that we sing today, which was published as a carol in 1856. The words of the carol are as follows. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King, peace on earth and mercy mild, God and sinners reconciled. Joyful all ye nations rise, join the triumphs of the skies. With angelic hosts proclaim, Christ is born in Bethlehem. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Christ by highest heaven adored, Christ the everlasting Lord. Late in time behold him come, offspring of a virgin's womb, veiled in flesh the Godhead see. Hail the incarnate deity, pleased as man with man to dwell, Jesus our Emmanuel. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Hail the heaven-born Prince of earth, of peace. Hail the Son of righteousness. Light and light to all he brings, risen with his healing in his wings. Mild he lays his glory by, born that man no more may die. Born to raise the sons of earth, born to give them second birth. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. I hope this history of this beautiful song will remind you over the Christmas season of what it's all about and what the history is of this hymn. And I want to, on behalf of all the people of Central Texas and all of Texas, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy Hanukkah. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to honor my neighbor and my young friend Noah McMillan, who we lost last July when he died of complications from colon cancer at the age of 33 years old. And what an honor it is to speak to America this morning about Noah McMillan. Noah's brilliance, his gentle soul, and his boundless creativity live on in the hearts of everybody he touched, and in the truly extraordinary and imperishable art that he left behind, and in the beautiful devotion of his remarkable parents, Jeff McMillan and Lucinda Leach, and his brothers, Seth and Julian. Excuse me. Noah was an accomplished artist. He was a talented athlete, a soccer player. He was a gifted chef, and he was a generous teacher. His stunning and thought-provoking illustrations were published in a variety of news outlets, including the New York Times, Smithsonian Magazine, Bloomberg Business, Sports Illustrated, and Riverfront Times, to name just a few of the places that recognized his exceptional art. One of the crowning achievements of Noah's life and one of his final projects was an illustration that fused his passions for exuberant, colorful art and for the game of soccer. The vibrant stamp that you see next to me here, bursting with energy and power, honors the electrifying achievements of women's soccer in America. It was released by the United States Postal Service at the beginning of this year, 2023, and so now countless little replicas of Noah's art are flying all across the country on envelopes and packages, inspiring artists and athletes, especially young girl soccer players, everywhere, all over America and all over the world. Noah first came to battle cancer at the age of 23. He had the same oncological surgeon that I had at Johns Hopkins, Dr. Ephron. Noah's quiet courage and insistence on living joyfully carried him through treatment and through a lot of times of adversity over the next 10 years of his life. In that intervening decade before colon cancer stole this splendid young man from us, he lived with great purpose and great passion and an unwavering dedication to his art and to the people in his life who he loved and was devoted to. To honor Noah's generosity and his creativity, his loving family has launched a scholarship in his honor at his alma mater, Washington University in St. Louis. And this fund will make it possible for a high school student artist to attend the same summer program at WashU in St. Louis that gave Noah the confidence and the skills to pursue his dreams of becoming an artist and an illustrator, a dream that led just one of his pieces of art to become a stamp in our country. Noah was not only a remarkable artist, he was an astonishingly quick-witted and gentle and loving human being. He left an indelible mark on everyone who knew him, including his fantastic care team led by Dr. Jonathan Efron and nurse practitioner Tam Warshinsky. Noah is survived by his fiancée, Hitomi Inoue, his devoted parents, Jeffrey and Lucinda, his loving two brothers, Julian and Seth, his extended family, and countless friends and neighbors and grateful, loving students, and of course, his timeless, amazing art, which now the entire country will get to enjoy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Amherst County teacher John Andrew Pfister. Mr. Pfister was an exemplary educator who dedicated nearly 25 years of his life to teaching, training, and developing his students. After teaching Bible, math, and German for 18 years in Ohio, he moved to Virginia to serve 3 years as an academic instructor, helping young adults enter the workforce. In January of 2022, Mr. Pfister joined Amherst County Public Schools as a math and German teacher. Despite his relatively short time there, he left an indelible impact on the student body. Mr. Pfister was loved by many students, even those not in his classes, and served as a mentor for many who walked these halls. With a special gift for working with students needing a second chance or just a little extra help, he taught them to believe in themselves and to work hard to achieve their dreams. Mr. Pfister's enthusiasm for life was contagious, and he meant so much to so many in the Amherst community. Only 50 years old, his time on earth was too short for those who loved him, but his personal testimony and the influence he had on others will live beyond his life here. His family and those who knew him best are comforted by the knowledge that he is in heaven with his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes a gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on the urgent need to stand up for democracy at home and abroad. Yesterday, members of Congress heard from our Secretary of State, our Secretary of Defense, and other senior leaders from the administration on the dire situation in Ukraine and Israel. While they said the right things, the sense of urgency, the sense of passion is missing from all of this right now. It's missing from this debate, Mr. Speaker. If we leave next week for the holidays with inaction, Russia will win, and we will begin to hand over Ukraine to Russia and Vladimir Putin. Mr. Speaker, the world is watching the actions of this chamber right now in the next 10 days, and the silence is deafening. Let's be clear. Both Russia and Hamas seek to destroy democracy, and we must stand with our allies and pass a supplemental aid package now. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about Ukraine. Right now, we risk Ukraine literally running out of bullets if we go 10 days with inaction here in Congress. If we do nothing by the end of the month, Russia will begin to win in Ukraine. If we abandon Ukraine, Russia will win. And we need to be clear. The silence and inaction we are seeing play out right here on the floor of the House means strong support for Russia and their invasion of Ukraine. That's the choice we're making by doing nothing. Mr. Speaker, Ronald Reagan is rolling over in his grave right now as he watches far-right extremist Republicans standing with Russia and Vladimir Putin. How has the Republican Party become the party of Vladimir Putin? Mr. Speaker, this place is broken. I want to be clear in what I'm saying. We are witnessing a minority of the Republican conference calling the shots in this chamber. A majority of the Republican conference supports standing with Ukraine, but they have been cowed by the minority in their party, and we continue to see the tail wagging the dog. To my Republican colleagues who remain silent, the time for action is now. Allow a clean vote on the supplemental funding package for Ukraine and for Israel. We must stand strong with Ukraine today. And let's talk about the cost, because that's been brought up over and over. If we gift wrap Ukraine for Vladimir Putin over this holiday season, we will spend 100 times more money around the globe containing an aggressive Russia. Moldova and Georgia are next. This is a national security issue for the American people, and support for Ukraine is in our national interest. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about Ukraine as well. We must stand with Ukraine and support its right to defend itself. We must immediately pass humanitarian aid and security aid for Israel so that we can disarm and dismantle Hamas. 400 members of this chamber would easily support a clean security and humanitarian assistance package for Israel. And it is shameful that our new speaker chose to play partisan political games with support for Israel. For the American people watching, the bill that passed out of this chamber says, we'll stand with Israel, absolutely, only if we defund the police for billionaires and wealthy tax cheats. That's the choice that this body had, and it is shameful. When someone's house is on fire, we don't say, hey, we'll put out the fire as long as you let us not pay for a bunch of IRS agents to go after billionaires and wealthy tax cheats. You help them when their house is burning down, and right now, that's what we're watching in Israel with Israel security assistance and humanitarian aid that we need to provide to the Palestinian people in Gaza. An overwhelming majority of members support standing with Ukraine and standing with Israel. If we could get a clean vote on this bill on the floor, it would pass. But it's time for action. And let me say, House Democrats, Senate Democrats, Senate Republicans, we all agree on the need to support Israel and Ukraine. And I would even say a majority of the Republican conference agrees. But we can't get a vote on this as long as the far-right extremists of the Republican conference continue to wag the tail of this dog in this House. Mr. Speaker, this is about the future of democracy for the world. The defining question for our great experiment in self-governance is whether we can defend democracy at home and abroad. We'll face that question about defending democracy at home in November, but right now we need to stand and be counted. Authoritarianism is on the rise around the globe. We can either stand with democracies like Israel and Ukraine, or we can bend the knee to Putin, terrorists, and other authoritarian regimes around the world. As I voted for Speaker 19 times now, I've learned how incredibly fragile our democracy is. We must act now to pass a supplemental aid package and stand with Ukraine and Israel. The world is watching, Mr. Speaker.
Expired.
Bring a clean bill to the floor now. The time for action is now. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 6th District is blessed to be among those congressional districts with the highest number of colleges and universities among all of the 435 House districts. But Joe Biden's weakness on the global stage has allowed for America's foreign adversaries to target our nation's college students. From pushing propaganda to stealing critical research to censoring free speech, America's colleges and universities are now on the battleground of foreign interference. Regimes like the Chinese Communist Party have expanded their influence by bribing American academic institutions with funding opportunities. According to a Senate report from 2019, 70% of all institutions failed to comply with the enforcement tool that is used to protect against threats by foreign adversaries. All of this is unacceptable and dangerous, as it poses a threat to our national security, research and intellectual property, and our students' and academic freedom. That's why this Congress must pass the Deterrent Act, which provides transparency, accountability, and it clarifies to foreign gift reporting requirements for colleges and universities across the country. House Republicans remain committed to delivering a future that's built on freedom for the American people, and that starts with preventing our adversaries from indoctrinating our students with their propaganda and stealing the research of our colleges and universities across this country. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the James Wood women's volleyball team for winning the Class 4 state title, the program's second straight state championship. After working hard all season, the Colonels left it all on the floor and dominated the Hanover Hawks for their 6th 3-0 win in 6 postseason matches. These talented student athletes include Kennedy Spade, Ashlyn Spence, Alexis Taylor, Adeline Pitcock, Kyla Wilhelm, Tenley Madison, Hannah McCullough, Paige Ahakalo, Brenna Corbin, and Claire Kiefer. Throughout each set, the Colonels focused on working together as a team and doing what's necessary to get the job done, demonstrating resilience, adaptability, and impeccable skill. Under the leadership and encouragement of head coach Adrian Patrick, the Colonels were on a mission all season to repeat history, and it ended with them once again as state champions. Congratulations again to the James Wood women's volleyball team, head coach Adrian Patrick, parents, faculty, and staff on this incredible achievement. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from New Jersey, Mrs. Watson Coleman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I want peace. I want a decisive victory over Hamas and an end to its hateful and destructive reign. I want Israel and Palestine to coexist safely, securely, and with prosperity for generations to come. It is difficult to talk about peace during wartime, but that is exactly what we must do. And we cannot be distracted by disingenuous messaging bills that do nothing but grab headlines with no plan forward. As a person of faith, I have been taught not to hate, but I must admit that I have hated what I've seen in this chamber recently. For as I hate anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and racism, as I despise homophobia and transphobia, as I reject and revile hatred and bigotry of any kind, I am also disgusted by the way those prejudices have been weaponized in our chamber. We voted yesterday on yet another non-binding messaging resolution denouncing anti-Semitism, H.R. Res. 894. To be clear, I have supported efforts to push back against anti-Semitism. That is why I am supporting Mr. Nadler's plan to combat anti-Semitism. It is why I am supporting Mr. Green's two-state solution resolution. It's why I signed on to Ms. Wasserman-Schultz's letter regarding the safety of students on college campuses. But let's face facts. That was not what this resolution was about. This resolution offers no solutions. It does not seek to bring people together. This resolution was a cynical attempt to weaponize the very real fears of some of our Jewish friends and our neighbors to push a specific political agenda, one that is strikingly disrespectful to the Palestinian state, the State of Israel, and others who support the cause of a free and sovereign Palestinian and Israeli state. On Monday, my colleague, Mr. Nadler, laid out how reckless and uninformed Clause 4 of this resolution is. By making it the official position of this Congress that anti-Semitism is anti-Zionism, is anti-Semitism, we are labeling the thousands of Jews in this country who don't believe their deeply held faith is intrinsically tied to the modern state of Israel as anti-Semitic. There are very real steps that as the United States Congress that we can take and should take to combat anti-Semitism in a productive and bipartisan manner. Condemning anti-Semitism wherever it rears its ugly head, it is critical. But continuing to vote on non-binding resolutions week after week after week after week to score political partisan points does not get us closer to a solution, and is disrespectful to the seriousness of this situation. Until Republicans are willing to address rising hate and fascism, we'll be sitting here waiting without being able to accomplish anything. It's no better than moments of silence or thoughts and prayers with no substantive action to back it up, which were offered during the mass shootings in our schools, our malls, our places of worship. We have work to do for the American people. The rise of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, homophobia, and xenophobia are a threat to the American experiment in multicultural democracy, and there are members of this body who are putting in the work to defend the more perfect union that we built over 250 years. When Republicans who have been obsessed with these messaging bills are ready to join us, we'll welcome them with open arms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. American leadership has always been the most influential, powerful agent for freedom, peace, and democracy. 1 month ago, the House stood up to protect our values and our national interests by passing a bipartisan package to help Israel defend itself from Hamas. I recently attended a screening of the footage from Hamas that Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks invited us all to, and I'm so grateful for their leadership to have us do that. I knew it was footage that would be tough to see, but I knew it was footage that I needed to see, and I won't ever be the same having seen that. As we support our ally, we must take a comprehensive look at the Biden administration's Middle East policy. And encapsulating all of my thoughts today and my remarks is a simple concept of, with foreign policy, although it would be desired by all, you can't have it all. You have to take tough choices when it comes to foreign policy. You don't get to have everything that you would ever want. You cannot have it all with respect to foreign policy. And I'll share a little bit about how important it is to take a stand. Because while I am grateful for President Biden's clear support for Israel, his administration's attempts to placate Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terrorism in the world, have been a critical misstep. For the past 3 years, the Biden administration has embarked on a deeply misguided and contradictory quest to resurrect the Iran nuclear deal, while begrudgingly continuing one of the Trump and Pence administration's most successful efforts in peace in the Middle East, the Abraham Accords, and the recognition of Israel by its Arab neighbors in embracing diplomatic and economic ties through, again, these Abraham Accords. Rather than maintaining the maximum pressure campaign that sanctioned and starved Iran of foreign revenue, the Biden administration has balked at enforcing sanctions. They've allowed Iranian oil exports to surge back to levels higher than they were in 2018 and attempted to unfreeze billions of dollars in Iranian assets from foreign banks. The Iranian regime is flush with cash thanks to the global energy crisis and the administration's policy of appeasement. Iran uses this cash to fund, equip, and train a terrorist network across the region. This includes groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. According to reports from the Wall Street Journal, 500 or so Hamas terrorists trained in Iran the months leading up to the October 7th attack on innocent Israelis. The Iranian regime has developed this terror network not just in Gaza and Lebanon, but also in Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, for one purpose: to cause just enough chaos to make the Arab world think twice about sustainable peace with Israel and the reliability of U.S. diplomacy. The Biden administration says its Iran appeasement Iran's appeasement is geared towards preventing Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons, a goal I think we could all get behind. But it has obviously emboldened Iran and undermined regional security. We need our four main regional security partners, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey, to work together in unity, and we need America to lead on this front. But President Biden's approach creates tremendous doubt that the United States is more committed to the security of our partners than to a delusional accommodation of Iran. What must Riyadh, Cairo, Istanbul, what will they have thought these past 3 years while watching the U.S. respond meekly to Iranian proxy groups disrupting political order, trafficking illegal weapons, and lobbing rockets at American diplomats with impunity? Iran would love nothing more than for Saudi Arabia to think twice about normalizing relations with Israel given the current crisis. Iran would love nothing more than for Egypt to decide that the opportunity cost for working with Israel on humanitarian corridors in Gaza, something that I have been calling for in a bipartisan fashion, is too high. Iran would love nothing more than for Turkey to decide that it's more beneficial to work directly with Iran rather than through the United States. The Trump-Pence administration correctly understood that the Abraham Accords were the best chance we have for sustainable peace in the Middle East. We are stronger together than we are apart. But President Biden is undermining regional security and unity by appeasing the region's chief destabilizer, Iran. We must enforce sanctions, communicate clearly that we stand on the side of Israel and our partners, and line up our diplomatic and military commitments with our national interests that are also the national interests of Israel and the Arab world. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Utah yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Michigan's 12th Congressional District mourns the loss of Pastor Charles Gilchrist Adams, a beloved spiritual and community leader. And he was an activist in our district whose influence impacted so many of our lives across the state and the world. He was so loved and respected by so many. Pastor Adams served as the lead pastor for the historic Hartford Memorial Baptist Church in Detroit, a role that he held for more than 50 years. As a pastor, he dedicated his life in mission to service, fighting for justice for our communities, improving the lives of our residents in Northwest Detroit. He was a tireless advocate for safe and affordable housing for all and child care for our working families. He also served as president of the Detroit branch of the NAACP in 1984, and he also served on the executive board until 1992. Please join me, Mr. Speaker, in remembering Pastor Charles Gilchrist Adams for his incredible advocacy, leadership, and impact on our district and our communities. May he rest in love. May his legacy live on in our community. Mr. Speaker, the 12th Congressional District wants to recognize two outstanding members of the Dearborn Fire Department. Battalion Chief Kenneth Murray for his 26 years of service, and EMS Coordinator Glenn Owens for his 25 years of service to our communities. Battalion Chief Murray started with the Dearborn Fire Department in 1997 as a firefighter. He steadily rose through the ranks, serving as an engineer, a lieutenant, and captain before he was promoted to battalion chief in 2020. Over the course of his career, Battalion Chief Murray has garnered numerous awards and recognized as Dearborn's Exchange Club's Fire Officer of the Year in 2016. Battalion Chief Murray has an outstanding public service to the community served by Dearborn Fire Department. Our EMS Coordinator Owens began his career as a firefighter in the Dearborn Fire Department in 1998. Over the past 25 years, Owens has served in numerous roles as he remains steadfast in his commitment to service and keeping our community safe. EMS Coordinator Owens has been recognized many times over the course of his career in Dearborn for his incredible record, including saving lives and safe driving. Please join me in recognizing Battalion Chief Murray and EMS Coordinator Glenn Owens for their many years of outstanding service to the people of Dearborn and Michigan's 12th District Strong, as we wish them well in their retirement. Mr. Speaker, I want to take time to acknowledge my incredible team and our accomplishments this past few years for our community. I lovingly call our congressional district 12th District Strong. At the beginning of this year, we opened 3 neighborhood service centers in Detroit, in Inkster, and Southfield throughout the district. Our neighborhood service centers have returned over $5.5 million in constituent services dollars directly to over 80,000 residents, returning alone just this year $306,000 for our communities. We served and responded to over 164 and 69 letters from our neighbors who have advocated for clean water, clean air, utilities for all, and so much more. We've hosted and participated in over 120 events, including coffee hours, town halls, resource fairs, and more, to ensure that I remain accessible to my residents. In Congress, in our legislative advocacy work for affordable housing to medical debt cancellation and auto insurance discrimination, we've introduced 160 bills, and 39 bills and amendments have actually passed since 2019. This year, we celebrated our 1-year anniversary of the Congressional Mamas Caucus, where we committed our advocacy with working with moms and their families on issues of affordable child care, paid leave, and end poverty policies that are incredibly important, as well as something dear to me, combating Black maternal health, and so much more. We also started Get the Lead Out Caucus, where we know that no amount of lead is safe for our children or our families. These accomplishments would not have been possible without our residents' faith in me and sending me here to the United States Congress to do the people's work. It has been an honor to serve as the Congresswoman for the 12th Congressional District, 12th District Strong. And this incredible team, I thank them all of their hard work and tenacity. This is just the beginning of what we will be able to accomplish and more. Thank you so much, and I yield.
The gentlewoman from Michigan yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Finstad, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Stewartville High School Tigers on winning this year's Minnesota Class 3A High School Football Championship. Stewartville capped off an undefeated season with their 43-13 victory over Annandale in the state championship game on November 25th at the U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis. While this marks the 3rd time the Tigers have made it to the state finals, this year's win earned them the first ever championship title in Stewartville's history. The Tigers finished their 2023 season with a perfect 14-0 record, and all of us across the 1st Congressional District are incredibly proud to call them our own. Congratulations to Coach Muller, his team, and the entire Stewartville community on this well-deserved title. Way to go, Tigers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Kaptur, for 5 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the production of nuclear power in our country is an awesome responsibility. Put in the hands of the wrong people, it can be deadly. Those who operate nuclear facilities must be highly trained and honorable. Recall 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, and Fukushima all teach us nuclear power in the hands of careless and indeed corrupt people can be deadly to thousands of innocent people. So this morning, let us turn to Ohio's 2 financially strapped nuclear plants, both located in northern Ohio, adjacent to our people's freshwater kingdom, Lake Erie. In Ohio, the largest corruption crimes in America's commercial plant nuclear history are being litigated. These crimes are also the largest public corruption trials in Ohio's history. Last week, a federal grand jury in Cincinnati indicted former chair of Ohio's Public Utilities Commission, Sam Randazzo, on bribery and embezzlement from his role in receiving $4.3 million in kickbacks for what has been labeled the biggest political bribery scandal in Ohio's history. The nuclear power company First Energy ultimately paid more than $60 million in 2018 and 2019 to bribe public officials like Ohio's Speaker of the Ohio House, who's now been sentenced to 20 years in prison. First Energy's plot was to foist its billion-dollar-plus corporate losses on the consumers of Ohio due to its pitiful management of its 2 nuclear power plants in northern Ohio. These are crimes. While Randazzo was being indicted, the federal government moved to claim an additional $6.5 million from First Energy for this crime. We should all be deeply disturbed that inherently dangerous nuclear assets have been in the hands of criminals. Since the Davis-Besse plant came online in 1977, its corporate leadership has never understood nuclear power or its dangers. It's only the unionized workers that have saved our lives. The plant shares an old Babcock-Wilcox design with the 3 Mile Island reactor that partially melted down in 1979. Another plant with the design, the Rancho Seco plant in Sacramento, California, permanently closed in 1989. And Davis-Besse itself is now nearly 50 years old and has a dismal reputation within the industry and a history of too many close calls. In 1985, the plant suffered a loss of the main and backup supplies of cooling water because of a series of system failures. And this should have been a wake-up call, but went unheeded. And in 2002, we faced the worst nuclear safety incident since the 3 Mile Island, when a major hole was discovered in Davis-Besse's reactor head, endangering the lives of millions of Ohioans and the purity of Lake Erie. The plant's unionized workers again saved us all. The Davis-Besse nuclear power plant, with its history of safety violations and close calls, is a clear example of how corporate culture can influence safety culture for the worse, and the industry around our country never held them accountable. The fines and penalties imposed on First Energy have done little to deter misconduct, so it's time for us to take bold action and provide our region with safe, advanced, modern power and a platform akin to the Tennessee Valley Authority. So much more needs to be done to make our community safe and whole from First Energy's fraud, starting with making sure that the Benton Carroll Salem school system can be made whole. Its valuation in the region, the value of property, has gone down 90%, which means the school system is going to be nearly $6 million short on what it needs to teach the next generation. I urge judges in the case to take the grid under First Energy's ownership, under safe public conservatorship, until a reliable operator can be stood up. Thank you, and may we find the wisdom and courage to confront these nuclear challenges head-on, to usher in a new era of clean and responsible energy for the consumers and people of northern Ohio, who have been bilked so royally over the last nearly half-century. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamlager Dove, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the 30-year anniversary of A Place Called Home, a nonprofit that has served thousands of at-risk youth and families in the South Los Angeles community. A Place Called Home provides free programs that focus on job readiness and mental health services, as well as art and technology. It allows children to explore creativity through their arts programming. Earlier this year, they hosted the Latinx Theater Festival in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, where the children helped with ticketing, light, and sound design for the productions. A Place Called Home aims to increase children's likelihood of staying in school and graduating, and in the past 30 years, it has supported more than 500 first-generation students in their journey to college. They serve 2,000 meals to students every week on top of the thousands more they provide to families at home in California's 37th district. And none of this would be possible without their founder, Deborah Constance, and CEO, Noré McCabbott, who work tirelessly with the board and staff every day to support my district's children and families. I hope you will join me in celebrating this milestone for A Place Called Home, and I look forward to seeing all that they do in the next 30 years and beyond. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Mike Watanabe. He passed away last month after 77 years full of life. Mike began his service to the Los Angeles community when he joined the Asian American Drug Abuse Program as a counselor in 1975. He saw the impact that drug use had on his friends and community in the wake of the Vietnam War and wanted to find a way to advocate for recovery after earning his master's in social work. He became the executive director in 1982 before ascending to the role of president and CEO in 2004. Through his decades of service with ADAP, he worked with community leaders to support substance abuse recovery. ADAP's efforts have served residents in California's 37th district for over 50 years. Mike is remembered for his compassion, leadership, and unwavering belief in building a supportive community. My friend Mike, he always kept it 100. He built a family at ADAP and throughout the Los Angeles area. Mike was a part of the Los Angeles County Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs Commission for 15 years, chairing the Asian and Pacific Islander Constituent Committee and supporting several other AAPI-focused organizations, all aimed at substance abuse recovery. His support of early Asian American community organizations left a lasting impact on the success of today's nonprofits and Asian American services. We are all better for having been impacted by Mike's jovial spirit and passion for community service. He will be greatly missed. So please take a moment to honor the life of Mike Watanabe. My heart is with his wife, Suzanne, and their family during this time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today for a moment of truth. House Republicans pose a deep threat to our national security. It is dependent on what we do domestically and upon how we support our allies abroad, like Ukraine. Ukraine will not be able to fend off Russia on its own, and Republicans will be responsible if they refuse to act to counter war criminal Putin's anti-West, anti-democracy assault. I guess that makes sense since the Republican Party has pledged fealty to Donald Trump, a master anarchist who is focused on government destruction, exploding democracy, and distracting and impoverishing the American people. Someone who just 2 weeks ago called people vermin. So white supremacists, he's using your code words. The global stage is watching us because they are all in for Ukraine and democracy. But Republican isolationism has hurt and will continue to destabilize our democracy, weaken our allies, and remove the United States from the global stage. And when we leave, someone far more dangerous will take our place and hurt us more. So no more distractions, conflations, or profligation. Mr. Speaker, the time to get serious about this country is right now. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from California yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A and Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 12 noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Open our eyes, dear Lord. Give us sight in the overwhelming darkness that has blinded us to the light of your will. The shadow of hatred for our brothers and sisters has blinded us to your command to live and act in love. Open our eyes and our hearts and purge the animosity from our world where weapons of war and arms of outright prejudice are set in motion by human hands and triggered by the hardness of our hearts. Cleanse our hearts from every inkling of hostility wherever it dares to take root within us and however it is displayed by us, in our disdain for a relative or neighbor who has slighted us, in our contempt for Jews or Muslims or another person or group that has fallen out of our favor, and even in the insults we too often toss across the political aisle. Bring us out from the darkness we have created and call us back to our love for you by following your command to love one another, that once again we would live in your light. Shed your divine light in our lives such that it would cause us to set down our weapons, abandon our hatred, and walk without stumbling in the way you have revealed to us. In the power of your name, we pray that you would grant us your mercy and illumine your will for us this day. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain. The chair has examined the Journal of last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor U.S. Air Force Major Jeff Horniman of Andover, Minnesota. Jeff lost his life last week, along with 7 other airmen during a routine training mission off the coast of Japan. He was just 32 years old. Throughout his life, Jeff had a competitive spirit and was uniquely disciplined. A graduate of Andover High School, Jeff broke school and conference records in the indoor 800 meters and the 4x800 meter relay. As a teenager, he won a $15,000 scholarship with an essay describing his careful budgeting to purchase a bike for triathlons. After competing in cross country and earning a degree in mechanical engineering from North Dakota State University, Jeff entered the Air Force. In 2016, he became a pilot after completing Columbus Air Force Base's specialized undergraduate pilot training class. Jeff dedicated his life to service and made the ultimate sacrifice. Today, across the city of Andover, the state of Minnesota, and this country, we honor his life and preserve his memory. Our prayers are with Jeff's wife, Jess, his parents, Thomas and Catherine, and his brother, Jared. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we are fiddling while freedom burns. We have 5 legislative days left to aid our allies, Israel and Ukraine. Each hour we wait makes it harder for our allies to defend freedom and democracy against tyrants and terrorists. OMB Director Shalanda Young made it clear this week that the past resources we secured for Ukraine have run out. As Speaker Johnson said in Florida, Putin won't stop in Ukraine. He will continue to devour territory and undermine democracy until he is stopped. My Republican colleagues ask what the plan is in the Ukraine and Israel. The plan is to win. The plan is to defeat Putin. The plan is to vanquish terrorism in generally and Hamas in particular. Most members agree on that plan. 300 on Israel, 300 on Ukraine, and 400 on Israel. I urge the Speaker to give us the opportunity to act on that consensus.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Now. Freedom demands it. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Gary Peterson, a dedicated leader hailing from the Tri-Cities, who tragically lost his battle with cancer this past month. It saddens me that rather than announcing his next greatest achievement, I'm instead here to mourn his passing. Gary was known throughout Central Washington, the United States Capitol, and the Department of Energy as a fierce advocate for the interests of the Tri-Cities. His leadership in our communities proved fruitful for decades, sparking both economic development and innovation for the citizens of Central Washington. His advocacy for the Hanford Cleanup Mission has been the cornerstone of the success of our region, and I am in awe of the impact he has made over the years. His immense knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of our community's priorities was matched by so few, and I have no doubt his name will go down in history with the names of people like Sam Volpentest and Bob Ferguson. Gary's legacy includes leading advocacy for the Pacific Northwest National Laboratories campus, supporting the advancement of the Hanford Cleanup Mission, and advocating for the growing local economy at Tridec. He will be known as a loving husband, father, grandfather, and personal friend. He will be missed, but his legacy will continue to live on. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there she is, Miss Eastern North Carolina teen, Miss Allison Sharp. Allison's platform promotes agriculture and more specifically, the advancement of women in agriculture. Girls Farm Too. Her love for agriculture has been inspired by one of Eastern North Carolina's legendary farmers, Pender Sharp of Sharp Farms in Wilson, North Carolina. Pender is Allison's grandfather. She refers to him as her big. Miss Eastern North Carolina teen Allison remains dedicated to community service. She collected and donated food for a food drive to ensure homeless individuals had a good Thanksgiving Day meal. Currently, she is working with the Wilson Police Department to make Christmas special and to fulfill the wishes of kids across the city. During her pastime, she enjoys hunting and fishing. Miss Eastern North Carolina teen is a crown most special to me as Allison brings hope for a brighter future. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, requesting unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 10 school districts across the 15th District who are recognized as, quote, best communities for music education, end quote, and received the Support Music Merit Award from the National Association of Music Manufacturers Foundation. This recognition is given to schools who continue to provide all children with opportunity to learn and to grow with music. The award program acknowledges and celebrates innovative schools and districts that have developed a stronger presence for music education on campus and in the lives of the students. Congratulations to St. Francis School in Clearfield County, Tidiute Community Charter School in Warren County, Baltimore Area School District in Center County, Armstrong School District in Armstrong County, Du Bois Area School District in Clearfield and Jefferson County, State College Area School District in Center County, Bellefonte Area School District in Center County, Clearfield Area School District in Clearfield County, Lewisburg Area School District in Union County, and Port Allegheny School District in McKean and Potter Counties. Congratulations to these school districts on this recognition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand to honor Garth Fagan, a Rochester visionary who profoundly influenced the cultural fabric of not only our local community, but the entire world. As we pay tribute to this extraordinary artist, I'd like to acknowledge and celebrate the deep connection between Garth Fagan and the people and places enriched by his vision. Committed to Rochester's artistic growth, he established the Bottom of the Bucket Butt Dance Theater in 1970, now known simply as Garth Fagan Dance. Since then, Garth has inspired and nurtured a new generation of talented artists from around the globe. His innovative choreography has earned him accolades, including a Tony Award for Broadway's The Lion King, a production masterfully blending culture and creativity which will remain forever a testament to his artistic brilliance. Garth Fagan is truly a national treasure, and as he transitions away from his leadership role in the dance company, his profound impact will undoubtedly continue to resonate, captivating audiences for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The disastrous decisions by Biden hurt the pocketbooks of Americans, destroying jobs, made even more obvious as we enter the holiday season of Christmas and Hanukkah. The Bidenomics inflation has overcome hourly raises, reducing the spending power of Americans by $11,434 annually in the 2 Biden years. Under Biden, prices for the same Thanksgiving dinner were 25% higher in 2023 than in 2019. As Christmas approaches, Americans are challenged. In Wallet Hub's survey, more than 1 in 3 Americans are foregoing gifts this year due to Biden inflation. Republicans, led by Speaker Mike Johnson, will continue to fight to reduce inflation and create jobs. Speaker Johnson is correct that we must support the borders of Ukraine and America. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years in the global war on terrorism as it continues moving from the safe haven of Afghanistan to America with Biden open borders for terrorists. It's sadly clear there will be more 9/11 attacks across America imminent, as finally admitted by the FBI.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purposes does the gentlelady from Nevada seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize an incredible educator in Southern Nevada, Miss Laura Penrod, who has been recognized as Nevada's Teacher of the Year for 2024. Ms. Penrod currently teaches at Southwest Career and Technical Academy, where she opened the special education department and began working and teaching English soon thereafter. She brings 17 years of teaching experience to help her students not only in the classroom, but also after school, advising several extracurricular activities, and in her community as a fearless champion of public education. Ms. Penrod exemplifies what makes our teachers so special, the drive to do good and always be there for our students. I wish Ms. Penrod the best of luck as she moves on to the National Teacher of the Year competition, and I am deeply grateful for the impact she has on her students and our community.
Purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the House for up to 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in special recognition of my dear friend, mentor, and former surgical chairman, Dr. J. William McRoberts, we know him affectionately as Mac. A native of Rochester, Minnesota, he graduated from Princeton University, attended Cornell University School of Medicine, where he was elected class president. After completing his surgical training at the Mayo Clinic, station director then at the urology, as director of urology at the U.S. Naval Hospital in Bremerton, Washington. He continued to serve in the U.S. Navy as captain in the reserves for 20 years. He began his academic careers as assistant professor at the University of Washington, excelling throughout the ranks and becoming chairman of urology, division of surgery at the University of Kentucky. As my chairman, Dr. McRoberts taught me a great deal about patient care, endurance, and professionalism. Despite long and oftentimes grueling hours, he kept a great wit and humor about him, challenging us all not only to be better physicians, but better humans. He demonstrated that compassion and surgical skill are not mutually exclusive. Once he retired from academic life in 2001, instead of just enjoying the fruits of his labor, he has served in underserved areas in Kentucky and for the last 3 years in rural eastern North Carolina. Now, at the age of 90, I am releasing him of his medical obligation to enjoy his life with his wife Marley, son Porter, daughter Jane, and their grandchildren. My life has been a better one lived because of his professionalism, humor, and friendship. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Hawaii has a proud immigrant tradition, with many of us able to trace our roots across the globe. Few places in Hawaii exemplify our diversity more than Lahaina, where nearly a third of the residents are foreign-born. They came from the Philippines, Mexico, El Salvador, Honduras, the Marshall Islands, Micronesia, and more. They are the backbone of Maui's economy, working in hotels, restaurants, retail shops, and golf courses. They clean homes and are caregivers for Keiki and Kupuna alike. And on a day when fire did not discriminate what it took, Lahaina's immigrant community bore more than its fair share of loss. A quarter of the deceased had ties to the Philippines. Too many lost documents and life savings. Now, immigrants in Lahaina face impossible decisions, too scared to seek out the help that they need, afraid to travel or relocate due to their legal status. They need our help, and we've got to meet them where they're at through trusted partners so they can focus on healing and rebuilding. 4 generations ago, my family immigrated to Hawaii with the same hopes and dreams many in our Lahaina ohana have. We can't forget our roots, and we must meet this moment with the aloha they would have wanted. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to honor the life, sacrifice, and service of Cortez Police Sergeant Michael Moran, a true American hero who laid down his life in service to our great country and to his community. Sergeant Moran was fatally shot during a traffic stop on November 29th, providing a tragic end to a life of dedication and service. Sergeant Moran answered the call to serve our nation as a Marine for 9 years before joining the Cortez Police Department in 2012. His life was marked with selfless courage and love, always putting others before himself. Mr. Speaker, Sergeant Moran was a shining example for all Americans. His passing is an immeasurable loss for us all, and he was the best that Colorado's 3rd District had to offer. My prayers go out to his family, his loved ones, the community of Cortez. I pray for God's wraparound presence to surround you and comfort you and heal you in this time of mourning. Mr. Speaker, I thank Sergeant Moran for his selfless service, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the lack of mental health services in rural care. As facilities close their doors and providers leave town, many people in our rural communities are forced to travel for miles to get care or forego care altogether. That's harmful and unfair, which is why I introduced a bipartisan bill to expand access to telemental health services in rural areas. This legislation will specifically help folks working in farming, fishing, and forestry. These industries are critical to our economy and way of life in my district. In fact, Oregon has the 2nd largest number of FFF workers per capita in the entire country, but these jobs can also be very stressful, and few seek help due to stigma. Improving telehealth access will take away that stigma, save folks time and resources, and get more Oregonians the help they need when they need it. Congress has left rural America behind for far too long. It's time we change that. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting this very important bill. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the achievements of the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, FLETC, Chief Financial Officer Donald Lewis, who is retiring after 40 years of federal service. Mr. Lewis started his federal career when he was just a student back in 1983 as an audit assistant for the Federal Junior Fellowship Program at Kings Bay Naval Base in Georgia. From there, he was able to move up into the procurement career field by taking on different positions with the Naval Facilities Engineering Command and the Strategic Weapons Facility. In 2004, Donald joined FLETC and worked in different positions before becoming the current Assistant Director and the Chief Financial Officer. An Assistant Director and Chief Financial Officer, he provides strategic direction and executive oversight of FLETC business activities, which includes executing and overseeing an annual budget of over $600 million. Congratulations, Mr. Lewis, on your remarkable achievements and on your upcoming retirement. Your years of distinguished service are extremely admirable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
To speak for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege of representing Virginia State University, an esteemed historically black college and university founded in Petersburg, Virginia in 1882. And I rise today to congratulate the Virginia State Trojan Explosion Marching Band, which was recently recognized as the nation's top Division II HBCU band in 2023. The band was judged on important components including auxiliaries, drum majors, musicality, percussion, and marching maneuvers, and will now compete in ESPN's inaugural HBCU Band of the Year competition. Throughout the year, the VSU Trojan Explosion was also invited to perform at the White House, the NBC Today Show, and the National Battle of the Bands competition in Houston. I commend Dr. Tyler Whitehead, VSU's Director of Marching and Pep Bands, and every member of the Trojan Explosion for their hard work and dedication. You are proof that greatness happens at Virginia State University. You've made your school, your community, and your Congresswoman proud, and I will be cheering for you in your upcoming competition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 906, I call up the bill H.R. 4468 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 135, H.R. 4468, a bill to prohibit the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing a proposed rule with respect to emissions from vehicles and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 906, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. After 1 hour of debate, it shall be in order to consider the amendment printed in Part A of House Report 118-2 9 or 8, if offered by the member designated on the report, which shall be considered read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent of an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for a division of the question. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes now the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material in the record on H.R. 4468.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 4468, the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales Act, and urge all members to support its passage. America's economy is at its best when innovation, free enterprise, and consumer choice rule the day. This formula once made America a world leader in the automotive sector. Unfortunately, some key decision makers have forgotten that. Elected officials, government regulators, and auto manufacturers, eager to appease their liberal overlords, especially those in the Biden administration, need a reminder of that fact. It's troubling that this administration, in a faltering economy, would try to replace reliable, available, functional, and affordable transportation for hardworking Americans with something far less reliable, far less available, far less functional, and far less affordable. Under EPA's recent tailpipe proposal, 2/3 of all new cars being sold in America must be electric-powered vehicles by 2032. That's only 8 years from now. The American people did not ask for this. While the average price of an EV reportedly fell 22.4% in the last year in response to lack of demand and government subsidies, they're still far more expensive than a liquid fuel vehicle. There are also hidden costs, $500 extra annually for insurance, at least $4,000 for battery replacement, and that's the bottom, $1,200 to $2,500 for home charging equipment, and that's after you pay to rewire your home. Range anxiety is still a real concern. EVs need more frequent and much longer stops for charges. The average EV gets about 234 miles per charge, compared to 403 miles with a gas fill-up. Plus, cold weather, battery size, and towing weight can shrink battery range significantly. Any way you look at it, working-class Americans who need reliable and affordable transportation would take the hit from a mandate eliminating their options. This bill protects our constituents, allowing them to buy the automobile that makes the most sense for them. I urge support for H.R. 4468, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 4468. Instead of working with us on legislation to lower costs for consumers, protect public health, drive innovation, and grow the economy, the Republican majority is once again bringing an anti-clean vehicle bill to the floor as part of their polluters over people agenda. H.R. 4468 would block the Environmental Protection Agency from finalizing its proposed light and medium-duty vehicle rule. It would also block the agency from finalizing any future standard to cut greenhouse gas pollution from vehicles. And this bill would simply prevent the EPA from doing its job. House Republicans are trying to legislate away years of innovation and cleaner transportation to put polluters over people. The Clean Air Act is clear, Mr. Speaker. EPA has the authority and obligation to protect American communities from air pollution that would cause harm to public health and welfare. That includes pollution from the transportation sector, the single largest contributor of greenhouse gas emissions and other dangerous air pollution in the United States. And this pollution affects more than 100 million Americans who live in counties with unhealthy air, and air pollution is associated with over 100,000 premature deaths each year. Now, the EPA's proposed emission standards for manufacturers of cars and light-duty trucks is intended to tackle this pollution head-on. And the result, the new rule is projected to deliver $1 trillion in net public health benefits. Cleaner cars are also a win for consumers, who can expect to save an average of $12,000 in fuel and maintenance costs over the lifetime of a light-duty vehicle once EPA standards are in effect. And I want to stress that EPA's proposal is achievable. It will save consumers money, bolster jobs in our economy by promoting American manufacturing, and reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. With this bill, House Republicans are denying the American people all of these benefits. The bill is also a direct assault on our domestic auto industry. Decades of innovation spurred by ambitious EPA standards have led to a growing fleet of cleaner, more affordable cars for all Americans. And I have to stress, Mr. Speaker, the bill's reference to choice is a misnomer. EPA's proposed standards are key to expanding vehicle choice for American drivers. More than 100 electric vehicle models are now available in U.S. markets alongside many hybrid and gas-powered options, giving Americans unprecedented flexibility in where and how they choose to fuel. And this incredible innovation is the main reason why the United States is a global leader in the transportation sector. H.R. 4468 would stifle this innovation and cause detrimental uncertainty for American automakers. The bill includes vague language that would prevent EPA from ever finalizing vehicle standards for any type of motor vehicle. And the bill would lock auto manufacturers in today's technology in perpetuity, chilling potential advancements in new hybrids, flex fuel, fuel cell, and even internal combustion engines. None of this makes any sense, Mr. Speaker. This extreme bill would hurt our ability to harness new technologies, which would only weaken our ability to compete with China. With this legislation, Republicans are telling American industry to stand down to China in a global challenge. And that's just wrong. Rather than ceding that role to China, House Democrats delivered real solutions with the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. These laws are investing in America's ability to beat our economic competitors, including China, ensuring the United States is the global leader on clean transportation. H.R. 4468 would seriously hamper EPA's ability to address the worsening climate crisis and air pollution from vehicles. It would also limit consumer choice, stifle innovation, create uncertainty for American automakers, hurt American global leadership, and weaken our ability to compete with China, and deny Americans the immense public health and environmental benefits of EPA's proposed standards. So I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
In reserves, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this bill does not prevent the EPA from finalizing a rule. It only tells the EPA that it cannot mandate a specific technology and prevents the EPA from issuing rules that limit a vehicle's availability based on engine type. And with that, I recognize the chair of the full committee, my friend and colleague from the state of Washington, Ms. McMorris Rodgers, for 1 minute.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in support of H.R. 4468, the CARS Act. President Biden's rush to green agenda is failing. Just last week, nearly 4,000 auto dealers all across this country sent a letter to President Biden urging him to stop his EV mandates. They said demand isn't there. The EVs are just sitting on their lots. The administration has allocated billions for EV charging, yet not a single charger has come online as a result. All of this failed central planning is shipping our auto future and jobs to China. This is not the future Americans want or deserve. For more than a century, affordable transportation has helped drive America's economic success. Our cars have allowed people all across this nation and around the world to increase our mobility and raise our standard of living. H.R. 4468 ensures that we can keep building on this legacy of American leadership and prosperity. Let's stop President Biden. He wants us all driving EVs, 100% battery electric, not plug-in, not hybrid, not plug-in hybrid, 100% battery electric. We don't agree.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Chair, I now yield 2 minutes to Mr. Tonko, who chairs our Environment Subcommittee.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes. New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When Americans get behind their wheel, and when they want to drive their cars, they put it in R to go reverse, and they put it in D to go forward. So just as in the House here, the R's want to take us backward, the D's want to drive us forward. So that's why I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 4468. This bill would block EPA from finalizing its proposed medium and light-duty vehicle rule to strengthen tailpipe standards for future model years. As we know, the transportation sector is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the United States and also a major emitter of other harmful air pollution. So it should not surprise anyone that EPA is working to fulfill its obligation to protect Americans from harmful air pollution. But this bill prejudges the outcome of that process and will stifle technological innovation, despite the fact that the proposal will save lives, save consumers money, and bolster American manufacturing. More and more Americans are choosing to go electric. They realize that EVs are not only good for the environment, but also provide major consumer savings over the life of that vehicle. And thanks in large part to the incentives included in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, even more of these vehicles and their components will be made here in America. But the legislation before us will undermine the tens of billions of dollars of planned investments to develop and produce American-made clean vehicle technologies by injecting uncertainty into these standards. For over 100 years, America has been the greatest auto manufacturing nation in the world. And if we want to continue to retain that title, we need to embrace the changes that are occurring in the sector. And that means supporting the regulatory policies and incentives that will drive us forward to a cleaner and healthier future. Unfortunately, this bill will stifle America's next great industrial revolution before we even seriously get into the race with China and dozens of other foreign competitors. For the sake of promoting American innovation and to address our pollution challenges and supporting our long-term national economic competitiveness, I urge members to oppose this bill. Put it in D and go forward.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased now to give our colleague, the author of the bill, recognize the gentleman from that state up north, Mr. Wahlberg, for 3.5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes.
I thank my Buckeye colleague, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 4468, Choice in Automobile Retail Sales, or the CARS Act. In April, the Biden administration, EPA, opposed a rule setting light and medium-duty vehicle tailpipe emission standards so stringently, EPA expects, let me say that again, EPA expects the proposal would force 2/3 of new light and medium-duty vehicles sold in 2032 to be electric. There's no hiding. The proposed rule is an electric vehicle mandate. Not only does this EV mandate display breathtaking government overreach into the auto industry, but it's also unaffordable, unattainable, and unrealistic for American consumers. EVs are $13,000 more expensive than the average gas-fueled vehicle. Repairs to an EV cost $2,300 more on average, leading to higher insurance costs, over $500 annually. The proposed standards are also unattainable. Our grid cannot handle power overload that's required. Plus, most of the country lacks the charging infrastructure needed for the mandate. We also don't have access to all the critical minerals to produce the vehicles or the capacity to refine those minerals for use in batteries. China controls most critical mineral mines, processing, and manufacturing for EVs. China has 78% of the world's cell manufacturing capacity for EV batteries. Have we already forgotten the disastrous realities of over-reliance on China for our supply chain? I have yet to hear a constituent say to me, we need our supply chains to be more reliant on China. Opponents of the CARS Act argue that EVs are growing in popularity and prices are dropping. If that's the case, why is the mandate necessary? Well, just last week, nearly 4,000 car dealers sent a letter to the administration pleading with them to pump the brakes on the proposed rule, citing lack of demand. Range of EVs is another concern. Currently, one charge couldn't even get me across my district. EVs have almost 80% more issues and are less reliable than other vehicles. Let me be clear. I'm not against EVs. I'm against EV mandates. A single EV battery requires mining of hundreds of thousands of pounds of minerals. Those minerals are then refined using energy from China's coal plants. Ironically, an EV mandate is not a silver bullet to reduce global emissions. Sadly, the biggest loser for this mandate may be the American auto worker, since significantly less labor is required to assemble EVs. The future of those working at engine plants, like the one in my district, are now in peril too. The administration should side with consumers and innovators, not pick winners and losers. EV will play a significant role in the future of the industry, but so should hybrids and other solutions as they become more functional, reliable, and affordable, and chosen by the consumer. Let's allow consumers to have access to affordable and reliable cars, encourage American innovation, and set up to prevail over China. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio yields. The gentleman, reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 4468, a bill that would undermine the Environmental Protection Agency's ability to prohibit the EPA from implementing emissions regulations and their ability to protect air quality and our climate. I want to thank our ranking member, Mr. Pallone, and of course my great colleague, Congresswoman Dingell from the state of Michigan. The auto industry relies on the EPA and their emission standards to successfully compete. When the GOP shut down the federal government in 2018, our automakers could not roll new automobiles off the line because they needed the EPA to do the testing. This is dangerous legislation, and particularly because the EPA serves as a critical partner to our automakers during this very transformative time. No fear-mongering. People have choice, they will continue to have choice, and they will work with their dealers. But people do not have the choice of the air they breathe. The United States is poised through our manufacturing base to lead the world in innovation, safety, and clean technology. Not only does H.R. 4468 jeopardize public health and the environment, it hurts our economy and global competitiveness. Let us not cede technology to China. Let us create and develop and manufacture it here in the United States of America. So for this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would strike the language that blocks EPA regulations based on the limited availability of new motor vehicles. This amendment would restore the EPA's authority and responsibility to set science-based standards that protect our health and climate while supporting American innovation and leadership in the automotive and manufacturing sector. My amendment would ensure...
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Yield the gentlewoman another 30 seconds.
My amendment would ensure the EPA can continue to drive progress in reducing vehicle emissions and advancing clean transportation technology. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record.
Without objection.
And, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased now to recognize the gentleman and co-lead for this bill, gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 4468, the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales, or CARS Act, that I proudly co-led with Representative Walberg. This important legislation would prohibit the Biden administration's EPA from finalizing, implementing, administering, or enforcing its radical proposed rule that seeks to eliminate gas-powered vehicles. Additionally, the CARS Act would restrict the EPA's authority under the Clean Air Act to promulgate similar rules moving forward. Hallelujah! In April, President Biden's EPA proposed this radical rule that would set emission standards so high for light and medium-duty vehicles that auto manufacturers would be forced to produce a higher percentage of electric vehicles just to comply. This is a de facto electric vehicle mandate on the American people. With this rule's implementation, the EPA projects that EVs could account for as much as 67% of new light-duty vehicle sales by 2032, as compared to electric vehicle sales of only 6% last year. From assaulting the American people's Second Amendment liberties to the online censoring of free speech, the Biden administration is routinely abusing its power in order to further control Americans' everyday lives. With this new EPA rule, it's very clear that President Biden is now coming for our combustion engine car keys in his war against our personal freedoms. Restricting consumer choice in the name of the left's Green New Deal garbage agenda represents an illegitimate power grab that hardworking Americans simply cannot afford. One thing is clear, the American people, already burdened by soaring energy prices and record high inflation, cannot be further burdened by this disastrous EV mandate. I urge my colleagues to support the CARS Act, our common sense legislation
that would help save the American energy sector, both protect American consumers and auto manufacturers, and stop Biden's authoritarian government overreach in its tracks. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 3 minutes to the ranking member of our Commerce and Consumer Protection Subcommittee, Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois.
The congressman from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
So it is known that the transportation sector is responsible for the single largest greenhouse gas emissions, and I chose not to contribute to that. I am the proud owner of a Chevy Bolt, which is a very affordable all-electric vehicle, not one of the expensive ones that the Republicans like to talk about. It has zero emissions from the pipe, and it is a beautiful little car that most families could afford. And I would say that the legislation that has been proposed actually takes choice away from Americans, because it says that the EPA will not any longer have the authority to regulate the emissions that are allowed. This will save lives. This legislation that has been proposed is absolutely dangerous, and what we know is that if the EPA can conduct its mission, then we would see 7 billion tons of greenhouse gases would not be in the air. Lives would be saved. This legislation is so important, and the legislation that you have proposed would take away the right of Americans to have a safe environment and health. So we say that this legislation is going in absolutely the wrong direction, and we want to be sure that no one will vote for it, that we will protect the lives of Americans, the right of the mission of the Environmental Protection Agency, and that we will have a better world to live in. And that should be the right that is given to Americans, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have tremendous respect for my colleague that just spoke. I have to say, though, this idea that electric vehicles are emission-free is totally unfounded. In fact, it's totally false. All you got to do is look at where the raw materials come from, look at how China produces those materials, lots of emissions. So if the argument is legitimate that we're going to save lives here, we're going to cost lives over there because they are not concerned about the climate, they're not concerned about the environment, they're not concerned about the people that they use slave labor in many cases to try and harvest the materials that make these electric vehicles in the first place. And with that, I'm proud to recognize my friend and colleague from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, for 1 minute.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4468, the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales Act. Look, I support EVs, but this administration continues to push a rush to green agenda that prioritizes government mandates over the American people. And the American people have spoken through their shopping habits. EVs sit unsold on lots nearly twice as long as internal combustion engine vehicles due to a lack of charging infrastructure and high costs. On average, EVs cost $16,000 more than internal combustion engine vehicles. We all want to reduce emissions, but EVs are not the solution the administration says they are. The amount of raw materials in one long-range battery EV could instead be used to make 90 hybrid electric vehicles. The overall carbon reduction of those 90 hybrids over their lifetimes is 37 times as much as a single battery EV. Where are the raw materials developed? Mostly in China. Should we be dependent on them? Preserving consumer choice is critical to maintaining competition in the automotive markets and ensuring access to reliable and affordable cars for all Americans. You cannot force Americans to buy cars they do not want any more than you can force energy transitions that can't be accomplished. I yield.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 4468. I'm frustrated and disappointed, but not surprised to see my Republican colleagues bring yet another bill to the floor that puts polluters over people. Scientists continue to warn us that the world is on its way to get warmer and warmer and increase global warming temperatures. And if we want to avoid the worst climate changes, the worst disasters, we must reduce our air pollution. So why, when we know that the transportation sector is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, would we limit the Environmental Protection Agency's ability to carry out its authority to improve transportation emissions? And yet today's bill would kill our chances of getting on the right track and put us on the wrong track. Poor air quality and ever-worsening climate disasters are increasing. Our constituents are already facing these major problems all over our country. More than 45 million Americans, including many of my constituents, live within 300 feet of major roadways or corridors, which contribute directly to negative health effects like asthma, cardiovascular disease, and premature death. That's right, air pollution is a matter of life and death. Our work here in Congress will determine how livable our planet is, how our neighborhoods will be livable or not for generations to come. And today, my Republican colleagues have chosen to abandon a healthy and prosperous future for Americans and to choose big oil companies and their profits over people. This is reckless, and I urge a no vote on 4468. I wasn't here when my Republican colleagues were against Social Security, against Medicare, and now they're against making sure that we have a livable planet. Please vote no on H.R. 4468. Thank you.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we actually agree on some things with our Democrat colleagues. We agree that we ought to keep the environment clean, the air, the water, the land. But throwing money at it, like my Democrat colleagues are trying to do, is not the answer to the problem. This rule would result in lost middle-class jobs in the United States because we can't get new facilities and infrastructure even permitted to do these things under the current administration. Until that happens, America will be heavily reliant on China. And with that, I'm proud to recognize my colleague, the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Do we live in communist China? I mean, really, do we live in communist China? I can't believe it that the Biden administration, first they want to ban gas stoves, so we had to do legislation to prevent that. Now they want to ban 67% of the manufacturing of regular gas-powered cars by 2032. That's insane. You know, President Biden and my Democratic colleagues claim they're for the middle class. They always say that, oh, we're for the middle class. Well, no. They are not, because who can afford these electric cars? It's the people with a bunch of money. That's who can afford it, not the middle class, not the lower class. So I am in strong support of this bill to prohibit and prevent this radical regulation against common Americans, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to the ranking member of our subcommittee on oversight and investigations, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, and I thank the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for yielding the time. And just have to say, I had to come down to the floor to speak out strongly against the Republicans' pro-China bill. You all want to take, the Republican Party wants to take us backwards. They want to raise costs on American families, and in doing so, a lot of people ask why. Why would you attack American auto companies, American workers, Why would you work against the best interest of the American people, putting money back into their pockets? And it's become clear to me, serving here, especially this Congress this year, that my good friends on the GOP side are shills for polluters. And it is to the detriment of the people we represent back home. American workers and automakers have made huge innovations in the cars and trucks that we drive. And now electric vehicles are being built in America rather than China and other parts of the world. They are more energy efficient. They're fun to drive. That's why American demand for EVs has jumped about 350% over the past 2 years alone. U.S. electric vehicles have now zipped past a major milestone, 1 million battery electric vehicles sold in a single year. This year's sales suggest that a rising number of consumers are making that jump. Why? Because you don't have the maintenance cost, you don't have to stop at the gas station. We have a lot of work to do on electric vehicle charging, but it's been the Clean Air Act that has helped American innovators and our automakers and workers make our cars more fuel efficient over time. Now, with the historic Inflation Reduction Act passed by a Democratic-led Congress, signed by President Biden, we're bringing those manufacturers and the batteries and the assembly here in America. There are, it's been announced, $150 billion in investments across nearly 400 new facilities in U.S. electric vehicle and battery manufacturing in Ohio, in South Carolina, mostly in these red districts. This is a made in America moment, and we've got to reject these kind of take us backwards attempts offered by the Grand Oil Party, the GOP. Why do they do this? Because they are so tied to fossil fuels and gas and oil that they cannot see what lies ahead of us. And that means investing in America for a change. Having these manufactured here in America, not being worried about China eating our lunch. They're the ones that are trying to flood the EU market. Do you think our European allies want to buy Chinese-made vehicles? No, they want to buy American-made vehicles because they're our allies. Please vote against this pro-China GOP bill. Vote for America and vote no.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I again agree. Vote America. And I would urge my Democrat colleagues to remember that fossil fuels have raised more people around this planet, across the globe, out of poverty than any other fuel source on the planet. And America knows how to do that best. And with that, I yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague on Energy and Commerce, Mr. Pence from Indiana.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of my colleague's legislation, the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales Act. I'd like to thank my colleague, Congressman Walberg, for leading on this important legislation. After 3 years, it has become abundantly clear that the administration's approach is bad for my Hoosiers and bad for the nation. You can't create demand by forcing supply. EVs continue to pile up on dealer lots across the country and in my district. Almost daily, we hear of auto manufacturers that are tempering investor expectations because of underwhelming sales. The money's leaving. Simply put, people are not buying EVs. EPA's aggressive rule is a de facto mandate on Hoosiers to switch to EVs. This legislation would curb EPA's electrification or nothing approach and allow consumers to choose the best type of vehicle that fits the needs of their family. As I've repeatedly stated, this administration is fundamentally ignoring the reality of energy distribution.
Gentleman is recognized.
EVs may make sense for densely populated areas, but the lack of range and insufficient towing capacities do not meet the needs of rural Indiana's 6th District. The CARES Act will bring sensible policy back to the forefront and allow American innovation to lead the way to the next generation of transportation. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes now to a member of our committee, the gentleman from California, Dr. Ruiz.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 4 minutes.
Last week, the Department of Energy's Geothermal Technologies Office released the most comprehensive analysis to date, quantifying the domestic lithium resources in the Lithium Valley region, the Salton Sea region of Imperial Valley, also known as Lithium Valley in my district. The analysis found that Lithium Valley's total resources could produce enough lithium to manufacture over 375 million total electric vehicle batteries. This is more than the current amount of total cars currently on the roads in the United States today. Now, that's a lot of lithium. That's a lot of electric vehicles that'll lower the cost of electric vehicles for everyone in our nation. Lithium Valley is a great example of how domestic solutions exist for our domestic and global supply chains, and my Republican colleagues should be as excited about this analysis as I am. Given their critical mineral supply chain concerns, I would think this is welcome news. However, instead of focusing our efforts on how to best leverage this report to further our domestic lithium production, we are here debating a bill that will do the exact opposite and harm our domestic supply chain efforts. H.R. 4468, the Choice in Automobile Act, would prohibit the EPA from finalizing their proposed rule on multi-pollutant emission standards, drastically cutting into the development and production of domestic technological innovations like electric vehicles and battery manufacturing that our nation needs. So I strongly oppose this bill in its entirety. In addition to slowing down our country's ability to compete with China on electric vehicles in the global market, it is a direct attack on our nation's ability to curb vehicle emissions and help rural and marginalized communities in their own districts suffering from the highest pollutions. And my home state of California, and in particular, my district, California's 25th, has significant air pollution challenges. And as a physician, I have seen the public health impacts of air pollution firsthand. These consequences are serious and have very real bad effects on the lives of my constituents. From having to skip work to deal with air pollution, associated health challenges, to spending money on unexpected health care costs, my constituents are experiencing the negative impacts of air pollution every day. Recently, the American Thoracic Society released their latest Health of the Air report, which estimated that we can prevent over 21,000 deaths by cleaning up our air. And a major step in doing so is by reducing vehicle emissions, which this bill will not do. What we should be doing is following California's lead by taking concrete steps to reduce dangerous air pollution from transportation modality. Instead, this bill specifically punishes California for their efforts, and that is unacceptable. California has chosen to make the health of Californians a priority. This bill should do the same for all Americans. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this environmentally unfriendly, disastrous, polluter over people bill. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to recognize my friend and colleague from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Once again, we are seeing President Biden put green new priorities ahead of Pennsylvania families by proposing to eliminate gas-powered cars from our roads. The Biden administration is attempting to fundamentally change how Americans drive. The proposed rule from the EPA assumes that battery electric vehicles will make up 60% of new cars in 2030 and almost 2/3 by 2032. The basic facts show us that this assumption is simply wrong, and that attempting to ban the sale of internal combustion engine cars, internal combustion engine trucks, and internal combustion engine SUVs that families in Pennsylvania rely on is dangerous. This legislation is a vital part of stopping the Biden administration's far-left New Green Deal agenda from being implemented. In tandem with my legislation, the Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchases Act, the CARS Act would help to ensure that the Clean Air Act a 51-year-old piece of legislation is not manipulated to ban the sale of gas-powered vehicles. In the Energy and Commerce Committee, we've heard testimony from experts across the political spectrum, including members of the Biden administration, who say that transitioning to EVs would be costly and ineffective. Just this month, we've heard from more than 4,000 car dealers, including 70 from Pennsylvania, who say that transitioning to battery vehicles would be a disaster for drivers across our country. More than 95% of Americans use gas-powered vehicles. Demanding that they transition to battery electric vehicles in the next decade would be disastrous for our economy. It would be unsustainable for our electric grid, and it will be devastating to American families. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation and put a stop to President Biden's reckless use of agency rulemaking. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to a member of our committee, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 4468, the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales Act. I love my colleagues on the other side, but it's just disappointing that yet again another Republican messaging bill is coming to the floor intentionally to mislead and harm the American people. Even the United Auto Workers, who my colleagues say they're helping, say this bill seeks to inject American union-made vehicles as a wedge issue in the culture war. I want to remind my colleagues that, all right, some of you are young, some of us are seasoned, that it was years ago when gas prices went up, consumers wanted smaller cars, Japanese car makers were prepared, and our auto industry, domestic, was flat-footed. We weren't ready to build small cars, and we took a beating. And we cannot make that mistake again. We need to be ready to innovate, build these electric vehicles now, and do so in a competitive way. This bill is a blatant attack on the EPA and our ability and how we will and must compete in a global marketplace. It prevents the EPA from finalizing recently proposed new standards for light and medium-duty vehicles, which will save consumers up to $12,000 over the lifetime of their vehicle. It will also reduce fine particle pollution that harms our environment, but it leads to increased asthma attacks, heart attacks, strokes, lung cancer, and premature death. And I also want to be really clear. EPA is not imposing an electric vehicle mandate. EPA standards actually would expand vehicle choice by accelerating innovation in hybrid and fully electric vehicles and promote American manufacturing to keep us from relying on our adversaries. In total, EPA estimates that the net benefits of these standards would exceed $1 trillion. The bill we are debating today will have widespread harmful effects on the future of our auto industry. And what scares me the most is this is going to enable China even more to potentially lead the global EV transition. I ask my colleagues, are we going to help China do anything? I'm not. I will not cede American leadership to anyone. We cannot let future mobility be dictated to us by foreign competitors when we are the ones that put the world on wheels. We must continue to invest in our EV transition so we don't lose to China. And to my colleagues, I've talked to those dealers. May I have another 30 seconds?
Gentlewoman, I yield another 30 seconds.
The dealers aren't opposed to EV vehicles. There's a rulemaking, and the rulemaking needs to take their input into consideration. I'm a car girl. I was born one, raised one, worked in it. My district depends on it. Let's get serious. We need to get to work, and blocking our domestic auto industry from innovating is no way to lead. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased now to recognize my friend and colleague from Texas, Mr. Weber, for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, this crazy push to make EVs the only choice for U.S. car buyers without first building out our domestic supply chains for critical minerals is a recipe for dependence on China and, by extension, defaulting to China's filthy environmental practices. Aren't we already too beholden to China? It really stinks, but yes, we are. Moreover, Chinese EV companies have announced significant investments to manufacture EVs in Mexico, presumably to gain access to the North American car market. Why is the Biden White House hell-bent on shoving their EV mandates down Americans' throats? China's not our friend, Mr. Speaker, and unlike China's treatments of their very own citizens, we should not be dictating to Americans what they can or cannot drive. In America, we let consumers choose the car they drive. It's that simple. Even one of our speakers over there said she chose to drive an EV. I urge my colleagues to vote for this bill. I yield back.
This time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Levin.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 4468. This legislation is misguided and would take us backwards in combating climate change and air pollution. If I may offer some brief history from my home state. For much of the mid-20th century, California was plagued by smog. Thankfully, the Clean Air Act allowed California to establish stronger vehicle emission standards than those at the federal level. Standards like those in my home state empowered the auto industry to produce better, cleaner cars, which expanded American manufacturing and reduced our reliance on foreign oil. These standards were a win for consumers, for our domestic auto industry, and for meeting our air quality and climate goals. But H.R. 4468 would erase the decades of progress we'd made by blocking EPA from reducing air and climate pollution. In fact, the only party that would benefit from rolling back EPA's efforts to slash air pollution is the fossil fuel industry. This bill isn't based in science, and it fails to recognize the climate impacts our constituents are already feeling. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize my friend and colleague from Georgia, Mr. Allen, for 1.5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 90 seconds.
I think the gentleman, Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 4468, the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales or CARS Act. American people shouldn't be told by unelected bureaucrats which car best suits their needs and the needs of their families. But the Biden administration is seeking to do this through some backdoor policy aim at taking gas-powered engines off the market. Let me be clear, this is not about anti-electric vehicle. This is about being pro-consumer choice. Demand should be driven by consumer preferences and budgets. So let's look at the facts. According to a report from Alliance for Automotive Innovation, gasoline-powered cars and trucks represented 93% of all new vehicle sales in 2022. And according to the Congressional Budget Office projections, electric vehicles will only account for 30 to 56% of new car sales in 2032. Even with the outrageous incentives for electric vehicles, which are being subsidized by taxpayers, included in President Biden's so-called Inflation Reduction Act, this falls well short of EPA's goal of 2/3 of new car sales being electric vehicles. No matter how much the government floods the market with requirements to squeeze out internal combustion engines and require electric vehicles, if consumers don't want to buy the cars, they should not be forced to do so. The CARS Act would stop the EPA's current light and medium-duty vehicle regulations and instead allow consumers and the market to determine the cars and engine technology needed and save billions of taxpayer subsidies. I urge support of the bill and the Consumer Choice Act, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute now to the gentleman from California, Mr. Tagano.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 4468. House Republicans' latest attempt to undermine climate change action by the Biden administration and dismiss the high risks presented by air pollution for communities like mine. My district falls within the South Coast Air Basin, which has the worst air pollution in the entire country. Inland Empire residents have higher levels of cardiovascular disease, childhood asthma, and other respiratory diseases compared to the national average as a result. The EPA's proposed rule, which this bill would inhibit, reduces car emissions, drives innovation of clean technology, and improves public health in my district and across the country. My constituents deserve to breathe clean air and live healthy lives. We should all support EPA's efforts to address health disparities and combat climate change. I implore my colleagues to vote against this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to recognize my friend, colleague, and neighbor in my district, Mr. Balderson from Ohio, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4468, the CARS Act. President Biden has made it clear since day one that he will use the full weight and power of his office to push a radical climate agenda at the expense of consumer choice and American energy security. His Rush to Green agenda, drawn up and enforced by Washington bureaucrats, pushes for a one-size-fits-all approach to vehicle purchases. The Biden administration's standards would mandate that 2/3 of all new vehicles sold by 2032 be electric. The standards strong-arms manufacturers into building cars that simply do not reflect market demand. In fact, last month, nearly 4,000 car dealers from all 50 states joined a letter to President Biden urging him to slow down the EPA's proposed rule. And just last week, Consumer Reports released a survey showing that electric vehicles proved far less reliable than internal combustion engine counterparts. The survey found that EV model years 2021 through 2023 encountered nearly 80% more problems compared to the conventional vehicles. It's no wonder Ford and GM recently announced they are cutting back investments in EV production and reassessing their EV production goals for the first half of 2024. The American people just aren't buying them. Furthermore, the EPA's rule, if implemented, will increase the strain on our electric grid at a time when misguided state and federal energy policies are already driving power plants to retirement. With the passage of this legislation today, we can reaffirm our support of the free market and consumer choice. I encourage my colleagues to vote in support of the CARES Act today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute now to the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. As a former member of the California Air Resources Board, having been a Republican appointee by Governor Pete Wilson and having served under 2 Republicans and 1 Democratic governor, I have seen the modeling firsthand to know the importance of reducing our transportation emissions. It's through this lens that I strongly oppose H.R. 4468. This bill would not only prevent the EPA from implementing its newest and strongest emission standards, but it would also block EPA from finalizing vehicle emission standards that indirectly result in the phasing out of any specific engine technology, which could deal a fatal blow to innovation in the deployment of alternative fuel energies, including electric vehicles. EPA's proposed standards that this bill would eliminate reduces 7.3 billion metric tons of carbon pollution and 15,000 tons of particulate matter pollution, which would provide between $63 and $280 billion in health benefits to Americans. I strongly oppose this bill and partisan efforts to thwart EV development and hinder emissions reductions, and I yield back.
Time has expired. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of this bill because American consumers are directly impacted by the cost of vehicles. Unfortunately, the EPA is trying to force Americans into only being able to pick from some of the most expensive vehicles on the market, electric vehicles. The ENC committee received testimony in April that the average price of an EV is $13,000 more than the average price of an internal combustion engine vehicle. The Detroit News editorial board reported last week that the new average EV list price was 28% higher than a gasoline vehicle last month, according to Cars Gurus. In addition, insurance for an EV is also $44 more expensive per month versus $528 more expensive per year than insurance for gas-powered cars. And EVs are much more expensive to fix in the case of an accident, more than 50% more, according to Forbes. The price of a vehicle is incredibly important to my constituents and those of my colleagues because access to a car is tied to improved economic outcomes for low-income households. I urge support of this bill to preserve affordable vehicle choices for Americans, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield now 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone, for your leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 4468. I've listened as the party that is actively trying to strip away Americans' personal freedoms and rights is disguising its anti-science, anti-climate legislation as protecting choice and personal freedom. That's rich. House Republicans are putting polluters over people, yet again prioritizing special interests over the health and well-being of Americans. This deeply harmful bill would undermine the EPA's authority to finalize proposed emission standards and prevent the agency from taking future action to protect the public from dangerous air pollution. Their opposition to the rule has very real impacts for historically marginalized environmental justice communities, most often low-income communities of color, many of which I represent, who live near the roadways. We know greenhouse gas emissions and other pollutants can cause a host of adverse public health impacts, including higher rates of cancer, respiratory illness, and preterm births, which is why we cannot stand by while House Republicans work to curtail the EPA's authority. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this irresponsible bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Fulcher.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The EPA is forcing electric vehicles upon Americans by using a tailpipe emissions rule designed to phase out vehicles with internal combustion engines. In so doing, the EPA imposes an unwise restrictive policy and eliminates consumer choice. The Clean Air Act directs the EPA to reduce pollutant emissions from vehicles themselves. However, electric vehicles are entirely separate products. They are not emission control devices like catalytic converters in combustion engine cars. By setting emission standards at a stringent rate, the EPA is essentially mandating substitution of a different product to comply with tailpipe standards. This goes beyond existing authority and tries to circumvent congressional powers, and that's illegal. Instead of ripping away consumer choice, the EPA should do its job and stop enforcing irrelevant rules to meet political objectives. Those in favor of the EPA's rules here use the term sound science. Well, cutting off vehicles that have shown tremendous improvements in efficiency with less emissions is denying scientific gains. What would actually help Americans is driving lower fuel prices through domestic production with reliable baseload energy sources like nuclear, hydro, geothermal, natural gas, clean-burning coal. We need to stop attempting to control what vehicle drivers can purchase instead of focusing on what the people elected them to do. We need to protect people's rights and choices. Pass H.R. 4468, the CARS Act. I yield back.
Back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask how much time remains on each side?
Gentleman from New Jersey has 2.5 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Ohio has 6.5 minutes remaining.
I'll continue to reserve because I know
Gentleman from
you
New
have more
Jersey reserves.
speakers.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend, outstanding member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pfluger from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Speaker, if this was a Jeopardy game, it would be called Here We Go Again for 1,000. You know, you look at what the EPA has done to overreach. We're talking hundreds of proposed rules that they've overreached on, telling the American public what they can and can't do. You know, Mr. Speaker, if it were allowed under House rules, I'd address the gallery and I'd ask the gallery, raise your hand if you like the fact that the President of the United States is going to tell you what kind of vehicle you can and cannot drive. It's not necessarily allowed under House rules, but I'm guessing, because my district doesn't like it, that most Americans don't like it either. Today, we're going to stop the EPA from outlawing gas-powered vehicles. The CARS Act places a critical stop sign on this failed path towards forcing all Americans to own electric vehicles. And not only does this legislation prohibit the EPA from enforcing a ban, but it also acknowledges the abuse that the EPA has done. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Walberg. And yet again, the Energy and Commerce Committee is leading the way to energy dominance and allowing Americans to make their own choices that they very much need to be able to make. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Members are reminded to refrain from referencing occupants in the gallery. The gentleman from Ohio reserves, gentleman from New Jersey.
I'll continue to reserve
gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber. What? Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte from California.
Well, gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 4468, the Choice in Automotive Retail Sales Act. A few months ago, the EPA proposed a new rule that would effectively require the vast majority of automobiles sold in the United States to be electric within just a few years. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have nothing against electric vehicles, but I feel very strongly that American families should be empowered to choose the vehicle that best meets their needs, rather than having their government make that decision for them. Mr. Speaker, I represent over 100,000 people who commute from my rural California district back and forth into Los Angeles every single day. For those people, an electric vehicle is not only unaffordable, it is also impractical. Preserving their ability to make their own choice on this issue also preserves the market forces that incentivize manufacturers to continue to lower the cost of electric vehicles and increase their quality. Mr. Speaker, that is good not only for families, but also for the environment. That's why I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
Exactly.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am now proud to recognize the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4468, the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales Act. The out-of-touch, government-dictated EV mandates pushed by this administration are an attack on our way of life in northern Minnesota and across this country. Many of my constituents not only can't afford an EV, they don't want to purchase an EV because they are not compatible with our daily lives. How are we supposed to reliably drive an EV when its battery has the potential to lose 50% of its range in Minnesota's sub-zero temperatures? And we can't forget that the critical minerals used to make these EVs are sourced from Chinese Communist Party-controlled mines in places like the Congo and Indonesia. Mines that have zero environmental standards, mines that have zero labor standards, and mines that use child slave labor. Thanks to this administration's refusal to support responsible domestic mining, their EV mandate will only increase our reliance on the Chinese Communist Party for critical minerals. Mr. Chair, I want to remind you and others, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, the biggest copper-nickel find is in northern Minnesota, the Duluth Complex. 95% of our nickel reserve, over 88% of our cobalt, a third of our copper and other platinum group metals that help make electric vehicles. And this administration just pulled the leases. I urge adoption of this Bill 4468, and I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time is remaining?
Gentleman has 3 minutes remaining. Gentleman from New Jersey has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, an auto dealer, Mr. Williams.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4468, and in full disclosure, I am a car dealer. I am, frankly, the expert in the room. This legislation would stop the EPA from implementing a rule as an attack on hardworking Americans, and if implemented, would decimate small businesses and wreak havoc on the pocketbooks of families. As chairman of the House Committee on Small Business, an owner and operator and expert in car dealerships in Texas for over 52 years, I have seen firsthand the impact that overregulation can have on small businesses. Competition drives my industry, not government innovations. And by the way, no one wants to buy an EV vehicle. We are a country of competition, of risk and reward, and the federal government should not be in the car business. We must allow individuals to choose the vehicle that best suits their needs, not the government or Joe Biden. The EPA's proposed rule would have heightened impact on hardworking American families with an estimated increase in costs from maintenance to interest costs to lack of equity. It is clear President Biden and his EPA are out of touch with the American people by ignoring out-of-control inflation while pushing a green energy bailout. The customer is getting hammered again, and your local car dealer is getting hammered again. The proposed rule would also increase our dependency on China, something the administration seems determined to ensure happens. I urge my colleagues to stand with the American people and Main Street America and vote in favor of H.R. 4468. In God we trust. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. I'll.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. You know, the amazing thing to me is that today during the debate, I heard very little statements on the part of the Republicans about clean air. This is all about the Clean Air Act and the fact that the EPA is trying to set standards that will eliminate pollution and make it easier for people to breathe and not be negatively impacted by pollution that's in the air. And what the Republicans want to do is gut the Clean Air Act so those standards cannot be put in place. Now, they also mention China, constantly, China, over and over again. The fact of the matter is that with this bill, they would be putting China in charge. China is the country in Beijing that imposes the mandates. What the EPA does is basically say, in order to achieve cleaner air, we are saying to the car manufacturers they have to do certain things, but they still have the choice of what kind of vehicles, whether it be a hybrid, an electric vehicle, a gasoline combustion vehicle. All those vehicles are still going to be available, we're still going to be manufactured. It's just that they're going to have less or no emissions, and the air will be cleaner for Americans to breathe. Now, the ultimate thing is when the Republicans talk about the workers and the jobs. Well, the fact of the matter is the United Auto Workers, which represents most of the car makers, or all of them as far as I know, they are opposed to this bill. And the reason for their opposition is because they want to continue to manufacture cars. They don't want China to continue to innovate and essentially start to corner the world market on electric vehicles or even other vehicles. And if that happens, the number of jobs here in the United States will be diminished. They're saying we oppose this bill because we want to create more cars and we want to create more jobs and we want the United States to continue to be the leader. So for all these reasons, for cleaner air, to keep American leadership above any competition with China, to make sure there continue to be choices with the cars that you buy through your manufacturers. All these reasons are there to oppose this bill. I urge my colleagues to strongly oppose this bill, which I think is going to take away the American leadership in car manufacturing and innovation and so many other things. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield to my friend and colleague from California to close, Mr. LaMalfa.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Appreciate it. What it really is boiling down to is choice for Americans, affordable choices. And so just because we want to be part of this green agenda here, constantly crying about climate change, doesn't mean it's going to be good for Americans. These mandates, for example, on trucks will add 16,000 pounds of weight that is no longer part of the cargo capacity for trucks. On automobiles, it's adding about $13,000 to the price of a car. Little credit has been given for how efficient and clean the internal combustion engines runs these days. This is all a big CO2 scam. As I remind you, CO2 is only 0.04% of our atmosphere. So let's go back in the direction of allowing people to have choices of the best manufactured cars that come right here in America instead of giving it over to China, which is what will happen on the mined products, on the labor, so many other things. Americans can figure out what they like. We certainly need California mandates that have already failed in the past, and the federal government dictating to them on what their choices are in driving. So this is a good, righteous bill, 4468. Let's support that and help people continue to have their choices they want in this country and not be mandated by Congress or certainly California. I yield back to my colleague.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
That was our close, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
I yield.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate on the bill has expired. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part A of House Report 118-298. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise as the designee of the gentlewoman from Washington, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-298, offered by Mr. Johnson of Ohio.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 906, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the CARS Act is to permit Americans, not the executive branch of the federal government, to continue deciding what type of car makes the most sense for them. The purpose is not to reopen decades-old requirements that Americans have become accustomed to with their cars and manufacturers consider to be standard, whether it's the catalytic converter or the onboard diagnostic system, especially because those regulations were not trying to do away with the engine type, just address the most harmful pollution coming from that car. Rather than creating any confusion for EPA, automakers, or the public, or leading to unintended consequences or unnecessary litigation, this amendment sets a limit on how far back in time the provisions of H.R. 4468 apply. Instead of applying to any regulation ever issued in the history of the authority provided under Clean Air Act Section 202A, the manager's amendment caps the retroactivity of the bill's provisions to Section 202A regulations, including revisions proposed or prescribed on or after January 1st, 2021. By adding this date, the legislation focuses on pushing back on regulations that would have the federal government and not Americans decide what kinds of cars they should be able to drive. For over 100 years, Americans have been free to buy their own mode of transportation based upon what is available, reliable, affordable, and functional for their lives. Quite frankly, it was because of these criteria that electric vehicles never took off with American consumers, but the Model T did. The Congressional Budget Office has concluded that adopting this amendment would have an insignificant net effect on the deficit. I urge all members to support the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this amendment would revise the look-back provisions or the look-back portion of the bill that requires EPA to revise all previous regulations to conform with the bill's vague metrics on limiting availability of vehicles. Now, this amendment would shorten this period to only apply to rules finalized under the Biden administration. So please understand, what they're doing here is saying that the only thing we're going to revoke, essentially, are the rules that were finalized under President Biden. I mean, nothing could be clearer that this amendment is based on politics and not policy by limiting it or the revocation of the to the Biden administration. This amendment does not improve the legislation in any way. It fails to address the fundamental problems with the underlying bill. The amendment is essentially trying to go back in time to the failed policies of the Trump EPA. And we would literally be moving backwards in our efforts to address the climate crisis and decarbonize the transportation sector and trying to eliminate pollution that affects Americans. The amendment doesn't address any of the concerns that my Republican colleagues claim to have about electric vehicles. This amendment simply doubles down on Republicans' attacks on EPA's authority, public health, and regulatory certainty. It does absolutely nothing to support our domestic vehicle manufacturing industry, like boost American competitiveness, counter China, or strengthen our economy. So this is just blatantly political, and I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment as well as the underlying bill. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close. If the gentleman would like to close, I'll reserve.
Has the only time remaining.
I'll reserve.
From Ohio has the only time remaining.
Okay. All right. Well, good. Yeah. Let's look at what we've heard today. If we want to help America's auto workers, then let's keep them on the job. It takes a lot less labor to make electric vehicles than it does to make combustion engine vehicles. If we want to protect the environment, then let's keep China from doing all the mining and refining of the rare earth minerals and critical materials and supply chain that we actually need to make electric vehicles here in America. If we want to stop supporting China rather than buy Chinese cars, which is where this is ultimately going to go to if we continue down this road, let's permit mining and refining of critical materials right here in America. So when we do make electric vehicles and we give the American people a choice about purchasing those vehicles, they're made with American materials, mined and refined in America by American workers rather than putting money in the pockets of the Chinese Communist Party. So, Mr. Speaker, I just urge my colleagues to think about the future of what it looks like. The day will come, if we don't rein in the EPA's egregious rule mandating electric vehicles. And let me remind you, Republicans are not opposed to electric vehicles. I have a lot of friends that own electric vehicles. Not very many of them live in Appalachia, rural communities where they're impractical and unaffordable. But if we want to empower the American people with choice, then we need to roll back this EV mandate, because the day will come when the only choice that they will have is to buy a car that is manufactured in China, by China, because that's the only thing that's going to be available. Because we can't get permits here in America to do our mining and refining of those critical materials. China has already sent signals that they are going to start, and have already started, withholding those critical materials that we need to make electric vehicles. So the Chinese are setting a trap. God forbid if we let the Biden administration force us to fall into that trap. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 4468, the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales Act. I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the bill and on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson. The question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker.
The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to prohibit the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing a proposed rule with respect to emissions from vehicles and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 4468 is postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Resolution 906, I call up Bill H.R. 5.
Lady will suspend. Does the gentlewoman have a general leave request?
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection. Pursuant to the House Resolution 906 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 5933. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 5933, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to require additional information and disclosures of foreign gifts and contracts from foreign sources, restrict contracts with certain foreign entities and foreign countries of concern, require certain staff and faculty to report foreign gifts and contracts, and require disclosure of certain foreign investments within endowments.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will have 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of the Deterrent Act, H.R. 5933. The Republican Transparency and Accountability agenda is on the march, and the Committee on Education and the Workforce has set its sights on post-secondary education. We delivered the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, a bill to ensure Title IX funding doesn't go to athletic programs which disadvantage young women. Just yesterday, we conducted oversight of anti-Semitism on campus during a contentious hearing with Ivy League presidents. Now we're considering the Deterrent Act, a bill that restores transparency and accountability in foreign donations to American universities. The Deterrent Act strengthens Section 117 of the Higher Education Act, which was intended to protect American universities from nefarious foreign donations. Unfortunately, many schools fail to report these foreign gifts and funding, leaving foreign actors with a stranglehold on U.S. academic institutions. A 2019 Senate report found that up to 70% of universities failed to comply with the law, and outside experts uncovered nearly $13 billion in previously undisclosed foreign funds. Of course, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Without transparency, we have no idea the true amount of foreign funds at our universities. This legislation safeguards our national security in 5 key ways. First, the bill lowers the minimum foreign gift reporting threshold to $50,000 from its current $250,000. For countries of concern, every penny must be reported. Second, the bill closes loopholes that allow foreign entities to hide the true origin or purpose of their gifts. Every disclosure must include the intended purpose, dates, and person at the institution responsible for accepting the gift. Third, the Deterrent Act requires that research faculty at our largest research universities disclose foreign gifts and contracts publicly so the American people can see if academic work is compromised. Fourth, it reveals foreign investments by the endowments of our largest private universities. Finally, it sets real, meaningful penalties for universities that fail to comply. Foreign influence is not something our schools should take lightly. I'm proud of my Republican colleague, Representative Michelle Steele, for introducing this fantastic piece of legislation, and the Committee on Education and the Workforce is proud to deliver yet another win for transparency, for accountability, and for the American people. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 5933 and yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Defending Education Transparency and Ending Rogue Regimes Engaging in Nefarious Transactions, or Deterrent Act, is before us today. Historically, collaborations with global partners and careful federal investments in research have enabled our universities and colleges and universities to make bold, forward-thinking strides in health science and technology for people around the world. Additionally, institutions have collaborated with the U.S. government to enhance our research by attracting and retaining researchers and scholars from across the world. These partnerships help drive intellectual and campus diversity, strengthen inner workings of our economy, and give us an undeniable competitive edge. Institutions, however, must be transparent about resources they receive from foreign entities, particularly as the federal government invests nearly $30 billion annually in our higher education research and development efforts. And some colleges and universities, unfortunately, have not complied with all of their responsibilities in those disclosures. Regrettably, H.R. 5933 does nothing to meaningfully protect research security at colleges and universities. For example, colleges must report any gift from a representative of a, quote, country of concern, no matter the value, even a cup of coffee. Faculty's information is then shared in a publicly searchable database, regardless of whether the action was nefarious or not. This is excessive and burdensome, to say nothing about the potential discriminatory effect that it would disincentivize universities from conducting critical research using collaborative partners from around the world. It would force them to deviate from established compliance and reporting guidelines under Section 117 of the Higher Education Act. Schools are already grappling with recruiting and retaining students and scholars, and if passed, H.R. 5933 will stall decades of innovative progress and jeopardize global research initiatives. Students and faculties are already calling on Congress to improve our higher education system and address discrimination on campus. However, certain provisions of this bill would only exacerbate the ongoing culture wars that have consumed my colleagues in Congress. For example, the legislation singles out partnerships with certain countries, targeting researchers based solely on their nationality. And I've said before, we can achieve accountability and compliance without contributing to anti-Asian, anti-Semitic, or Islamophobic animosity. As I've offered a thoughtful alternative to improve Section 117 compliance and support institutions as they evaluate and implement their research integrity and foreign influence policies, and that alternative will be offered during the amendment process. This amendment builds on the CHIPS and Science Act and the Presidential Memorandum on Government-Supported Research and Development National Security Policy Guidelines, and specifically it allows reporting requirements that with those federal agencies and requires the Secretary of Education to go through negotiated rulemaking to address key implementation aspects of Section 117. We must take targeted and thoughtful steps to protect our research and development initiatives without jeopardizing our global partnerships that will benefit us all. So thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Representative Michelle Steele.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Dr. Fox. Actually, this has nothing to do with the anti-Asian bill. This is my bill, and we want to protect our children from these propaganda. Yesterday, before the Education and Workforce Committee and the entire world, leaders of 3 of our nation's most prestigious universities failed to demonstrate the most basic levels of humanity when discussing anti-Semitism on campus. Make no mistake, their lack of moral clarity shows exactly what happens when we permit hostile foreign actors like Qatar, Iran, and Communist China to buy influence on our college campuses. When they give money without return, actually there is no such thing as a free lunch. That is why today I'm offering a legislative solution to crack down on this crisis in our higher education system. And that is why I rise today to urge support and passage of the Deterrent Act. Justice Brandeis once said sunlight is the best disinfectant. As we saw yesterday, our college campuses are infected. The Deterrent Act brings desperately needed sunlight by strengthening transparency and disclosure requirements under Section 117 of the Higher Education Act of 1965. While the previous administration reinvigorated the use of this tool, the current administration has repeatedly downplayed the threat of foreign actors and failed to take meaningful steps to protect our students, research, and national security. If the president will not act, Congress must. The Deterrent Act has 3 pillars to strengthen Section 117. The first pillar brings much needed transparency. Foreign adversaries look for any loophole to hide their intentions. This is especially true for states that pose the greatest threats to our nation, like Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. The Deterrent Act eliminates these loopholes by lowering the foreign gifts reporting threshold from $250,000, $50,000 for all foreign donors and eliminating the threshold entirely for those from countries of concern. The bill also requires the disclosures include detailed information about the foreign source, the intent of the gift, and the complete text of any contracts with the concerning entities. The second pillar of my bill establishes accountability. For too long, schools have adopted the take the money first, ask questions later approach to billions of dollars of foreign funds. As reporting and congressional oversight revealed, in the case of UC Berkeley, in my home state of California, these problematic relationships are often discovered years after the fact when the damage has already been done. Requiring timely transparency for institutions receiving foreign funds means ensuring the penalties for non-reporting are more than a slap on the wrist. The Deterrent Act institutes a progressive fine schedule culminating in the loss of Title IV funding for non-compliant universities. The bill also sets up an institutional point of contact, so institutions cannot use the faceless bureaucracy to claim ignorance of unreported foreign funds on their campuses. The third and final pillar of the Deterrent Act is clarity. The Deterrent Act streamlines the bureaucratic reporting process and aligns Section 117 with other laws. It shifts the reporting schedule from a biannual to annual basis, using reporting threshold from existing law to avoid confusion. It improves communication between the Department of Education and institutions by mandating a point of contact on Section 117 for institutions to utilize at the department. It also requires periodic meetings between the department and institutions to discuss improvements to online reporting. Section 117 has not been updated in more than 30 years. These reforms are long overdue. The Deterrent Act is a common sense bill that adds transparency, accountability, and clarity to Section 117. That's why it passed the Education and Workforce Committee in a bipartisan vote. Let's protect our students from those propaganda. I urge every member of this body to vote yes on the Deterrent Act. I yield my balance of the time.
I reserve. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I just want to quote from a letter we received from the Asian American Scholar Forum in terms of the effect this bill would have on Asian American researchers. It's a long letter, but one paragraph I'll read. The Deterrent Act would further chill participation in research by signaling to researchers and institutions that scientific collaboration is discouraged and effectively deter academic institutions and scholars from engaging with Chinese American and immigrant colleagues and peers out of fear of punishment or heightened scrutiny. The Deterrent Act's definition of a foreign source includes not just individuals overseas, but those with lawful immigration status in the United States who are not U.S. citizens or nationals. As a practical matter, the Deterrent Act would force scholars and researchers to scrutinize the immigration status of potential collaborators and would deter them from collaboration with individuals who may be perceived as immigrants. Moreover, many scholars would not have access to private information, such as the immigration status of their peers, making this practically a difficult or impossible requirement for faculty, scholars, and researchers to meet. Additionally, the reporting requirement for contracts of no monetary value as it pertains to foreign entities or countries of concern as defined by the Deterrent Act would significantly chill even normal everyday communications as it may be perceived as an agreement. This would obviously have a chilling effect, and that's why one of the reasons we're opposing the Deterrent Act. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Good.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the Deterrent Act, and I urge all members to vote for this bill. Education is a battleground for influence, and it seems that foreign countries understand this better than some members of this Congress. On our watch, the federal government doles out billions in taxpayer dollars to fund expensive degrees that empower an anti-American agenda, while these woke universities secretly collect checks from hostile nations and watch their endowments grow and grow. The Deterrent Act strengthens existing law requiring colleges to publicly report gifts and contracts with foreign countries. Under the Deterrent Act, this information will be publicly available on a searchable database because taxpayers, parents, and students deserve to see who is buying the opportunity to influence the next generation of Americans. The Deterrent Act will further expose the disturbing data that has recently come to light. At least 200 American colleges declined to report a total of $13 billion in contributions from authoritarian countries like Qatar, China, and Saudi Arabia. But for some reason, the Biden administration has halted many of the existing investigations of reporting violations and has declined to enforce current law. Why would that be? Could it have something to do with the $14 million donated to the Penn Biden Center from unnamed contributors in China? The Biden administration minimizes it, and universities try to hide it, but the American people are suffering the effects of foreign influence. Just yesterday, in the Education and Workforce Committee, the presidents of Harvard, Penn, and MIT defended the influence Hamas has on our campuses and our students across this country. The number one donor of these undisclosed funds, Qatar, is a country who says that Israel alone is responsible for the attacks by Hamas, and even houses an office for the Hamas leader in its capital city. International partnerships can be beneficial for universities, but should not come at the cost of our national security, our intellectual property, academic freedom, or the perpetuation of our American values. I support passage of the Deterrent Act to ensure greater transparency regarding who is funding our colleges and universities, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
I'll reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the letter from the Asian American Scholars Forum, from which I quoted, be entered into the record.
The request is covered by Genderly.
Thank you. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Representative Bean.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Fox. Mr. Speaker, we've got a problem. Today, America's education system is being purchased and manipulated by foreign nations. Since 2013, we know about $12 billion has flooded in from foreign sources to U.S. colleges, and outside experts say billions more in foreign funds could have been underreported. Foreign nations are pumping money into our higher education systems, and these nations are not our friends. This means our enemies are funding our colleges and universities, and make no mistake, every dollar that flows into our classrooms comes with strings attached. By accepting these foreign funds, our colleges and universities are importing toxic hatred straight from the dogma of our nation's enemies into our classrooms, and the results speak for themselves, as we saw in Chair Fox's committee yesterday. Rampant anti-Semitism, censorship, disdain for our U.S. Constitution, our founding fathers, and our American way of life. This is what happens when institutions of higher learning accept the Trojan horse of foreign funding. This blatant attempt to inject foreign ideologies into our schools undermines the fundamental purpose of American education. It goes without saying, we should be teaching American values in American schools. As a proud co-sponsor of Representative Steele's bill, H.R. 5933, the Deterrent Act, I look forward today to supporting this timely legislation, which will provide much-needed transparency in foreign funding in schools and reporting requirements. As we say in Florida, let the sun shine in. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. America's institution of higher learning are not for sale. Thank you. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Representative Owens.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair. I proudly rise today in support of Congresswoman Steele's Deterrent Act. The world is on fire. Evil is spreading globally, and we cannot permit American colleges and universities to be compromised. Our adversaries are determined to subvert our national interests, and today's modern battleground now includes American college campuses. When America higher ed administrators accept financial incentives and gifts from adversarial regimes, it sends a clear message that influence on campuses are for sale and American universities are open for business. Simply put, this is profit over patriotism, and I will go further and call it anti-American. It's important to understand that when our universities receive millions from countries that are antithetical to American values, there are strings attached. Under Section 117 of the Higher Education Act, colleges and universities must disclose any foreign funding to the institution exceeding $250,000. And yet, in 2019, a Senate report found that 70% of these colleges chose to evade, hide, and cheat to avoid compliance with this law. Only 30% of administrators overseeing our educational institutions deemed it important to follow the law put in place by Congress with oversight authority. This is incredibly concerning, and it must come to an end. I'm proud that my bill, Reporting on Investments in Foreign Adversaries Act, RIFA, was included in Congresswoman Seal's landmark legislation. This is the latest step to hold private industries accountable for their financial partnerships with foreign countries and entities hostile to the United States. This is a disturbing lack of accountability for private institutions with endowments funded by foreign countries. Many of these countries seek nefarious influence within American universities, which undermine our national security. By bribing American academic institutions with billions of dollars, our adversaries corrode the minds of American students with anti-American and pro-Marxist propaganda. This poses a threat to our national security, research and development efforts, intellectual property, and academic freedom as a whole. The manipulation of our children on American soil.
I'll give the gentleman another 30 seconds.
Thank
Gentleman
you
is
so
recognized.
much. Paid for by American taxpayers is unacceptable. For the sake of our republic and millions of taxpayer Americans, we demand a higher standard for full transparency and more accountability for college administrators who are complicit. We cannot be satisfied with anything less. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on the Deterrent Act. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, despite my colleagues' claims, the Deterrent Act would only burden colleges and universities and jeopardize their global partnerships while doing nothing to help them comply with existing compliance and reporting guidelines. House Democrats tried several times to ensure that the legislation includes attainable common sense provisions for these institutions. For example, in committee, I offered an amendment to build on the CHIPS and Science Act and the Presidential Memorandum on Government-Supported Research and Develop National Security Policy Guidelines, aligning reporting requirements precisely to those the federal agencies that are already reporting with the Department of Education, and requiring the Department of Education to go through negotiated rulemaking to conform those reporting requirements. Unfortunately, the Republican majority did not agree to it. Mr. Chairman, Democrats are committed to helping institutions comply with the law, but we must always strike a balance between enforcing the law and fostering safe campuses for students, scholars, and faculty. Regrettably, the legislation before us does nothing to achieve that goal. It would only drive deeper wedges into higher education system at the expense of students, faculty, and our country's global innovative efforts. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated from that letter from the Asian American Scholar Forum, they said, as a practical matter, the Deterrent Act would force scholars and researchers to scrutinize immigration status of potential collaborators and would deter them from collaborating with individuals who may be perceived to be immigrants, and the zero limit on monetary value for gifts, quote, would significantly chill even normal everyday communications. So I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 5933 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. As we all know, public confidence in American universities is in a free fall. According to Gallup, it's dropped almost 3 percentage points a year on average over the last 8 years. The crisis of confidence is multifaceted. Parts tuition costs, sinking return on investment, and soaring debt. To each of the issues plaguing modern universities, the answer is restoring the principles of transparency and accountability. Yes, passing this legislation would send a strong message to our foreign adversaries, but more importantly, it will send a strong message to our constituents. We are good stewards of your votes. While I know we cannot restore public trust in the university system overnight, requiring a basic level of transparency in foreign donations and accountability from universities is a great first step. With that, I urge a yes vote on the Deterrent Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature and of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as an original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118298. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to the demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118298. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-298, offered by Ms. Fox of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 906, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment makes technical edits to the underlying bill while also clarifying certain language on gifts, enforcement, and the timeline for the subsequent Government Accountability Office, GAO, study. The Deterrent Act includes common sense disclosure exemptions for industrial and intellectual property rights, except when they involve national security. My amendment clarifies the definition for intellectual property of national security concern by citing the existing Commerce Control List, which includes categories such as chemicals, avionics, and aerospace. If a transaction with foreign nations involves these sensitive industries, it should be disclosed. Chronic noncompliance of Section 117 is the central motivation for this bill. So my amendment also includes language to ensure the Secretary follows the law and brings civil action against non-compliant entities. This means even a recalcitrant administration, like the Biden administration, would have to treat non-compliance with the seriousness it deserves. Lastly, my amendment adds language requested by the GAO to help it effectively measure the implementation and interagency coordination of provisions in the Deterrent Act. Communication is key to combat malign foreign influence, and the GAO study will identify ways to improve that communication and coordination. With this amendment's simplistic nature, I hope for its easy passage, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia?
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Does the gentleman seek time in opposition?
I'd seek time in opposition and ask unanimous consent to speak in opposition, although I'm not opposed.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this appears to be technical and clarifying, and that's always a good thing, and I would hope we'd adopt the amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding and supporting this very technical amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-298. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-298, offered by Mr. Carey of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 906, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Carey, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of my amendment and the underlining bill, the Deterrent Act. Foreign influence on our universities and colleges is a serious threat, and I am concerned foreign adversaries are targeting our nation's students. The Deterrent Act ensures that we have transparency, accountability, and clarity in how foreign actors are involved with our universities and colleges. My amendment will improve this important bill by revising a provision in the underlying legislation that creates a public, searchable database of staff or faculty who have disclosed gifts or contracts from foreign entities. While I support transparency and accountability for our university faculty and staff to ensure foreign entities do not have undue influence over university research, policies, or instruction practices, it's important we balance that with the need to protect the privacy of an individual faculty or staff member at our institutions of higher education. This common sense amendment simply changes the underlying bill's public database by removing the personal identifiable information of faculty and staff who are listed in the database as a result of reporting gifts or contracts with foreign entities. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to take the time in opposition, although I'm not opposed.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the amendment. I still have deep concerns about Section 117B of the bill because it places a target on the backs of researchers who work with foreign collaborators and would create a chilling effect for both international research and retention of international faculty and scholars. But this amendment would take the identifying information out and remove that target. And so I think that's a good direction. So I'd support the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-2. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-298, offered by Mr. Fallon of Texas.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 906, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer an amendment to the Deterrent Act, a bill that will work toward preventing foreign influence within America's institutions, colleges, universities by strengthening Section 117 of the Higher Education Act. Section 117 requires colleges and universities to report contracts with, and gifts from a foreign source that alone or combined are valued at more than $250,000 per calendar year. My amendment will prohibit repeat offending institutions from obtaining waivers that would allow them to accept donations or gifts from countries or entities of concern. So some countries and entities, like, for instance, China, pose a particular concern to the United States, and as such, institutions are required under this act to obtain special waivers if they wish to accept donations or gifts or contracts from them. My amendment simply adds that if an institution fails to comply with this act for 3 years, they are no longer eligible to receive these waivers. It's kind of a 3 strikes and you're out deal. Foreign funds can come with strings attached, as we all know, strings that can undermine our own national security. Foreign countries can use investment in America's colleges and institutions to disseminate propaganda, steal secrets, research, and unfortunately so much more. That's why countries that raise more concern have more supervision over any of their donations or gifts, including waiver requirements. This is really a common sense amendment. We're not stripping away the waivers after the first mistake. We're not even stripping away waivers after the second mistake. But if it's the third time, if you neglect this act, this is obviously purposeful, and that's when we say, as I mentioned before, 3 strikes and you're out. So you have proven, if you do that, that you lack the transparency and the trust that are required to have these waivers permitted. This amendment is not only about transparency and accountability, but it's also fundamentally about our national security. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of our national security by supporting this amendment, and I hope this is bipartisan, and I reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, while I certainly want to ensure that institutions remain compliant with Section 117, many compliance problems can be minimal or unintentional. Colleges and universities will obviously be held accountable for those problems, and subsequent violations can be punished more severely, but a permanent ban seems very excessive as a mandatory penalty in all cases. So I would oppose the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I made my point clear. I would urge my colleagues to vote in favor, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118298. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have another amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-298, offered by Mr. Fallon of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 906, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will yield myself the balance of time that I consume. Sorry. I rise today to offer yet another amendment on the Deterrent Act, and it again deals with Section 117, which requires colleges and universities to report contracts or gifts that total over $250,000 in a given year. And it's, I think, very important because of the nefarious influence that some foreign governments might exert on our youngest and most talented minds. So when Secretary DeVos, in 2019, initiated investigations into just 12 universities to ensure compliance with Section 117, the department found that $6.5 billion, with a B, $billion of previously unreported foreign gifts and contracts were revealed. Despite this demonstrating a clear need for increased investigation and enforcement, the Biden administration's Department of Education refuses to open investigations under Section 117 to ensure institutions aren't hiding foreign investments. So think about that for a second. 12 institutions, $6.5 billion of gifts revealed when they were essentially audited. And that's scary. I mean, it's unbelievably frightening. The underlying bill does not require institutions to maintain certain information about foreign gifts or contracts, including unredacted versions, which would allow for future investigations if needed. However, my amendment would change the minimum length of time that they must maintain this information from 4 years to 5 years. So it's a step in the right direction. It's really rather minor, 4 to 5 years. The year-long extension, why this is relevant is because if we have a potential change in administrations, regardless that administrations last 4 years at a time, this would be protected with 5 years. And if we have a Department of Education that is uninterested or unwilling to investigate potential foreign influences on our institutions, this added extension of that 1 year could become very impactful. So this should be, again, I think, in my humble opinion, a completely bipartisan and frankly non-controversial amendment. And it can go both ways. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have concerns about a future Republican administration, this just adds that extra year of protection. This will also work toward restoring legislative balance, legislative branch relevance, as we see the executive branch continually year over year, regardless of what party's in power in the White House, eat away at our constitutional oversight and, quite frankly, authority and powers. So I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment and in favor of the underlying bill, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to take the time in opposition, although I'm not opposed.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not an unreasonable requirement. They have the information. They're stored for 4 years. An additional year is not unreasonable, and therefore I do not oppose the amendment. But I would yield such time as she may consume to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
As chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, I rise in strong opposition to the Deterrent Act. The Deterrent Act would burden higher education institutions and federal agencies by needlessly complicating existing research security measures. Further, the bill would impose unreasonably expansive reporting requirements on individual researchers. What is worst is that it would broadcast their personal information on public databases, therefore casting a chilling effect disproportionately on the Asian American academic community. From the incarceration of Japanese Americans in World War II to racial profiling of Chinese American scientists under the failed China Initiative, countless Asian Americans have had their lives destroyed because our government falsely accused them of being spies. Already, 72% of Asian American academic researchers report feeling unsafe. Safeguarding national security can be done through common sense reforms that Democrats have offered that don't come at the expense of U.S. scientific innovation, global collaboration, and the Asian American community. In fact, Congressmember Bobby Scott has submitted such an amendment that is a common sense reform. In the meanwhile, this bill, the Deterrent Act, is a bill that I urge all my colleagues to vote no on, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, one of the other reasons why we should really look and hopefully get overwhelming support for this amendment is, let me give you a quick example. In the final year of President Trump's administration, universities reported $1.6 billion in foreign donations. In the entire first year of the Biden presidency, that number magically plunged to 4.3 million. So I doubt that the actual donations and gifts and such were reduced by 37,200%. I think it's merely a case of if Section 117 isn't going to be essentially audited, then these universities don't feel, and other institutions don't feel compelled to actually follow federal law. That's another reason why I think extending this from 4 to 5 years is critical. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 5, printed in Part B of House Report 118298. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-298, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 906, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Chairman, I've been called much worse. Mr. Chairman, the Deterrent Act is an important bill, and it seeks to hold colleges, universities, and foreign actors accountable while providing the transparency necessary into any influence foreign countries are attempting to exert on our nation's students and academic institutions through new disclosure requirements, and this could not be more timely. My amendment seeks to clarify that ties to a designated terrorist organization such as Hamas must be disclosed when receiving funds from a foreign group or individual. Now, in light of the disgustingly callous and vile pro-Hamas demonstrations seen on college campuses across the country, including, sadly, even in my own district, this amendment is more important than ever. I might remark that after comments made by college and university presidents in my colleague from Dr. Fox from North Carolina's committee, in light of those comments, which were so horribly dishonest, disturbing, and quite frankly dangerous, this amendment and the necessary exclamation point it sends is necessary. The public deserves to know the source of foreign money being poured into universities, especially if these sources have any ties to terrorist groups and organizations like Hamas. I urge my colleagues to adopt the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, reserves. The gentleman from Virginia seek to be recognized.
Rise in opposition to the amendment.
Is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is an amendment we should be able to accept. The problem is it's hard to imagine how the college could actually comply with it. Any association with a terrorist organization obviously should be avoided, but you're not dealing with the terrorist organization, you're dealing with an organization who then has an affiliation with or some support from the organization, and there's no way for the college to know. I would hope we would not force the college into complying with something they have no way to comply with, so I would oppose the amendment. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, there is adequate capacity for colleges and universities across this country to identify the source of funds such as this. In fact, we know all too often that there are individuals even working within the federal government who have ties and have associated themselves with actions of Hamas. We have the technology to do so, and simply expecting that universities do their due diligence and then disclose to the American people, students, and supporters of those universities is certainly not a bar too great for them to meet. And I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve, have the right to close.
Gentleman is recognized. The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just read it's a short amendment. It just says that any affiliation of the foreign source to an organization that is designated as a foreign terrorist organization pursuant to Section 219 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, it's hard to imagine how a college could always know exactly who has an affiliation with what, and for that reason, I would oppose the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek a roll call vote. A recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceeding on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 6, printed on Part B of House Report 118-298. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-298, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 906, a gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is really rather simple. It's about transparency. It's about simply moving the reporting requirements. And so my amendment reduces the threshold for the value of gifts that must be reported from $50,000 to $1 million. So it simply lowers the threshold. This is about transparency, Mr. Chairman. The underlying bill, which represents a solid and sorely needed first step, advertises much needed transparency. But if we're going to stop America's foreign adversaries from targeting our nation's educational institutions and students, we need transparency at every level. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I'd seek time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this lowers the threshold to $1. Any gift from any source, every gift or contract from any country. So if you've got some Canadian collaborators or somebody from Great Britain offering you coffee and donuts, you've got to report it on a searchable database. I think that is an absurd amount of reporting that would have to be done. It would create backlogs from at the Department of Education and take time away from the scrutiny of the reports that really need to be looked at. I would hope we would not make this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you. The Trump administration discovered $6.5 billion in previously unreported foreign money to universities from adversarial countries. So in response to the terrorist attack against Israel, I think it's important that we make it tougher, that we make it more clear who's trying to unduly influence our universities and our students, the future of America. Qatar, an anti-Semitic country that earlier this week accused Israel of committing genocide, has contributed $5 billion to U.S. universities. Billions of dollars going unreported. Saudi Arabia has contributed $3 billion. This can't be allowed. We have foreign adversaries, adversaries of Israel, adversaries of the West, adversaries of America, donating to universities. And we need to know. That's all we're asking. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, how much time do I have remaining?
4.25 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Our universities across America has opened the doors to working class Americans, impoverished Americans, to be able to access a better life and education. I had to speak to this amendment that indicates that any donation as much as $1 has to be under this particular act. First of all, this is a blanket representation that our universities are taking monies from terrorists. I'm outraged to say that the University of Houston, University of Texas, Texas Southern University, Purdue A&M would be in the position of taking money from terrorists. If you pass this amendment, you implode the innocent persons who are giving donations and the work of our universities attempting to provide dollars to educate more Americans, more impoverished Americans who simply have families that cannot afford for them to go to school. This is an outrage. I want everybody to know $1 has to be under this particular act. $1 that may come from a grandmother, $1 that may come from a hardworking
The gentlewoman's time has
parent.
expired.
I yield an additional minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Generous, kind-hearted people from the faith institutions that many of our universities come under. You're going to ask them to vet or to determine whether terrorists are involved. It's not the question whether terrorists are involved. I want this nation to be protected. We now realize that we're subject to a lot of terrorist potential because of the time in which we're in. I take it seriously. I'm on the Homeland Security Committee. But this $1 is to make mockery of the hard work of many, in quotes, working class universities and colleges, our community colleges, two-year colleges that themselves receive donations for people who are grateful that they allow them to be a vocational nurse or a welder. And because of that opportunity, they were able to make a living for themselves and their families. We must have a rational, reasonable thinking here. And I am grateful for America's hierarchy of education because so many people come to be educated here. My colleagues, let us vote this amendment down. Let us not do this and undermine the educational system of this nation and the Constitution. I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to understand that we're in a new day. October 7th changed the world. Qatar, for example, has praised Hamas. They have literally praised the systematic rape of women, the torture and rape of little girls. Surely my colleagues understand why reporting donations is so paramount. I can't stand by and pretend that this isn't going on. Qatar's trying to buy forgiveness. $500 million to Hamas. How many rapes did that pay for, Mr. Chairman? How much is enough to absolve their sins? I'm appalled that anyone would be opposed to this. We need reporting. We need transparency. We're in a new day. The West is under attack. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I could go on about Al Jazeera, which is funded by Qatar, praising the torture. They were cutting off the genitals of men. They were cutting off the breasts of women. They were gang raping women. Foreign contributions need to be found out, discovered, and disclosed. And the only way to make sure that nothing is slipping through the cracks is to lower the threshold. There's no reason to oppose this amendment. And if the universities are doing nothing wrong, then they have nothing to hide. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve and prepared to close.
Reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of my amendment. It's common sense, and it takes a stand against the atrocities that took place in Israel and the pay-fors and the forgiveness that Qatar is trying to buy through our American universities. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Chairman, the gentleman from Tennessee mentioned billions of dollars from countries and mentioned some countries of concern. Countries of concern already have to report $0 and up gifts. This just adds all other countries. There's no need to go in the bill from the present law of 250,000 and up reports down to 50,000 in the bill for countries that are not countries of concern, down to $1 to scrutinize billion-dollar gifts from countries of concern. Now, these reports are not free to comply with. The estimated costs of compliance are in the hundreds of thousands of dollars under the bill already. If you explode the number of reports that have to be made if this amendment is adopted, there's no telling what the cost will be to the colleges and universities. I would hope we would defeat the amendment and yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek to be recognized?
On that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Does the gentlelady seek a recorded vote?
I seek a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 7, printed in Part B of House Report 118-298. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-298, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 906, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, I'd like to begin by thanking the chair, Fox, for her hard work in an effort to try and right our country in the committee that she so artfully presides over. This amendment, Mr. Chairman, simply adds international organization to the bill's definition of foreign source, including them in the bill's reporting requirements. It uses the definition found in 22 U.S. Code 288, which reads in part, quote, a public international organization in which the United States participates pursuant to any treaty or under the authority of any act of Congress authorizing such participation or making an appropriation for such participation, end quote. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, Americans are all too aware of the influence of international organizations such as the United Nations or the World Health Organization. Just one example, the World Health Organization was one of the so-called authorities trying to dismiss the lab leak theory with the assistance of prominent academics and the Chinese Communist Party. Many of our adversaries, such as China and Iran, are active participants in these organizations, much to my dismay and to the dismay of many Americans. The fact that Iran was appointed to chair the 2023 United Nations Social Forum, a conference focusing on human rights, would be laughable if not for Iran's own very grave human rights abuses, which are serious, to say the least. I'm concerned that should the excellent policies in this bill become law, our adversaries will instead attempt to funnel money to college campuses through international organizations. This amendment would address that possibility and shed even more light on these foreign gifts received by American colleges and universities. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek to be recognized?
Rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would add all international organizations as foreign sources at universities must report funding from under Section 117. It would include the United Nations, UNESCO, World Health Organization, the World Trade Organization. These multinational organizations, many of whom have significant participation of the United States, should not be deemed as necessarily national security threats. This amendment would expand the burdensome Section 117 compliance without giving any clear reason how it would protect national security. For that reason, I would oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. I've reserved the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My good friend and colleague talks about protecting national security, and somehow this amendment implies that somehow this amendment would imperil that. I don't understand how letting Americans know more about who's providing funds internationally to our universities in our country imperils our national security. We should know who's trying to attempt to influence not only what's happening on campuses, but the very minds on those campuses, whether it's Confucius Institutes or whether it's an organization antithetical, maybe anti-Semitic from the Middle East that's sending endowments and funds to American universities to influence the minds of those who are participating in education at those universities. And it's important not only for citizens to know, but quite honestly, for our federal government and these security agencies to know. And I'll remind my good friend on the other side of the aisle that I had a bill some time ago to require this reporting, which is already required in many aspects and many respects, but universities, even with the requirement, don't keep the information and don't report any of it at this time. And isn't that a peril to national security? So if we actually do want to strengthen our security in our country for our citizens, I would urge adoption of this amendment, and I'd reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
No reserve. Prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, I thank the chairman, and I thank my good friend, the gentleman on the other side of the aisle. But again, transparency is key. Universities have become, unfortunately, what we've seen in our public media on this very day and on these very days, hotspots for international insurgent activity in our country, things that are antithetical to our country and our way of life, things that we have never seen before, anti-Semitic chants on American university grounds. And if those things at all are being stoked and inflamed and encouraged and paid for by international organizations, Americans ought to know that. I yield the balance of my time, and I ask my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the American Council on Education, signed by 18 national higher education organizations.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, part of the letter reads that while we understand the concern regarding foreign funding of U.S. institutions of higher education is bipartisan, we believe the Deterrent Act is duplicative of existing interagency efforts, unnecessary, and puts in place a problematic expansion of the data collection by the United States Department of Education that will broadly curtail important needed international research collaboration and academic and cultural exchanges. I think that applies to this amendment too, and I would hope we'd vote no on the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 8, printed in Part B of House Report 118298. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 8, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-298, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 906, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to offer this Democratic amendment in nature of a substitute for H.R. 5933. My Democratic colleagues and I remain committed to ensuring institutions have sufficient resources to safeguard their work from undue foreign influence. But while I appreciate the majority's interest in addressing this important issue, I fear their proposal is far too extreme and does not actually promote international and institutional compliance. Specifically, with such harsh fines and limited opportunities for institutions to seek guidance, I'm concerned that these changes to Section 117 of the Higher Education Act will discourage institutions from collaborating with international entities that are essential to solving important global issues. I'm also very concerned to see language that targets individual faculty members for their collaboration with foreign entities, and we've seen that in cases such as a wrongfully accused MIT faculty member, that this sort of targeting can easily lead to harmful consequences rooted in xenophobia for innocent scholars. We must always strive to balance the difference between enforcing the law and fostering safe campuses for students, scholars, and faculty. Through its very overlapping and overly burdensome requirements, harsh penalties, and duplicities, the foreign influence requirements across federal agencies, the Deterrent Act takes a sledgehammer to a problem that needs to be addressed with a scalpel. A Democratic substitute makes a thoughtful approach to Section 117 compliance to support institutions as they evaluate and implement their research integrity and foreign influence policies. In addition to requiring the filing of annual reports for gifts and contracts from foreign entities, our bill would create a robust database at the Department of Education to hold these reports. It establishes common sense sanctions for noncompliance that allow for room to help institutions that need scaling up their compliance work, and it establishes a single point of contact with the department to coordinate Section 117 compliance. It also builds on the work being done through the implementation of the CHIPS and Science Act and the Presidential Memorandum on Government-Supported Research and Development National Security Policy Guidance by aligning important requirements to those of other federal agencies and requiring the Secretary of Education to go through negotiated rulemaking to address key implementation aspects of Section 117. So I urge my colleagues to support the Democratic substitute rather than the underlying bill to enhance institutions' real ability to protect against foreign influence, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak in opposition to the amendment in the nature of a substitute from Mr. Scott. Instead of taking the threat of foreign influence seriously, this amendment's a mere slap on the wrist for campuses and includes gaping disclosure loopholes. This is insufficient to protect our students and institutions from our worst adversaries. The amendment first makes it easier for foreign sources to be undetected, doubling the threshold for contracts to $100,000 and allowing gifts under $250,000 over a 3-year span to go unreported. Bad actors will seek any possible way to avoid transparency about their attempts to harm America through their influence over American post-secondary education, and a strict threshold is essential to stop that from happening. The annual thresholds in deterrent are simple and aligned with other requirements in existing federal law. Shockingly, this amendment includes no differences for America's biggest enemies, countries of concern and enemies of concern, entities of concern. In my colleagues' minds, gifts from Russia and Iran are the same as gifts from England. I find it alarming that my colleagues are trying to make it easier for countries of concern to find ways to influence our universities. Deterrent uses a tailored list of countries and individuals pulled from existing law that have a proven track record of being security threats and actively working against the United States. The Democratic ANS also has terrible carve-outs that provide gaping loopholes for cunning adversaries. The amendment prevents disclosure of the names of foreign sources and who at the institution is responsible for receiving the gift. These loopholes will make it easier for foreign sources to conceal their relationships and schools to feign ignorance, rendering disclosures all but useless. Finally, the Democrats provide no real incentive for schools to comply. Their fines for violations go as low as $250. After 3 consecutive years of violations, the Democrat fine only goes up to the full amount of the gift. This is a laughable drop in the bucket compared to the billions in foreign contributions. Money talks, and institutions need to know Section 117 cannot be ignored. We have already seen institutions fail to disclose billions in the past, and this paltry fine has no real consequences. It is time to take foreign influence seriously. I stand against this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Is the chair of the committee ready to close?
I think I have the right to close, so if the gentleman's ready to close.
You want to speak? How much
The
time,
gentleman from Virginia is
how much time do I
recognized.
have remaining?
2.25 minutes.
I'll only yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
it should be made very clear that there's not one American, one member of Congress, not one Democratic member of Congress as well, joined with colleagues who reasonably understand our mutual commitment to the national security of this nation, wants any interference in the important research that is being done by universities across America. They're the hope of the world. There are brilliant students that come with complete innocence to come here to the United States and create global research that will help not only this country, but help the world. I want that to continue. I want the bad actors to be wiped out. And clearly, as my friends have now moved from China to the Mideast, I find Hamas and abhor them. They are terrorists, but I'm yet to find a dollar from them to any legitimate institution here in the United States. What I will say is that we have a system in place. It builds on the CHIPS and Science Act and the Presidential Memorandum of Government-Supported Research. We already have a scheme to take care of this.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
We already have a process to weed out and to stop. I can't imagine stopping research at the Yales and Harvards and Princetons, but I can't imagine stopping it from the ordinary universities across America. Let us support the present legislation, the U.S. Department of Education, and stop blaming our educational institutions and calling them terrorists. I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, in the committee chair's remarks, she mentioned that there's a difference between countries of concern and other countries. I would remind her that we just passed an amendment that essentially eliminated that difference. A recorded vote was requested, and perhaps she could join me in trying to defeat that amendment to the bill. But this amendment, in the nature of a substitute, significantly increases the gifts and contracts that need to be reported compared to present law. It takes a more moderate approach to national security than the underlying bill, which I think is an extreme approach and will be very difficult for colleges to comply with. And for that reason, I would hope we'd adopt the democratic nature substitute, amendment in nature of a substitute, and if not, defeat the underlying bill. Now yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
So many more of the demonstrations.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my friend from Virginia and I have been doing really very well. I'm working in a bipartisan manner recently, and I hate for things to come between us, but his amendment in the nature of a substitute really does do a lot of damage to the underlying bill. There is no enforcement mechanism, and there's no difference for malign actors. And we have evidence to show that these foreign gifts are having an impact on the number of demonstrations, the anti-Semitic demonstrations on the campuses. So we know that foreigners are doing a lot to undermine our beliefs and our values in this country. So we need to be aware of where money's coming from other countries, and particularly from those countries that we know want to destroy us. So I have to very strongly oppose the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on it.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
To seek a recorded vote.
Pursuant to the Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. What purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on the Whole of the State of the Union, having under consideration H.R. 5933, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 5933 and has come to no resolution thereon. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 5933.
Without objection. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
Pursuant to House Resolution 906 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 5933. Will the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill, H.R. 5933. The clerk will report the title.
And the Higher Education Act of 1965 to require additional information and disclosures of foreign gifts and contracts from foreign sources, restrict contracts with certain foreign entities and foreign countries of concern, require certain staff and faculty to report gifts and contracts, and require disclosure of certain foreign investments within endowments.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 8, printed in Part B of House Report 118 at 298, offered by the gentleman from Mr. Virginia, Mr. Scott, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118 at 298, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment Number 5 by Mr. Molinaro of New York. Amendment Number 6 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment Number 8 by Mr. Scott of Virginia. The Chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 5, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 298 by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 5, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-298, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 372, the nays are 39. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business request for recorded vote on amendment number 6, printed in Part B of House Report 118 and 298 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-298, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 94, the nays are 320. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 8, printed in Part B of House Report 118 and 298 by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-298, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
seconds. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 202, the nays are 213. The amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendment pursuant to the rule, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 5933 and pursuant to House Resolution 906, a report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration the bill H.R. 5933 and pursuant to House Resolution 906 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the Chair will put them in gross. The questions on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. The questions on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to require additional information and disclosures of foreign gifts and contracts from foreign sources, restrict contracts with certain foreign entities and foreign countries of concern, require certain staff and faculty to report foreign gifts and contracts, and require disclosure of certain foreign investments within endowments.
Questions on passage of bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purposes did Virginia seek recognition?
Of course, the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 5-minute vote on passage of H.R. 5933 will be followed by 5-minute votes on the motion to recommit on H.R. 4468 if offered, and passage of H.R. 4468 if ordered. This is a 5-minute vote.
minute. Seconds. On this vote, the yeas are 246, the nays are 170. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 4468 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 135, H.R. 4468, a bill to prohibit the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing a proposed rule with respect to emissions from vehicles and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Stevens of Michigan moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 4468, to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 201, the nays are 214. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Aye, yes to the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 197. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a question of the privilege of the House and offer a resolution previously noted.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Whereas on September 30th, 2023, as the House of Representatives was considering legislation to avoid a lapse of appropriations for federal agencies and departments, which would result in a shutdown of those agencies and departments, Jamal Bowman, the representative from the 16th Congressional District of New York, pulled a fire alarm. Whereas Section 22-1319 of the District of Columbia Criminal Code makes knowingly causing a false alarm of fire a misdemeanor punishable by a fine or imprisonment up to 6 months or both. Whereas Section 22-1319 of the District of Columbia Criminal Code states, it shall be unlawful for any person or persons to willfully or knowingly give a false alarm of fire within the District of Columbia, and any person or persons violating the provisions of this subsection shall, upon conviction, be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor and be punished by a fine not more than the amount set forth in Section 22-3571.01 of this code, or by imprisonment for not more than 6 months, or by both such fine and imprisonment. Whereas on October 26, 2023, Representative Bowman pled guilty to violating Section 22-1319 of the District of Columbia Criminal Code and was required to pay $1,000 fine and write an apology letter to the United States Capitol Police and was placed on probation. And whereas the actions of Representative Bowman forced the evacuation of the Cannon House office building and disrupted the work of Congress as a vote was underway on the floor of the House. Now therefore be it.
Clerk will suspend. The House is not in order. The House will be in order. Clerk may resume.
Now therefore be it resolved that 1, the House of Representatives censures Jamal Bowman, representative from the 16th Congressional District of New York. 2, Representative Jamal Bowman will forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. And 3, Representative Jamal Bowman will be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Clark of Massachusetts moves to lay the resolution on the table.
The question is on the motion offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I request a call of the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
30 seconds. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 201, the nays are 216, with one answering present. The motion is not adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Solid. The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 9, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McLean, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the woman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September 30th,
Gentlelady will suspend. The House is not in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. Gentlelady may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September 30th, as the House of Representatives met to consider legislation to avoid a government shutdown, Representative Jamal Bowman of New York knowingly pulled a fire alarm to cause chaos and stop the House from doing its business. This is a felony, plain and simple. It's not difficult to understand. Capitol Police was forced to waste resources investigating rather than doing their job to keep the Capitol safe. USCP determined Bowman broke the law, and he was indicted by the Attorney General of the District of Columbia. Realizing no number of excuses could get him out of this, Mr. Bowman pled guilty. As a former principal of the Cornerstone Academy for Social Action in New York City, Mr. Bowman should know the consequences of pulling a fire alarm to cause panic. In New York schools, the policy is clear. When a student commits a crime on campus, police are called and that student is either suspended or expelled. One would think Representative Bowman would be able to hold himself to the same standards as he held his students to. I don't think that's a lot to ask. The Republican majority held our own former member accountable after the House Ethics Committee found he engaged in criminal behavior. It would be hypocritical for the House Democrats to not join us in holding one of their own members accountable who actually pled guilty to breaking the law. I do not submit this resolution lightly. Mr. Speaker, Article 1, Section 5 of our Constitution gives the House the solemn responsibility to discipline members for disorderly behavior, and as conviction demonstrates, Representative Bowman sought to cause panic to delay official proceedings of this House. I urge my fellow members to vote yes on my resolution and to hold our colleagues accountable for when they break the law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a profoundly stupid resolution. Under Republican control, this chamber has become a place where trivial issues get debated passionately and important ones not at all. Republicans have focused more on censuring people in this Congress than passing bills that help people we represent or improving this country in any way. What a waste of time and money. They have turned this place into a joke. They came into the majority talking a big game, but have delivered nothing, not a single damn thing. They talk about passing this and passing that. All their hyper-partisan bills are going nowhere. What we're now doing is distracting from the fact that the Republican agenda has been a total and complete failure. The least productive Congress in history, the most rules failed in a single year. They dragged America to the brink of default twice, almost shut down the government, wasted weeks fighting about who should be Speaker, hitting each other in the hallways, and it's all because we should be talking about important issues in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. We should be addressing health care costs, helping Americans build economic security, competing with our adversaries abroad, and investing in our people at home. We just had a shooting in Las Vegas tonight. We should be talking about preventing gun violence in this country. And you have us here talking about how someone tried to go out the wrong door of the Cannon House office building. I mean, honestly, what the hell is wrong with you? Congressman Bowman apologized, and I want to read his statement so we can be clear about what we're talking about here today. Quote, "Today, as I was rushing to make a vote, I came to a door that usually is open for votes, but today would not open. I am embarrassed to admit that I activated the fire alarm, mistakenly thinking it would open the door. I regret this and sincerely apologize for any confusion this caused." He messed up, like many of us do every day. He was rushing to get to votes. And guess what? No one was hurt. No one's life was put in danger. Votes went on like nothing happened. Anyone who works here knows that a fire alarm going off across the street wouldn't impact votes going on here in the Capitol. And I find it terribly ironic that we are talking about censuring Mr. Bowman, yet we never censured any of our colleagues who tried to overturn the election on January 6th, or who failed to respond to a subpoena, or who put our national security in danger by storming a skiff with their phones. In fact, to the contrary, Mike Johnson, the new Speaker of the House, held a press conference yesterday about the January 6th video footage. Something he said stuck with me. Quote, "We have to blur some of the people's faces who participated in the events of that day because we don't want them to be retaliated against and charged by the DOJ." End quote. So just to be clear, Republicans want to protect the insurrectionists, shield them from accountability, the people who beat officers, kicked in doors, smashed windows, desecrated this building, and tried to take down our democracy. Not our doors, America's offices, America's windows, and this is America's building that Trump's mob defiled. Speaker Johnson wants to protect the mob, but has us here debating this absurd censure. What a pathetic exercise in retaliation and revenge. What a petty thing it is to bring this garbage to the floor. Sadly, it's just a typical week for this disgraceful Republican majority. With that, I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to use that logic, well, then all those people should have just said sorry and we'd move on, right? But no, we don't do that. And let me tell you, I take a little bit of offense to what the hell is wrong with me. I'll tell you, there's nothing wrong with me. I took an oath to defend the Constitution, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Again, I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm going to hold the Constitution, and it's very simple. We really shouldn't even have this debate. If you break the law and you follow due process, there are consequences to your actions, even if you say sorry. So we can try all of the diversion tactics that we would like. It doesn't change the fact that someone broke the law and that someone should be held accountable. It is disappointing, Mr. Speaker, that their own party can't hold them accountable, that they have such hypocrisy. So with that, I yield 2 minutes to my friend from New York, Nicole Malliotakis.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all remember that day. It was September 30th, 2023 at 11:59 a.m. That was when the Democrats actually called for a motion to adjourn. It was a tactic to stop the vote from taking place when we were just 12 hours away from a government shutdown. It was also the day that the leader on the other side tried to give a speech to delay the vote even further. But perhaps the most egregious thing we saw was when one of the members, remember, we are members of Congress, and a member on the other side of the aisle would pull a fire alarm to disrupt proceedings. It was certainly an attempt to interfere with an official proceeding. Now, the speaker who spoke on his behalf said, no, he was rushing for a vote. In fact, that's what the statement from Mr. Bowman was, that he was rushing for a vote. Then why, after pulling that alarm, did he show up to vote an hour later? If he was such a rush to come to the Capitol to vote, why did it take him an hour to actually cast his vote? That's the question that he should be answering, because nothing else truly makes sense. And the bottom line here is that he was charged with a crime after an investigation by the police. He did break the law. He did plead guilty. And we need to hold that member accountable. That is why we have brought this resolution today. It is not pathetic. What's pathetic is somebody who's a grown adult pulling a fire alarm like they're in a high school. And as a high school principal, Mr. Bowman knows very well the old fire alarm trick. And there would be accountability for his students if they pulled the fire alarm. And so that is why we are here today, making sure that there is accountability. That's all that this is about, all right? It's not just accountability if Republicans do something. There's accountability if anyone in this chamber does something, commits a crime, pleads guilty, and that is what we're doing today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the Democratic whip, Ms. Clark.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. As we speak here today, conflicts are raging around the globe, and the American people have told us exactly what they want us to do. Democracy is under siege. Putin is salivating at the prospect that Republicans might abandon Ukraine. 70,000 child care centers are on the verge of shutting down because the GOP let vital funding expire. We don't even have a budget, despite the fact that we voted for those top-line numbers back in June. And this ridiculous censure is how the Republicans are spending the time of this chamber and the time of the American people, the MAGA majority should be embarrassed if they are still capable of shame. Republicans filed this censure the same day they decided to shield the identities of January 6 rioters. I do have to hand it to the majority. They have managed to both push an extreme agenda and be a do-nothing majority. They've done nothing to make families freer, safer, or more confident in their future. Instead, they have voted against lowering the cost of insulin, affordable housing, and gun safety. They've done nothing to promote freedom, but they do not miss an opportunity to vote for abortion bans, book bans, and tax cheats. Just last week, the majority's leadership said no to holding George Santos accountable after a motion to expel was made by the Republican chairman of the Ethics Commission. But today, they bring this to the floor. A censure isn't a substitute for a policy agenda. It isn't filler when you have nothing to offer the American people. Vote no on this sham resolution. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
At this time, I yield 2 minutes to Mr. Burleson.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it was said by our friends on the other side of the aisle that this censure motion is profoundly stupid. Well, you know what's profoundly stupid is an adult man who has been elected as a member of Congress, held to a high esteem, pulling a fire alarm like a child, throwing a tantrum. But what's worse is that he violated the law. He broke the law when he did it. It wasn't just something to say, oh, I'm sorry. He broke the law because he wanted to obstruct the meeting of this body, the vote of this body. And you know, it's been talked about January 6 individuals. Had someone done that on January 6, they would have been put in jail. And the American people know it. They see that there's a double standard. They see that this side of the aisle cleans up its house. The other side is going to let people, who have committed crimes continue to sit in office. The other side of the aisle, and the other side of the building, is going to let someone who has taken bribes in the form of gold bars. Apparently, cash isn't good enough under Biden inflation. You know, for a Democratic member of the Senate to take cash is not enough. You have to take gold. Look, we clean up, and we have the standard on this side of the aisle, and the American people know it. The standard on this side of the aisle is high. What's clear today is the standard on that side of the aisle is not. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, and Mr. Speaker, I'll say it again. This resolution is profoundly stupid. I yield now 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you so much. Is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It's painfully obvious to myself, my colleagues, and the American people that the Republican Party is deeply unserious and unable to legislate. Their censure resolution against me today continues to demonstrate their inability to govern and serve the American people. Over the last 3 years, I have tirelessly fought for my district and my constituents by bringing over $125 million to the district, helping save members of our community over $7 million, and resolving over 6,500 constituent casework issues. I've introduced over 50 bills, resolutions, and amendments, and had 2 bills on STEM education passed in the historic CHIPS and Science Act. Even today, as Republicans force a censure on me, I introduced a new bill, the College Athlete Right to Organize Act, to ensure college athletes get paid for their time and hard work. No matter the result of the censure vote tomorrow, my constituents know I will always continue to fight for them. Fighting for my district includes working to prevent a government shutdown. And just over 2 months ago, I was rushing to the Capitol to vote and prevent a Republican shutdown. When I tried to exit a door that I usually go through, it didn't open, and due to confusion and rush to go vote, I pulled the fire alarm. I immediately took responsibility and accountability for my actions and pled guilty. Immediately. The legal process on this matter has played out. In no way did I obstruct official proceedings. The vote took place, and Democrats were able to ensure we avoided a government shutdown. Unfortunately, Republicans are here trying to rehash an already litigated matter, a matter in which the Republican-controlled House Committee on Ethics decided not to proceed with any further investigation. This is an insult to the people I was elected to represent. Instead of passing meaningful legislation for the American people, some Republicans are using this censure to waste our time and money and to try and make you forget about all of the rights they want to destroy. They're trying to make you forget they want to take away your reproductive rights, your voting rights, your health care, your Social Security, and your Medicare. House Democrats have been trying to focus on and address the issues the American people care about. Can we please, 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 please address the affordability crisis?
1 minute.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized.
Millions of Americans are struggling to put food on the tables, pay their rent, and keep the electricity on. Can we address the issue of gun violence? Just this week, we broke the record for the most mass shootings in a year, and we've lost over 35,000 people due to gun violence. Can we address our crumbling public school infrastructure? Kids are learning in schools with asbestos, no air conditioning, and mold, and it's hurting their ability to learn, grow, and thrive. Can we put an end to our massive spending on weapons and war and instead invest in our communities and our kids? The number one thing I tried to do as a middle school principal and as an educator for 20 years was to teach my students when they made a mistake, they owned up to it, they took responsibility, and they held themselves accountable. That's exactly what I did, and yet we are still here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves.
Thank you.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you. And although your district may appreciate all of those accomplishments, are we supposed to just forget that the crime that you committed? So it doesn't work, and perhaps in education, maybe we should have studied a little harder, but if you commit a crime, there is a penalty to that crime. You don't get to say, but I committed a crime, but I did all these good things, so all these good things erase this crime over here. It doesn't work that way. And again, I will say that it's not profoundly stupid to hold up the Constitution. The left may believe holding up the rights of the Constitution is profoundly stupid. I don't believe we do. So I will again say that this hearing and this censure is not profoundly stupid. It's actually a hearing of where we followed the law. The other fact that I may want to correct, I'll correct the truth with maybe the other half of the truth, is immediately means right away. So when you say, I immediately took action, the incident occurred on September 30th. October 26th was when you pled guilty. So I think that's a little bit longer than immediately, but again, maybe math wasn't our best subject either. So with that, I yield 2 minutes to Mr. Jimenez.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair, and the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this resolution. On September 30th, while the House considered crucial legislation to avoid a government shutdown, Representative Jamal Bowman pulled a fire alarm to disrupt proceedings, a crime for which he pled guilty. Let me repeat that again, a crime for which he pled guilty. As a career firefighter who served for 25 years in the city of Miami, 9 of which I served as its chief, I know just how serious this is. Every time a firefighter responds to an alarm, they're placing themselves and the public at risk. While that's a risk that we're willing to take to protect life and property, we should never put our first responders and the public at risk by pulling a false alarm. In fact, in 2021, over 40 police and firefighters died and were killed while responding to an alarm. While Representative Bowman initially claimed he pulled the alarm thinking it would open a locked door, we know that was a blatant lie. After pulling the alarm, Representative Bowman can clearly be seen on camera ripping down the emergency exit signs and fleeing the scene. He had every opportunity to alert Capitol Police to his mistake, but chose not to. Had it been a simple mistake, I wouldn't be here. But it wasn't a simple mistake. It is disgraceful that a member of Congress who would go to such lengths to break the law and put first responders and the public at risk to prevent the House from voting to keep the government open so our federal workers can receive their paycheck. For obstructing the House, putting first responders and the public at risk, and breaking D.C. laws, Representative Bowman should be censured before the House. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the gentlelady talks about following the Constitution. Really? I mean, coming from that side, it's laughable to hear that. I mean, silence about the crimes of Donald Trump. Silence about what happened here on January 6th. Silence. Do you want to talk about opening a door? The people who stormed this place broke down doors trying to kill people in silence. So I don't want any lectures about upholding the Constitution. There's nothing but silence about the crimes of those who attacked this Capitol on January 6th. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
He is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about my colleague, Mr. Jamal Bowman, who I have the privilege of serving on 2 committees with in this very Congress, the Education and Labor Committee and the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee. I have seen Mr. Bowman fight for disability rights, for child care, for affordable prescription drugs, affordable housing. He has stood up to racism. He's stood up to the attacks on public education, attacks on teachers, cuts to school nutrition. There is a unique and vital perspective Mr. Bowman brings to education issues in this Congress. In his freshman term, he served as a subcommittee chair for energy. He was a conference committee member on the CHIPS and Science Act, advocating for diversity, equity, and inclusion so that the jobs and profits could go to everyday Americans. This man does not deserve to be reprimanded. We should heed the leadership that he brings to education issues. He looks at AI and he asks, how can we solve the problems of tomorrow if we could all do such thing? Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you. I yield now 3 minutes to Mr. Alford.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I really don't take any joy in being here, standing before you today to address this matter of grave concern. Mr. Speaker, this is not trivial. This is not stupid. This is profoundly important, this solemn duty that I do not take lightly. This is not personal. This is not partisan. It is to protect this very body. Representative Jamal Bowen was criminally charged and pleaded guilty to falsely pulling a fire alarm. Now, while I applaud his confession, that doesn't mean this is without consequences. This act was not a mere lapse in judgment. It was not a mistake. It was not an accident. It was an intentional, calculated attempt to disrupt the very democratic process by halting a critical vote on this very floor, voting for government funding. And if you don't believe it, watch the video. So, what should our response be as a House to this willful act of obstruction? To this point, Mr. Speaker, nothing has been done. And this inaction sends a very dangerous message that a member of Congress can break the law and the norms of this institution to obstruct a vote without any consequences. We must rise above partisan politics and hold our own accountable. The integrity of our democratic process, the safety of our community, the trust of the American people, the function of this body demands nothing less. We cannot allow the reckless, calculated actions of one individual to overshadow the critical work that this body does. Now, I'm sure that Mr. Bowman is a fine representative for the people of his district. This is not a joyous day for anyone here on this side of the aisle. This is a sad day for this body. But it is an even sadder day if we do nothing about this egregious act. I recommend that the entire body vote yes for the censure. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me just respond to the gentleman by saying if this isn't political or partisan, I don't know what the hell is. This is a pathetic display that we are seeing here on the House floor today. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, the chairman of the Democratic Caucus, Mr. Aguilar.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the resolution because House Democrats want a functioning House of Representatives. We're in the midst of the least productive Congress since the Great Depression. This historic dysfunction is what happens when extreme MAGA Republicans dictate the agenda. The majority is fixated on censures, expulsions, and impeachments. Meanwhile, the American public are worried about making ends meet. Where is the Republican urgency around lowering costs? Where are their solutions for their constituents worried about rent, groceries, and utilities? The truth is, they have no plan. They have no solutions. They're taking orders from the former president and being led by the most extreme members of their conference. But when House Democrats held a majority, we passed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. These laws are creating good-paying jobs, lowering energy costs, and making schools safer in communities across this country. A vote for this resolution will further divide this body at a time when we should be coming together to make the needs of the American public front and center. I'm proud to stand with my colleague, Mr. Bowman of New York, and I urge a no vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time does each side have?
Gentlelady from Michigan has 17 minutes. Gentleman from Massachusetts has 16.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield as much time, 5 minutes, to Mr. Lawler.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I joined my colleague Anthony D'Esposito in introducing a resolution to expel disgraced former Congressman George Santos. It was warranted. It was warranted because he defrauded the voters, he defrauded donors. He's facing a 23-count indictment. He did not belong in Congress. I was willing to take on a member of my own party and reduce our majority by one because he was unfit to serve. Now, as a congressman from the 17th District of New York, I share Westchester County with Mr. Bowman. I have gotten to know Mr. Bowman throughout the course of my tenure here in Congress. We've even flown home together to Westchester County Airport. What happened on September 30th was wrong. I'm sure he's embarrassed. He should be. As a former middle school principal, he understands the difference between a locked door and a fire alarm. To suggest somehow he was confused is laughable. As the video evidence shows, he did push the door, and it being locked, it didn't open. But he then took down the signs, threw one on the ground, carried one, walked over to the fire alarm on the wall, and pulled the fire alarm. It didn't say, pull to exit. It didn't say, in case of a locked door, open the fire alarm and the door will open. No, it said, in case of emergency, pull fire alarm. He then proceeded to throw the other sign on the ground and ran past 7 Capitol Hill police officers and did not utter one word about accidentally and embarrassingly pulling a fire alarm. And in fact, when the bolo went out and the Capitol Hill police came to question him about it, he lawyered up. He then went and met with Leader Jeffries. That's not taking accountability right away. That's not taking responsibility. And in fact, a few days after it happened, he called me directly to ask me, please don't get on a censure or an expulsion resolution. And I said to him, I will not do anything until I hear from the Capitol Hill police as to what happened. And he told me, oh, I won't be charged. They're dismissing it. I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. Well, they ended up referring it to prosecutors. He was charged, and he pled guilty. I don't think he should be expelled. I think what he did was wrong. I don't think it was an accident. It was absolutely done to disrupt a proceeding, as the Democrats were pulling all sorts of stunts that day, including walking single file in to vote by paper, even though they all had their electronic voting cards. Hakeem Jeffries doing his magic minute. We all know what it was. So let's be honest. Let's take accountability here. If you're taking accountability, then you should actually tell your colleagues, you know what? I did wrong. I accept the censure. Instead, you're sitting there smirking and laughing. I don't think your constituents think it's funny. In fact, I know they don't think it's funny, because the amount of times I get calls from your constituents.
Gentleman's time has expired.
More minute.
An additional minute.
The amount of times I get calls from your constituents, the amount of times my office gets inundated with requests from your constituents, like when you shut your office down for 2 weeks in August, all offices shut down. You know how many cases we had to take on? Or Jewish constituents. No, it's not. Jewish constituents.
Order, gentleman's recognized.
Jewish constituents who don't feel that they can go to you for help. So they don't think it's funny. The people of Westchester County don't think it's funny. And so I encourage all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this censure. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are again reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Let me just say to my Republican colleagues, are you listening to yourselves talk? I mean, we're in the House chamber. Heads of state address this body. We have debates about war and peace, and you're talking about a fire alarm? I mean, give me a break.
Suspend. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair, please. The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I will yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ocasio-Cortez.
I think
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I think the ranking member, Mr. Chair, I think the Republican side of the aisle made the case quite clearly today as to why we should not vote for censure. Right now, you can tell how weak their arguments are because they are grasping for straws, trying to do their best My Cousin Vinny impersonation as to breaking down what happened here with a fire alarm. Jamal Bowman has more courage in his pinky finger than the entire Republican Party put together, more integrity than the entire Republican Party put together. And that's exactly why they're moving to censure him today. Let me tell you what's actually going on. New York Republicans are so embarrassed that they propped up George Santos, got him elected to office, and then had to turn around and vote to expel him, that they want to distract the entire world from their massive embarrassment. New York Republicans are so embarrassed that they have not accomplished a damn thing for New Yorkers this entire year, that they have to find a distraction. So they've decided to target one of the first black men to ever represent Westchester County in the United States Congress for censure. That is what today is about. And New York Republicans are so unfocused and so unable to make people's lives better that they've decided to bully their colleague. That's what today is about. They're wasting our time. They're wasting the country's time over some petty what rises to censure. I mean, truly, these arguments that are being made here, what's next? Jaywalking? Do you want to get us for jaywalking, for not crossing the street correctly? Is that what you're going to raise for censure next? This is truly ridiculous. It's beneath the character of the House, and it is beneath the stature and the status of what rises to consideration before this body. And with that, I yield back.
Lady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree. I wish we didn't have to be here. We should, as most sports teams do, clean up our own locker room. That would be the best case scenario, like we actually did with a member of our body. We cleaned up our own locker room. It would be nice if the other side would clean up theirs. So I agree with you, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, and I loved your My Cousin Vinny analogy. That was funny. But this isn't a funny thing. It was good, but this isn't funny. You committed a crime to try and disrupt a proceeding. If this isn't serious, I think it's a little more serious than jaywalking when you try and disrupt the business of the House. So with that, I wish we weren't here because I wish you all would clean up your own locker room, and we could really get on to the people's business. We can do both. But with that, I yield at least 5 minutes to Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. On Saturday, September 30th, 2023, the House of Representatives was considering a continuing resolution to avoid a government shutdown. Minutes after the Democrat whip made a motion to adjourn, Jamal Bowman decided to pull a fire alarm. He pulled that fire alarm intentionally, willfully, and knew exactly what he was doing. This happened in the Cannon House office building where my office is located. I happened to be in my office when he pulled the fire alarm. This caused the Cannon building to be evacuated, and my staff and I could not return to our office for several hours. Once the fire alarm was pulled, the elevators shut down, and it made it very difficult for everyone to leave the building, especially if they are handicapped. People had to go down the stairs in order to exit as the fire alarm was blaring. Not only that, all the staff had to leave. They were not allowed to re-enter for a very long time. Capitol Police were scrambling, trying to figure out what had happened, if there was a fire, if there was a threat to our safety and our security, and they had to go into investigation immediately in order to understand why the fire alarm was going. Jamal Bowman did not tell the Capitol Police that he pulled the fire alarm, even though he admitted himself that when he makes a mistake, that he would tell his own students, if you've made a mistake, own up to it and take accountability. Jamal Bowman had plenty of opportunity to admit his mistake and take accountability for his own actions. He should have told Capitol Police immediately that he made a mistake, as he claimed. But it wasn't a mistake, Mr. Speaker. It was on purpose, it was intentional, and it was all in part to play the games and the shenanigans that the Democrats were pulling that day as they were trying to block the continuing resolution that was being considered on the House floor. Remember, the fire alarm was pulled minutes after the Democrat whip made a motion to adjourn. But more importantly, he was intentionally playing his part to obstruct an official proceeding. By the way, this is the same thing that has been used against January 6 defendants and is still being used to this day. They are being locked up, held pre-trial detention, and being prosecuted by the Department of Justice nearly 3 years later for obstructing an official proceeding, which is exactly what a member of Congress did, Jamal Bowman did, on September 30th. But yet we have a two-tier justice system in Washington, D.C. And while regular people who walked into the Capitol, by the way, nonviolent offenders, many of them walked in open doors, and some of them also standing out on the lawn, never entering the Capitol, are all being charged for obstructing an official proceeding. But yet Jamal Bowman says, oh, it was a mistake and he should get a pass, and his colleagues make excuses for them and call us unserious. You know what's unserious? Having a justice system that doesn't hold everyone accountable and treat people the same way. This is an outrage, and this is a disgrace on this institution and this body. For someone that is a former principal who punished his own students for intentionally pulling fire alarms to make up petty excuses and think that his own constituents and the American people will buy his lies is a slap in the face to his voters, the people that he represents, and this entire country, and every single one of us that serve in this body. I would also add that if anyone is going to be charged and forced to remain in jail, forced to be serving prison time for obstructing an official proceeding, then Jamal Bowman should face the exact same fate for every single January 6th defendant. Mr. Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to vote for this censure resolution. I thank Representative McClain for introducing it, and at this time I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. A gentlelady from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, it's really rich to get a lecture from someone about civility who stood on this House floor and screamed and interrupted the President of the United States during his State of the Union, or somebody who continues to circle the wagons and cheer on the insurrectionists who attacked this Capitol violently on January 6th. I was the last person off the House floor on that day, and I saw what happened. And for people to come down here and defend those actions, it is pathetic and disgusting. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
So desperate. Y'all so desperate to distract from the fact that you all have nothing to improve the lives of the American people or end the ongoing genocide. So now you're trying to shift the focus by baselessly attacking Rep. Bowman to score cheap political points, comparing him to the white supremacist on January 6th, who are smashing windows in the Capitol, y'all, and screaming, "Hang Mike Pence." Give me a break. Your inability to govern is so obvious to the American people. Y'all can't even find enough Republicans to vote, pass a budget, or even keep a speaker. This is yet another attempt to silence a person of color in this chamber. We all see it. This is all about the fact that Representative Bowman calls out your hypocrisy. Leave him alone. Get a grip. Do something that will actually improve the lives of the American people that you all represent. Vote no on this cheap political stunt. I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
I would just like to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that we talk about baseless claims. If I'm not mistaken, Capitol Police did an investigation, referred it to the District of Columbia that did an investigation, and Representative Bowman pled guilty to a crime. I don't think that's baseless. In fact, I think that is basis for crime. And that is basis for this censure, because baseless means you have no cause, Mr. Speaker. And I think the mere fact that Mr. Bowman pled guilty isn't baseless, it is basis for a crime. So with that, I reserve, sir.
Gentlelady reserves. The chair would once again remind all members on both sides of the aisle to direct the remarks to the chair and not to each other in the second person. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this fake, fraudulent, and fictitious censure resolution. The proceedings here on the House of Representatives have been a complete and total embarrassment. Extreme MAGA Republicans have stooped to a new low, and that is very difficult based on the events that have taken place under this Republican majority throughout this year. Jamal Bowman has taken public responsibility for the fire alarm incident. He's apologized, explained the circumstances under which it has occurred. He's been held publicly accountable by the D.C. Superior Court, paid a $1,000 fine, and the Ethics Committee, on a bipartisan basis, here in this Congress, made clear that no further action was required. The Ethics Committee, under a Republican chair. So why is the author of this resolution and the extreme MAGA Republicans on the floor of the House wasting time and taxpayer resources trying to undermine the credibility of Jamal Bowman, someone who is doing his best to serve his constituents, including in some of the poorest sections of the Bronx? And extreme MAGA Republicans on the floor with this sad and silly charade. Now, the extreme MAGA Republicans have said, including the author of this resolution, that this is about law and order. Give us a break. All you've done is demonstrate throughout the years, including on January 6th and thereafter, that you're not the party of law and order. Extreme MAGA Republicans are the party of lawlessness and disorder. As a matter of fact, the author of this resolution has endorsed Donald Trump. Multiple indictments. Someone who undertook a crime wave over and over and over again, proudly smirking now that she stands behind Donald Trump, and then wants to communicate to us that this is about law and order, when you are the party of lawlessness and disorder. In fact, the author of this resolution voted to overturn the will of the American people on January 6th. And you know what? Came back like the majority of her extreme MAGA Republican colleagues after the violent insurrection, after the Capitol was overrun by a violent mob, after more than 100 Capitol police officers were seriously injured, and then voted still. Not for law and order, not for accountability, not for the Constitution. You voted with the insurrectionists. Lawlessness and disorder. Give us a break lecturing us about the Constitution and law and order. Your own record suggests that's a phony argument. Nobody is buying it. The American people aren't buying it. The people of Michigan, we will make sure, won't buy it. Now, extreme MAGA Republicans, it's been very interesting to watch this debate, acting like detectives on the House floor. Extreme MAGA Republicans pretending to be Perry Mason. Extreme MAGA Republicans pretending to be Matlock. Extreme MAGA Republicans pretending to be Cagney and Lacey. Not even worthy of being held to the standard of Inspector Gadget and Ace Ventura Pet Detective. That's how embarrassing your display on the House floor has been. But this is a serious matter. You have now, this is a serious matter. Your behavior on the House floor is a serious matter. And I have the floor. I have the floor. Your behavior, the behavior of the extreme MAGA Republicans, censuring member after member after member, has brought disgrace to the institution, to the House of Representatives. This behavior has brought disgrace, not the underlying censure. There's been accountability in the ways that we've all described. The effort to weaponize the censure. What happened, Mr. Speaker, to civility, to trying to foster an environment where we can solve problems on behalf of the American people? We don't take these arguments of civility seriously because the overwhelming majority of the extreme MAGA Republican conference supports the violent insurrectionists and supports the insurrectionists in chief, twice impeached, under federal indictment, repeatedly, for breaking the law and violating the Constitution. So we're here on the House floor because extreme MAGA Republicans have no plan. Extreme MAGA Republicans have no policies. Extreme MAGA Republicans have made no progress for hardworking American taxpayers on any issue. And so you're here to try to distract. We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let extreme MAGA Republicans distract the people of Michigan, distract the people of New York, distract the people of America. We're on the House floor, wasting time talking about fire alarms. Not the economy, not inflation, not affordable housing, not lowering costs, not the gun violence epidemic that continues to claim the lives of our young people all across America. Extreme MAGA Republicans have us on the House floor talking about fire alarms. How silly is that under these circumstances? Social Security is under assault. Medicare is under assault. Reproductive freedom is under assault. The Affordable Care Act is under assault. Democracy itself is under assault. And extreme MAGA Republicans are wasting time on the House floor talking about fire alarms under these circumstances, embarrassing themselves. It's petty, it's pathetic, and it's petulant. Now, House Democrats have said from the very beginning of this Congress that we will find bipartisan common ground with our Republican colleagues on any issue, whenever and wherever necessary. in order to make life better for the American people on any issue. But we will push back against Republican extremism whenever necessary. And you've crossed a line once again. And we will call out MAGA extremism in the loudest, strongest, most direct way possible. And if you're going to continue this extreme MAGA Republican, do-nothing Republican Congress, which has done nothing to improve the lives of American people all over the land, this do-nothing Republican Congress, which has failed to solve a single problem on behalf of hardworking American taxpayers, this do-nothing Republican Congress, which has failed to do a single thing to improve the quality of life of the American people. If extreme MAGA Republicans are going to continue to try to weaponize the censure as is being done on this floor right now, going after Democrats repeatedly, week after week after week, because you have nothing better to do, then I volunteer. Censure me next. Censure me next. That's how worthless your censure effort is. It has no credibility, no integrity, no legitimacy. Censure me next. And I'll take that censure and I'll wear it next week, next month, next year like a badge of honor. Go home, sleep well, and say to myself, today was a good day. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Therein lies the problem. So as one of your so-called MAGA Republicans, who again, I don't apologize for it, because under MAGA Republican leadership, I might remind everybody, crime was down. Crime was up. Crime was down under the last administration. Clearly, crime was down. Inflation was up. All of these problems that we're dealing with in this Congress today, Mr. Speaker, is created by the Biden administration and created by my friends on the left. That's the truth. That's the facts. Talk to me about how many, under the MAGA Republicans, how many wars were we fighting overseas? 0. What was the crime rate? Down. Again, we have some serious problems since the Democrats took office and this administration took office. And therein lies the problem. And you want to talk about law and order. And you want to talk about Cagney and Lacey and Ace Ventura. That's cute. That's cute. You want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, a disgrace to this body? Doing investigative work and actually following due process? That's what we're supposed to do. That's what I thought we did. And I will not apologize for following law and order. But under the Democrats' law and order, you shouldn't go through any investigation. You should just, on a whim, do some impeachment. That's what the other side of the aisle does. We clean up our locker room, but when you commit a crime, it's unfortunate that we have to bring this to the table. So as much as you want to compare us and call us names, you can continue to do that, but the facts speak for themselves. We waited till an investigation was completed before we brought this censure resolution. We didn't do it on a whim. That's law and order. And if that's Cagney and Lacey following due process, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, my friends on the other side of the aisle could use a little investigative and reporting themselves and some detective work themselves. So with that, I reserve for the closing. What is the time remaining, ma'am?
The lady has 1 minute remaining. The other side. Gentleman has 11 and a half minutes, and gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, oh my goodness, I had trouble following the gentlelady. I mean, crime was up or down in the last administration. The one thing I can say with certainty is that crime was way up in the White House in the last administration, without a doubt. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I grew up not understanding why people didn't hold Congress in a high regard throughout the country. But I can just imagine the people turning on C-SPAN, turning on the news, hearing the arguments that we're hearing from the other side of the aisle, and then it just makes sense to me. I mean, let's recap what the American people have witnessed over the last few years. A member who physically assaulted a colleague, a Republican member who tried to bring a gun on the House floor, a Republican colleague who brought January 6 insurrectionists into the Capitol. This is the least productive Congress that we've had since the Great Depression, and this entire party is pushing us towards a shutdown and economics collapse daily. But it's Congressman Bowman, who's a thoughtful former educator and staunch defender of democracy, who they want to censure. What a pathetic waste of time. No wonder half of this country doesn't vote when they turn on the TV and see their leaders wasting time like this. We need more educators in Congress like Congressman Bowman, not less. And maybe if we had some more educators here, they'd be able to give my Republican colleagues a class on how to truly govern. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman reserved. Gentlelady continues reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congressman Bowman is a brilliant, committed, progressive member who has dedicated his life to equity and opportunity for kids. He is a leader in economics, education, and racial justice. He is a leader of the Green New Deal for public schools and legislation to pay artists what they're worth. He made a mistake. He apologized. He paid the fine. The Ethics Committee declined to further investigate this matter. That should be the end of this. But what are we doing here? Republicans would rather waste time with political stunts and demonizing a black member. They want you to forget that they want to strip your health care from Americans. They want you to forget that they want to cut Social Security and Medicare, the two most important and trusted programs in the country. They want you to forget that they are denying election results on that side, your right to vote. Anything to distract from what they are really doing, that's what they're doing right now. There is nothing to show for the majority but chaos, infighting, and cruelty. And I just have to end with this. Just a few weeks ago,
time has expired.
I yield the gentlelady 30 seconds.
Just a few weeks ago, Congressman Chip Roy stood on the floor of this chamber and called for his fellow Republican colleagues to, quote, come explain to me one meaningful, significant thing the Republican majority has done. The answer is obvious. Nothing. Oppose this resolution.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady continues to reserve. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Omar.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member. It is understandable why the author of this censure doesn't know what is up and what is down, because obviously someone who wants to talk about crime supports a former president currently running for president that is facing 91 federal and state indictments. It is clear she doesn't know what is up and down because we sit on the Education and Labor Committee together talking about how she wants to help our kids, but all she wants to do is criminalize their ability to exist as individuals. It makes sense that she doesn't know what is up and down because she keeps talking about accountability and she doesn't understand that criminal charges are accountability. Pleading guilty is taking accountability. That is what the gentleman has done. The only reason we are here is because she wants more time on camera. It is to make sure there is an ability to send a fundraiser asking for money. This censure is not necessary because this gentleman has already been held accountable.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady continues to reserve. No, gentlelady's recognized.
We need to be accountable to this body.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the censure of Representative Jamal Bowman. This is yet another predictable but no less wasteful action. Congressman Bowman has taken accountability for his mistake, and even Republicans on the Ethics Committee agree that this is a waste of time. We've got 99 problems, but a functional government of the Republican majority is not one of them. Republicans are disconnected, dysfunctional, discriminating, and a disappointment to the American people. They can't pass a bill to fund our public schools, but they will bring this resolution to attack Congressman Bowman, a champion for students, a lifelong educator, a duly elected member of Congress, and a strong black man. He honors the legacy of the many brilliant black men that came before him. A quick history lesson. We are approaching the anniversary of when Joseph Rainey became the first black member of the U.S. House of Representatives in December of 1870. Just like Jamal Bowman, he fought for public education and civil rights, and he had to deal with double standards and racism in Congress. This censure is just the latest in this chamber's racist history of telling black men that they don't belong in Congress. To the black men of this nation, know that you belong everywhere. Jamal Bowman is
time has expired.
Another 30 seconds.
Gentlelady's recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Him, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
I yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Bush.
Gentlelady is recognized for 90 seconds.
St. Louis and I rise because we are tired of extreme Republican antics that seek to put politics over the needs of people. Under Republican leadership, the House has successfully passed just 14 bills. Some of these were bills to punt an impending government shutdown, which we all know was only avoided thanks to the Democrats. And let us not forget that their complete and utter inability to govern resulted in an entire chamber of Congress from being able to perform its basic duties for 17 days, 17 failed speaker votes, and multiple failed speaker candidates. Their House is not in order. Republicans haven't delivered on any top public priorities like strengthening Social Security, delivering environmental protections, or boosting our economy. Politically motivated censures like this one that target black and brown members of Congress, like this one, are not only a waste of time, they are a distraction. The people aren't falling for it. Republicans should actually legislate rather than play useless political games like this attempt to censure Representative Jamal Bowman. I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady continues to reserve. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Okay. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to apologize to the American people. I want to apologize that Republicans are wasting your hard-earned taxpayer money with yet another stupid and meaningless censure resolution instead of doing anything that will help the American people. Jamal Bowman is a good man, a decent man, a kind man. He was rushing to exit a House office building so he could go vote, and he activated a fire alarm in the process of trying to open the door. Did he destroy government property? No. Did he obstruct an official proceeding? No. Did he wield a deadly weapon? No. Did he assault or injure anyone? No. But did he apologize and take responsibility for his actions? Yes, he did. Which is more than we can say for January 6th, when this building was desecrated by an angry mob sent by Trump to overturn an election. And Republican members of this body still act like nothing happened. How disgusting. How offensive it is to the men and women who protect us that my friends on the other side of the aisle continue to act like nothing happened that day. Look, at the end of the day, this has nothing to do with Congressman Bowman, and my friends know that. It is about deflecting from how unhinged this majority is. They had to expel one of their own members last week, for God's sake. The first speaker in history to be ousted. Nothing of any consequence to show for an entire year in the majority. Nothing. You have done nothing. You've wasted time on stupid measures like this. Nothing. Look, this whole exercise is just nuts. For Republicans, it's all about appeasing their orange overlord at Mar-a-Lago who can do no wrong. They don't care about governing. They're unfit to govern. They aren't concerned about the serious and complex issues facing this country, the world, or the people we represent. For them, being in power is all about retaliation and revenge, and the destruction of their perceived enemies. It is time for the Republican Party to grow up. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to waste another second on this meaningless resolution. This is pathetic. The Republicans have turned this chamber into a place where trivial issues get debated passionately and important ones not at all. My friends have done nothing, not a damn thing, for the people that they say they represent. How can anybody on the other side of the aisle go home with a straight face and say that you're representing your constituents? You produce nothing for them. You've turned this place into a joke. It is sad that we are here today, and again, I will end as I began by apologizing to the American people. I urge a no vote on this pathetic, stupid resolution, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in case my colleagues on the other side of the aisle need clarification, I want to make it clear. The American people know that they are not better off than they were 4 years ago. And they know it's Democrats in this Congress and the White House that have put them in this anguish as we see today, just to clear things up. We've heard from congressional Democrats is excuse after excuse for Representative Bowman's criminal behavior. I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that if a Republican did what Mr. Bowman did, that every single member on the Democratic side would be down here calling for censure, if not expulsion. Mr. Bowman himself, despite pleading guilty, said it was an accident. How? Someone looks at a sign that says fire and thinks,
Gentlelady's time has expired.
I wonder what this will do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
Time
I
has
urge
expired.
everyone to vote yes.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I asked for the yeas and nays, and maybe you need a hearing aid.
The yeas and nays requested. Those favoring a vote from the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The chair lays before the House a sundry communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I am writing to inform you of my intent to leave my seat on the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure following my recent appointment to the Committee on Armed Services. Signed sincerely, Lance Gooden, Member of Congress. The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, following my appointment to the House Committee on Appropriations for the 118th Congress, I hereby resign from the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability for the 118th Congress, effective today. Signed sincerely, Chuck Edwards, Member of Congress. The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, following my appointment to the House Committee on Appropriations for the 118th Congress, I hereby resign from the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure and the House Committee on the Budget for the 118th Congress, effective today. Signed sincerely, Chuck Edwards, Member of Congress. The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, I respectfully inform the House Republican Conference that I resign my membership on the Committee on Oversight and Accountability for the remainder of the 118th Congress, effective immediately. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve on the committee under the leadership of Chairman Comer. I am proud of the committee's accomplishments and look forward to continuing this important work on behalf of the American people. Signed sincerely, Kelly Armstrong, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignations are accepted. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 913, resolved that the following members be and are hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives. Committee on Appropriations, Mr. Edwards.
The clerk will suspend.
Mr. Speaker,
for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection. The resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the clerk be authorized to make technical corrections in the endorsement of H.R. 5933 to include corrections in spelling, punctuation, section numbering, and cross-referencing, and the insertion of appropriate headings.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to Clause 5A, 4A of Rule 10 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, I designate the following members to be available to serve as members of the investigative subcommittee established by the Committee on Ethics during the 118th Congress. The Honorable Nanette Berrigan of California, the Honorable Troy Carter of Louisiana, the Honorable Ed Case of Hawaii, the Honorable Madeleine Dean of Pennsylvania, the Honorable Bill Foster of Illinois, the Honorable Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania, the Honorable Anaya Presley of Massachusetts, the Honorable Greg Stanton of Arizona. Signed sincerely, Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic Leader.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on this National Miners Day, I rise to recognize all miners across Montana who work tirelessly to keep our lights on and our country safe. It is truly an honor and a privilege to represent the state of Montana in Congress, a state whose founding history lies in the hard-working hands of miners. It is no coincidence that Montana is nicknamed the Treasure State. As seen on our state's great seal and state flag, a pick, shovel, a plow, along with the words Oro y Plata, gold and silver in Spanish, are depicted front and center, symbolizing our state's diverse natural resources and our rich history of farming and mining. Earlier this year, I led an energy tour and brought several members of Congress to Montana to visit the Stillwater Mine in Columbus and the Rosebud Mine in Colstrip so they could see firsthand the work our miners do and how critical they are to our national security empowering America. On this day and every day, I would like to thank Montana miners for their indispensable role in the production of domestic energy that keeps America safe, thriving, and powered. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I honor the life and highlight the memory of Glenn Schaller, a teacher, organizer, labor leader, political and policy strategist, and a friend of many in California's 19th Congressional District. After high school, Glenn traveled the country, and he found his way to Santa Cruz, fell in love with that special place, and he felt it necessary to make it his home. He studied at Cabrillo College and UCSC, and he worked in early childhood education for 26 years. See, Glenn found that he loved helping vulnerable people. As a teacher, as an activist, as an ally for the LGBTQ community, for which he was named Ally of the Year and Grand Marshal of the annual Pride Parade. Glenn also played a key role in the local Democratic Central Committee and was a political coordinator for the Central Coast Labor Council. And in that position, I can tell you he made sure that local public servants truly understood what it takes to fight for workers and working families. Another admirable quality of Glenn was that he didn't just focus on politics, but also on policy. He was a director of a local workforce development board, and he fought to prevent closure of local public schools. To his son, Devin, please know that your father impacted so many people in so many ways. By finding Santa Cruz, Glenn found his purpose in fighting for equality so that everybody has the same foundation for opportunity and success on the Central Coast of California. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my sympathies to the family and friends of Anthony White for the tragic loss of their father, husband, friend, and coach. My remarks will be particularly directed to you, Anthony Jr. and Olivia Grace. I met your father 25 years ago this very week when I actually voted for him to be the next Wendy's High School Heisman recipient, an award given to members of the community that excelled in athletics, academics, and citizenship. He then later went on to play for University of Utah football, and his crowning achievement was taking a school that hadn't seen success for years and turned it into a championship team in Buena Park in Southern California. Now, most recently, creating that same type of success for Santa Ana Junior College. Anthony is an incredible human being that will leave a legacy that is beyond description. And I hope you can always remember what he has done for not only you as his dad, but every community and every person he's touched. We are all better for knowing Anthony, and losing him has been tragic. San, your husband, has touched so many of us, and we want to just share with you that we will be here for you after his passing. And I yield back. I pray for the condolences to his entire family, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
I'm grateful to be here tonight to talk about some of the key pieces of legislation House Republicans are championing this week. From fighting President Biden's unfair student loan program to protecting consumer choice in purchasing a vehicle to holding universities accountable for their influence from foreign adversaries, we are laser focused on putting Americans' interests first. And now I yield to the chair. And I would now like to introduce my colleague from Kansas, Mr. Tracy Mann, Representative Tracy Mann.
I want to thank my good friend, the Vice Chair, and thank you for hosting this special order with me here tonight. I appreciate you and others standing here to highlight House Republicans' wins and to advocate for our conservative values. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the problems America is facing and what Congress must do to get this country back on track. Our grandchildren deserve to live in a country that still stands for freedom, and I serve in Congress to work towards building that future. Freedom tomorrow means upholding the constitutional rights of all Americans today. That's the lens through which I view my job in Congress and the measuring stick I use for every piece of legislation I consider. I've highlighted the path forward in my four-part commitment to the big first and House Republicans' commitment to America. Number one, Congress needs to create an economy that's strong. According to the Congressional Budget Report, America is $33.5 trillion in debt, and the federal government is deficit spending more than $1 trillion every year. Our energy independence is eroded, small businesses are laboring under burdensome regulations and taxes, and rampant inflation is a tax on everyone. We need to end Washington's spending addiction by balancing the budget, growing the economy, curbing inflation, and decreasing federal spending. We need to cut red tape and burdensome regulations for agriculture producers, business owners, and for all Americans. We also need to preserve the family-owned farms and small businesses throughout our country. Earlier this year, the House passed the Limit, Save, Grow Act to reduce government spending, reclaim unspent COVID relief money, and promote pro-growth economic policies. The House and Senate passed my resolution to prohibit the listing of the lesser prairie chicken as endangered or threatened. The House and Senate also passed a joint resolution to prohibit President Biden's Waters of the U.S. rule from having the force of law. A strong economy is good for everyone, the whole supply chain, businesses, parents, students, everyone. Ensuring a strong economy remains our commitment. Number two, this Congress needs to create a nation that's safe. Violent crime is on the rise, drug addiction is spiking, and many parts of our country are in chaos. Meanwhile, we're still hearing calls from Washington Democrats to defund the police, and the Biden administration is failing to address our open southern border, where fentanyl, criminals, and people caught up in human trafficking rings flood into our country. We need to defend America's national security and food security. We need to support our troops and invest in efficient, effective military. And we need to secure the border, stop illegal immigration, end the fentanyl crisis, and support the police. We also need to reauthorize strong agriculture trade legislation, negotiate new international trade agreements, support global food security legislation, promote U.S. goods, and stop wars before they start. This year, the House passed the National Defense Authorization Act and the Department of Defense Appropriation Act to support our troops. House Republicans passed the Secure the Border Act to finish construction of the wall at the southern border, and the Schools Not Shelters Act to prohibit the use of public schools for housing illegal immigrants. We passed the Halt Fentanyl Act and a resolution expressing support for local law enforcement officers and condemning efforts to defund or dismantle local law enforcement agencies. While we all want to live in a country where we can lay our heads on a pillow at night knowing that we live in the safest, best country in the world. Number three, Congress needs to create a future that's built on freedom. As I meet with Kansans, I hear concerns about big government, sweeping executive orders, and infringements on the basic rights enshrined in our Constitution. We must preserve America's constitutional freedoms and that protects the lives of unborn children and their mothers. We need to educate students in American history and civic engagement. We also need to improve access to rural health care, including access to telehealth services. We must support those who fought to defend our freedoms by improving accountability and transparency at the Department of Veterans Affairs and working to reinvigorate civilian life after military service. House Republicans passed the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act to penalize healthcare practitioners who fail to provide care for an infant that is born alive from an attempted abortion. I sponsored 3 pieces of legislation that would modify the Biden administration's rulemaking to prohibit funds for abortions and abortion referrals. The House passed the Parents' Bill of Rights to ensure that rights of parents are honored and protected in America's public schools. I sponsored the States Handling Access to Reciprocity for Employment, or SHARE Act, which would improve the current licensing process for healthcare providers and increase the number of licensed providers able to serve communities across state lines. We passed the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act and the Veteran Entrepreneurship Training Act, which would codify the Boots to Business program, a training course administered by the Small Business Administration through which veterans and their families learn the fundamentals of business management. America is the strongest, most free nation in the world because our founders declared that our freedoms do not flow from the government or a king, but from God, who created us all with inalienable rights. 4, Congress needs to create a government that's accountable. Congress has the responsibility to conduct both rigorous oversight of the executive branch and investigation into possible corruption and criminal activity within the federal government. We need to rein in the White House abuse of power, hold Washington accountable, end the president's war on fossil fuels, and empower domestic producers to restore American energy independence. The House passed the Reduced Exacerbated Inflation Negativity Impacting the Nation, or RAINS Act, which would require the president to provide an inflation impact estimate with respect to executive orders. I also sponsored the More Accountability is Necessary Now Act, or the MAN Acts, 6 pieces of legislation, which I do every Congress, which would require the president to report to Congress on executive orders. The House passed the Lower Energy Cost Act, which would increase the production and export of American energy and reduce the regulatory burdens that make it harder to build American infrastructure and grow our economy. Through the legislation we all support, I've worked to unleash American energy, cut tax and red tape, secure the border, and investigate the scandal and corruption surrounding President Biden and Hunter Biden. I'll always stand for freedom in the face of government overreach, because whether you're a parent, a child, born or unborn, a student, a farmer, or a small business owner, you don't need the federal government trying to control your life. Serving as the representative for the Big First District in Kansas continues to be the honor of a lifetime. There's a lot of work left to do, but with prayer and hard work, I really believe that the greatest days in this nation are yet to come. Thank you for doing this special order hour. Next, I'm going to yield 3 minutes to, and now yield my time back to Representative Blake Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mann, and I yield my time to the chair.
Policy of January 9, 2023. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for the remainder of the hour.
Right. I'm now going to yield 3 minutes to Representative Brian Babin, represents the 36th District of Texas. Congressman Babin serves on the House Transportation Infrastructure Committee with me. I'm grateful for his presence here tonight and for his friendship. Congressman Babin.
Thank you so much. I appreciate my good friend, the gentleman from Kansas, and this special order. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to imagine an administration that goes out of its way to increase our dependency on an adversarial nation hell-bent on our demise here in the United States of America. But that's precisely what is happening, all because the left hates oil and gas and fossil fuels. I represent a district that's the epicenter of energy in East Texas and the greater Houston region. Communist China wishes nothing more than to see America burned to the ground. And Joe Biden's reckless demand for electric vehicles continues to give Beijing an ever-increasing advantage in seeing this quest through. Let's look at some of the facts, folks. Nearly 80% of the world's cell manufacturing capacity for EV batteries is controlled by none other than Beijing, the People's Republic of China. 75% of the world's lithium-ion battery mega factories are in, guess what? The People's Republic of China. 90% of graphite, the single largest mineral component of EV batteries, electric vehicle batteries, guess where? Refined in the People's Republic of China. Yet, if increased reliance on China isn't alarming enough, let's look at how electric vehicles are faring on the home front. Just a few weeks ago, In my own office, I had a number of car dealers from my great state of Texas to visit in my office to share the latest on EV, electric vehicle sales. Given how much the Biden administration talks about EVs, you'd think that they're selling like hotcakes. Big surprise, or maybe not. They're actually selling like $50,000 paperweights. I recently saw a great line in the Wall Street Journal. You can subsidize a buyer into the auto showroom, but you can't make him buy. The truth is that dealers can't get them off of their lots. Texans don't want vehicles that they can't rely on. And while I'm a huge supporter of innovation, fully electric vehicles aren't ready for prime time. And forcing them onto the American people will not change that reality. By unilaterally mandating unrealistic emission standards for vehicles is an affront to shift markets. This administration has dealt serious damage to the entire automotive sector. Unfortunately, even with this information, the White House would still force Americans to buy electric vehicles. Out of concerns for our manufacturers, dealers, national security, and more importantly, American families, it's time for this administration to return to reality. Fossil fuels are the only reliable energy source that we have. And if we stop producing and using them, we'll soon be bowing the knee to the demands of communist China. Thank you, and I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for his very true remarks. Next up, I now would like to yield 7 minutes to the gentlelady from Indiana's 5th Congressional District, Congresswoman Spartz.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we have a lot of important discussions, this Congress, but there is one important discussion that I truly believe we need to take it very seriously. It's a Section 702 reauthorization of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. And I want to remind ourselves that the main job of us, representative of the people, is to protect people's rights to life, liberty, and property. We will never have equal opportunities. We will always don't want to have equal outcomes, but it's equality of rights. And this is the job of Congress and legislature. And we know very well that rights of American, constitutional rights of Americans have been violated. And I'm going to cite some excerpts from the report that Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board just issued recently. That is, board was created to oversee due processes, and they issued in line with our reauthorization. And it's actually ran by Democrats, and the chair is appointed by President Biden. So this is from the report. The board finds that Section 702 poses significant privacy and civil liberty risks, most notably from U.S. person queries and batch queries. Significant privacy and civil liberty risks also include the scope of permissible targeting. It also talks about new type of procedures that have been recently authorized in 22, and we had a lot of challenges with about collection that Congress somewhat put a stop to it, but it says if the new procedures that were just authorized were used in widespread fashion, it could be extraordinary, intrusive. It also talks about, that the board finds that risk of overboard government collection of communications is very real and can cause harm, and no individualized judicial review of targeting decision. We had almost 300% increase in surveillance since 2013, double in the last 5 years. And this surge is very concerning since there is no specific review of that. And then, also it talks about that this could be a lot of things that be collected, could be political, religious, social advocacy. There are significant concerns about this program overall. And the changes that FBI done, they say, hasn't been sufficient to protect privacy and civil liberties. And it's also actually confirmed by the internal audit of a recent report. The most recent, it was in May 2023, where the internal audits of FBI was talking pretty much about over 90% of queries don't have any evidence of justification of these queries. And it's, it's like FBI is very good that they don't record and don't recall, so they avoid all of the liability. But it's a serious issue, so we have some discussions, and I think judiciary bill is somewhat deal with one issue a little bit better. At least it requires warrant for queries of U.S. person, but it's still both of the bills that Intelligence Committee and Judiciary Committee are proposing lack some very serious consideration. There is no outside review. What data is collected? And this is something the board there is a significant, and there is a board pretty much recognizes an agency, they do collect information on Americans, but they cannot assess how much. So at least there needs to be some sampling by a FISA court when they do certification to start dealing and figuring it out, because ultimately there is a potential that our agency have access to be able to collect without warrant and survey many Americans, and we don't know how many Americans they are surveying and what NSA doing by when they do filtering procedures. There is no ability for us even to know what's going on or outside review of that. Board brings this concerns, but also concerned with documentation. I think Congress should have forced, we do it in other areas, and accounting we do it too, where should be evidence and documentation. We can have preventative controls in systems, and when queries run, there is evidence of review, evidence of approval, and justification by FBI why they're using this loophole in the law that potentially violate rights of U.S. citizens and many Americans. I think this is the magnitude of this problem is significant, and the magnitude of violations could be very material. And I think Congress needs to be much more serious in this consideration before we authorize this section. Another thing that board talks about, there is for national security, it's an important section, but actually, the agencies didn't prove that U.S. queries that they're doing actually give justification to what they're doing to provide them more extension on that. But I think we need to put more guardrails, and I hope we'll have more discussions on this issue, and these bills are not just going to be forward in the way how they are, because I want to remind us, if we're not willing to stand up for the rights of Americans here, then, I don't know why we're even in Congress here. And this Fourth Amendment right is a significant right, and it's a bipartisan issue, and I hope we will take a more serious look how we can improve this FISA reauthorization before it's reauthorized and have a better legislation. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Well, I want to thank everyone for all the members for participating tonight. When government grows, freedom shrinks. And as conservatives in Congress, we must not compromise on freedom. Our sworn duty is to uphold the constitutional rights of all Americans, and I encourage all of my colleagues to remember the solemn oath that we all took to do so and support legislation that will aid us in that effort. It's now my pleasure to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Utah's 1st Congressional District, Representative Blake Moore, the co-host of this special order, for his closing remarks.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, President Biden has once again circumventing the rule of law and leaving hardworking Americans who never went to college with a $559 billion bill to cover unpaid student loans. House Republicans will bring to the floor H.J. Res. 88, expressing our disapproval of President Biden's Savings on a Valuable Education SAVE plan, which would drastically alter the income-driven repayment program and make America's student loan program even more expensive for taxpayers. Let's be clear. This sets the precedent that federal education loans do not need to be repaid. Using American tax dollars to give a blanket subsidy to those who earn disproportionately more money than others is government at its worst. For those who never went to college, for those who are struggling with inflation and don't need more money flooding into a broken system, for those who already paid off their loans, any effort to wipe the slate clean is completely unfair. I, along with many other House Republicans, support universities focusing on a strong ROI to keep costs down. We support federal student loan reforms. We do not support blanket student loan forgiveness for political pandering in an election year. And even though the system has plenty of room to improve, it's my job to highlight ways the state of Utah is getting it right. Utah has the lowest average student loan debt per borrower in the country and the lowest percentage of graduates leaving campus with student debt. The University of Utah's medical school and the nursing program at Weber State University work to hold down student debt by designing instructional schedules to allow students to work while attending college. I've had to apologize multiple times to constituents in the 1st District who built businesses after paying their way through school or other programming and paid their taxes, only to have their hard-earned dollars transferred to folks who have chosen a career in a different approach that required carrying some debt that they planned for. And now with the government saying they don't need to plan for it, we are teaching our children the exact wrong thing that made our country so great. I'm deeply frustrated that I'm going to have to continue to apologize. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Mann.
Thank you very much, Congressman Moore. With that, I yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
Gentleman yield. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, here tonight concerned about our country, and I'm concerned about our willingness as members of Congress to meet the moment, to stand in the gap, to validate the hope placed in us as the Republican majority, to stand in the gap and to meet the moment to deal with the great crises, the threats facing our country. I begin with mentioning our national debt. You know, the days of spending without consequence are over. We have 40-year high inflation as a result of unprecedented, excessive, reckless spending. We're on track this year for a $2.5 trillion deficit. We're running a monthly deficit of about $200 billion a month. And again, we're suffering the consequences. 40-year high inflation, grocery prices where Thanksgiving dinner cost 40% more than it did when this president was sworn in 3 years ago. Gas prices are up, utility prices are up, housing prices are up, rent prices, and then you've got interest rates. The American people suffering further under 20-year high interest rates. Interest rates that have been increased by the Fed in a futile attempt to try to combat inflation. Historically, you raise interest rates because you have a hot economy and you're trying to ward off inflation. In this case, the inflation has been caused by the unprecedented levels of spending, and then we have further exacerbated this administration, this Federal Reserve under this president, with interest rates that have put home prices out of reach for most Americans. Well, now we've got our credit being downgraded, 2 credit rating agencies having downgraded our debt, which will further cause interest rates to go up and payments on our national debt to increase even more. The snowball effect of $34 trillion in debt, record interest rates, a $200 billion monthly deficit is taking its toll. And with each passing day that we fail to deal with this greatest fiscal crisis in the history of the country, we deepen the pain and the suffering that is put upon the American people, not only just today, but in the future. And meanwhile, how do we see Congress responding? Do we see a commitment here in this House to cut our spending, to deal with our discretionary spending, as we call it? Every dollar we spend in this House and in the chamber next door, every dollar we spend for discretionary spending, everything that we vote on our spending is borrowed. Total this year, discretionary spending is somewhere around $1.7 trillion. And again, with a $200 billion monthly deficit and $2.5 trillion worth of deficit for the 12-month period, all of the discretionary spending is essentially borrowed. Are we going to meet the moment? Are we going to rise to the occasion as a Republican majority? If not now, when? When will we take this seriously? When will we be willing to do what the American people elected us to do? If not now, when? If not us, who? I'm pleased to have with me my good friend, the courageous fiscal warrior from Arizona, Mr. Andy Biggs. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on this subject of our national debt, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Good, for engaging me in this colloquy. So I want to talk briefly about this number that you're putting out there. You're asking the question, will we rise to the occasion? And I'm going to give the bad news. This is like in The Matrix, the first version, where they give you the red pill or the blue pill. Red pill's reality. Blue pill is you can continue on in your slumber. Well, I'm going to propose a different pill, and it's a black pill. And the black pill that I would suggest to you means the reality is the awful truth. Mm-hmm. And the awful truth here is we know that we're not going to rise to the moment. Why do we know that? Because in the context of everything you just gave us, I want to talk about that supplemental that's been proposed by the Senate. We've already passed out of this body a $14.5 billion supplemental package for Israel. We found a way to pay for it. Goes to the Senate, they don't bother to take it up, right? They don't want that. In fact, one of the Republican appropriators over there said, "But we don't do that. We don't pay for supplementals." Wow. And you know what? That individual was correct. It had never been done before, but we did it. But they don't want to do that. So instead, they want to leverage a controversial spend of $61 billion for Ukraine funding by leveraging what Israel needs, our good friend in the Levant. That's what they want to leverage. And then you know what they throw in there as well? They throw in some money for Taiwan, but they throw in some money for the border. And I won't get into the border till you yield more time, but I will tell you this. That money that they're talking about for the border, it's not to stop the 10 to 12,000 people a day who are coming into the country. It's to facilitate their entry and dispersion throughout the country. And if you think we're going to rise to the moment when we're dealing with a group of people across the way, the leadership over there, that have proposed that, and I'm seeing, sadly, a momentum for that to happen right here on the floor of this chamber, then I would tell you the black pill has been swallowed and there's trouble and tough sledding ahead for the United States of America because the people who have been elected to fight that are acquiescing, and I'll yield back to you.
I appreciate you bringing up the supplemental because I want to give, I know you do as well, Speaker Johnson credit for what he did with that House supplemental. The supplemental, the $106 billion package that was proposed by the President and the Senate Majority Leader, the Democrat-controlled Senate, represents everything that's wrong with Washington. To your point, we're running a $200 billion deficit, and yet we have a supplemental, which again, as you said, means we don't pay for it. We add it on, we tack it on, we borrow more. Let's borrow $106 billion. And because virtually everyone in Congress, I think, certainly all Republicans and most Democrats, want to support one of our true allies on the global stage, one of our, I would submit, 2 or 3 greatest allies, at a minimum, Israel, through the brutal terrorist attack by Hamas. We want to come to the aid of our friend and our genuine ally, Israel, and give them the help that they need. But Israel doesn't have $34 trillion in national debt. Israel is not running a $200 billion deficit. Israel is fiscally solvent. We are not. So even for something so worthy as this cause, we have a responsibility to pay for it if we can, and we can. And so therefore, Speaker Johnson met the moment and said, let's pay for it by taking some of the $80 billion that was allocated for the 87,000 IRS hirings in the Inflation Increase Act last summer. Let's cut $14 billion from there to pay for the $14 billion to Israel, and it passed on a bipartisan basis in this chamber. 12 Democrats voted for it. And honestly, I thought, you know what? We're plowing new ground in the House. We're separating the Israel aid. We're not doing, again, what's represented by what we typically do here in Washington, which all that's wrong with Washington. We're saying, okay, we're going to hijack or hold hostage our desire to support Israel. We can't give them that $14 billion unless you also give them the $92 billion that has nothing to do with Israel. $60 billion for Ukraine, as you said. Heck, humanitarian support for Hamas, more money for Mayorkas to process illegals in the country more quickly and more deceptively, and other ill-defined disaster humanitarian system. No, we're going to hold hostage $14 billion for Israel with the $92 billion you got to choke down. But I thought when Speaker Johnson and this Republican majority rose to the occasion with the support of 12 Democrats who courageously crossed the aisle and did the right thing, that the Senate would have to take it up. They wouldn't hold up support for Israel on a bipartisan bill just because it was paid for, and just because it was going to cut by $14 billion to $80 billion IRS expansion, and just because it didn't include the $92 billion that didn't have anything to do with Israel. And I know you join me in calling upon the Speaker and calling upon our Republican majority to stand with our Speaker. He needs to know we have his back. We stand with him. We've passed Israel support out of this House. We're requiring it to be paid for because that's the responsible thing for our kids and our grandkids and for the American people. And we're not going to take up any other supplemental that has support for Israel, and every supplemental must be paid for. And I'd like to hear some additional thoughts from you, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you. First of all, when you start talking about that, you raise a point that I've been arguing vociferously about for some time, and that is Republicans manage to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory over and over again. We negotiate against ourselves. That's what's happening on the supplemental. That's what's happening on the NDAA. So we passed out of the Judiciary Committee today a bill hugely bipartisan. 32 people voted for it. 35 voted for it, 2 against it. Massive reforms, reforms that groups across the spectrum, from right to left, Republican and Democrat, have said these are the reforms we need to see. But the leverage goes away when you give an extension into April for FISA in its current form, which is what the Speaker is acquiescing to after telling us he wasn't going to go there. That's negotiating against yourself. And why is that? What happens? The leverage against the Senate on FISA then goes away. So I was not surprised to know why, when Chairman Turner said, well, he'll let the judiciary bill come to the floor. Why wouldn't he? Because he knows that the leverage is now gone and the Senate has no incentive to actually take up a meaningful reform bill. That's the problem. It goes back to the border. The border's the same way. 12,000 people came across yesterday. That was an all-time single-day record. 12,000 people encountered. That does not include the 10,000 people who got away. And you are looking at 300,000 plus for the month of December we can project already. That will be a record again. And so we say, oh, let's do H.R. 2. Well, we did H.R. 2. That was a good, solid border security package.
That you were responsible for helping to get it, to craft that bill. And you and our friend Chip Roy.
And we got it through, and it went through, and it's languishing in the Senate. So we say things like, hey, I tell you what, let's put the H.R. 2 bill on the supplemental. Let's say if we're not going to do anything with regard to the supplemental unless you actually give us border security. But it isn't policy anymore, ladies and gentlemen. Because the policy doesn't work unless you have a lawful, rule of law type of government. And we don't. We flat out don't. This administration is lawless. They're not going to follow the law. They're not following the law now. They're not following the law on FISA, which is why we have to reform FISA. They're not following the law on the border policies and the border laws, which is why we have got to say we're going to stop funding a government. We're going to stop funding a government that is lawless and surveils American citizens, allows us to be overrun. Do you know that in Portland, Oregon, they had more than 300 fentanyl drug overdoses deaths in the first 3 months of this fiscal year. They're on track for over 1,200.
Just in Portland.
Just in Portland. I'm telling you, this is a regime that is okay with dismantling our country. And it's time that we stand up and say no more, no more, no more. With that, I'm happy to talk about any other topic you want.
I want to go back to what you were talking about on the supplemental, and or I should say actually on the spending as well as on the FISA reforms. This is a town of power and persuasion, of leverage, and I'm not sure we effectively know how to use leverage when we have it. And we're a town that does things, a body that only does things when we have to, when there's a deadline, when there's the pressure. And you talked about relieving the pressure on the FISA reforms because of the approaching deadline, the expiration of the current authorization. And why would we be so fearful of that expiration to the extent that we're unwilling to force upon the Senate the reforms that we're trying to pass out of that your committee, that your Judiciary Committee voted 35-2 on, again, a overwhelmingly bipartisan basis that would pass this body if we put it on the floor today. And the Senate apparently isn't so worried about the expiration that we think they'll take up our bill and pass it. And so there we relieve the pressure to reform FISA so it doesn't expire. But you can apply that to the debt situation. We did another continuing resolution where we extended the Biden, Pelosi, and Schumer policies and spending levels into mid-January and early February, with the promise that we work on passing our remaining 5 bills.
That's not going to happen.
And I'm sorry to say and disappointed to acknowledge we have not had any demonstrated effort to bring those remaining 5 bills to the floor. We don't have the commitment to the top line total programmatic spending levels, our commitment to cut spending, no matter how modest, to cut spending from a year ago. Something Congress hasn't done, you know your history better than I do, in how many years, cut spending year over year. So we relieve the pressure, and then instead of trying to work during the time that we have to pass these spending bills, we're not doing it as we approach January 19, and I expect this body's going to go home next week and not report for nearly a month to work on the spending bills that, in theory, we're supposed to pass before January 19's expiration of this continuing resolution. Where is our unified commitment? We talk a lot about unity here. Unity requires a unified mission, a unified purpose, a unified vision. To accomplish what? We could point to so many existential crises created by the friends on the other side, the Democrat majority when they had control, the Senate majority, and the White House. But I think you might agree the two most pressing are the two we've mentioned tonight, the border and the spending. And what, in the words of one of my favorite movies, The Untouchables, Sean Connery saying, what are you prepared to do? What are we prepared to do to force a lawless administration to secure the border? What are we prepared to do to deal with the unprecedented level of spending that is literally crushing us, creating the greatest fiscal crisis the country has ever faced? What are we prepared to do as a Republican majority to come together in a unified manner? Why would we continue to fund our fiscal demise? Why would we continue to fund an open border? And you know the border issue better than anybody. But some 8 million plus helped across this border by this administration and this president's policies. Helped across. Irreparable harm done if we secured the border today. Some 2 million known gotaways. The ones who don't want all the free stuff and don't surrender to Border Patrol under the policy of this administration for free travel, free housing, free social services, free education, free just about everything, benefits that the American people don't get as citizens. The ones who don't surrender for that because they've got criminal backgrounds, terrorist ties. You know, we find 100 a year, the dumb terrorists who Border Patrol apprehends, 100 a year with terrorist ties. How many among the 2 million? And if we sealed the border today, only time will tell on what scale the American people will suffer catastrophic harm because of this president's policies far beyond what we've seen across the ocean with our friends in Israel. What are we prepared to do? And I yield back to you, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you. Well, what I would tell you, when you have, let's take Lukeville, Arizona. Small port of entry, people going from Phoenix and Tucson down to the Sea of Cortez. They're going to go down to Rocky Point. It's a lovely seaside village, small town. People love to go down there. It's closed now. You know why it's closed is because so many people, groups of 1,000 illegal aliens are coming to that port of entry. There's no way to process them. There's no way to get them to Ajo or the Three-Point Station or Casa Grande Station because that takes hours. So they closed that down. And so you can see now, sitting there, 1,000 individuals. Now, if you look closely, you won't find a single woman or a child in that 1,000. They're all men, ages 18 to 35, from multitudes of nations. So you say, what are we willing to do? Well, I'm going to offer a suggestion, a humble suggestion, and it is
I thought you might.
Yes, yes, it is my suggestion, and it's this. This administration is lawless and has no desire to enforce the laws already in place.
That's right.
So what I would say is, how do you incentivize them? Do you incentivize them by allowing them to keep the FRA spending? Do you incentivize them when you say, okay, I tell you what, we're going to keep your Green New Deal subsidies, which you said would not cost more than $350 billion, which will now cost more than $2 trillion. Will you do anything if we don't stop funding the things you desire? And the answer is no. So what I would say is, we know that Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and veterans benefits will continue on. Why not then identify we're going to pay for ICE, CBP, the air traffic controllers, TSA, the military men and women, and then say, that's it, Mr. Biden. That's all we're going to continue funding, because that's the basic minimum to make sure that Americans are safe. We refuse to do more spending and going, by the way, we're having to borrow significant portions of that. We refuse to keep borrowing money and go in debt so that future generations will go bankrupt themselves until you secure the border with demonstrable and measurable metrics. I want to give you one example. Yuma, Arizona. Yuma has one hospital, about 80,000 people there in Yuma. The emergency room is most days completely filled with illegal aliens. So the local people are going to have babies. The woman's ready to deliver. You know where she's going? She's driving 3 hours up to Phoenix or 3.5 hours over to San Diego. People with heart conditions that need procedures on an emergency basis. The same thing. They're getting air evac'd up to Phoenix or San Diego. Well, here's the deal. Under the last full year of Donald Trump as the president, do you know what they had? They had a total of 8,600 encounters. That's for a year. You know what they're doing on a week now? About 8,000 a week. That's under this administration. You think it's not a crisis? Go down there and talk to the planters who've had to literally plow under fields because these people come across, they go walking through the fields. These are sensitive fields. And why is that important? Because more than 90% of all green vegetables provided to this country during the winter months come out of Yuma, Arizona. It is a hazard to our food supply. This administration doesn't care if it's a hazard to food supply. They don't care if you've got 1,200 people going to die this year of fentanyl overdose in Portland, Oregon. They just don't care. And so they are not going to actually follow the law. So we have got to incentivize them. And if we do not have the courage to incentivize them, then why the hell did we come to Congress? I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. Again, you cannot overstate the harm being done and the damage to our country by this border invasion. It is a border invasion. You know, as we've had hearings on this issue in my budget committee or in my education workforce committee, my friends across the aisle, they don't like that I call it a border invasion. Now, mind you, they don't care about the border invasion. They just don't like me to call it a border invasion. And this is on purpose. This is intentional. Every resource, every effort directed to the border over these past 3 years from this administration has been with the intent to get as many illegals as quickly as possible and as deceptively as possible into the country. And to your point, why would we continue to fund and to give billions of dollars a month, hundreds of billions of dollars a month, to a lawless administration that's perpetrating this kind of harm on the country? I would submit never in the history of the country has our own president done more to intentionally harm the United States than what's happening with this border. Say it again. Never in the history of the country has our own president done more to intentionally harm the United States than what this president has done with the border. Give me an example of something that comes close. And the American people are counting on us. They gave us the majority a year ago because we ran on fiscal responsibility. We have not met that responsibility. We ran on securing the border. And yet we continue to maintain the spending levels and the policies with continuing resolutions and extensions that don't deliver for the American people. They're trusting us. They're putting their faith in us to stand in the gap, to be that one barrier to the policies under which they're suffering and that are destroying the America that we know and love. I'm proud to serve with you and many of my colleagues here in Congress who are ready to do what needs to be done and to make the tough choices and to cast the tough votes and to honor the trust and the faith that the American people placed in us. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll take whatever you got left.
I'll yield the remaining time. I think we've got about 2 minutes left. I yield that time to Mr. Biggs.
Thank you. It's an honor to serve with you as well, Mr. Good. And I would just say two things. I'm more than willing to be here over the next 5 weeks if it means that we can work and get these things addressed. And I'll just tell you one more reason why you should not be giving up on the FISA, why you should not just be extending it, because the authorities and warrants issued before April 10th will continue on into 2025. And we will go and we will have lost, perhaps even forever, our ability to reform a program which has been weaponized against the United States of America and our beloved fellow citizens. With that, I'll yield back to you, Mr. Good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We yield back.
Thank you. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities addressed towards the President. Yes. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
We're going to try to talk about some issues that our press corps has not adequately covered. But all of these issues will be brought to the fore sometime in the next 3 months, and well-informed citizens should have an opinion on them. And that means that, to a degree, the press corps has got to do a good job of educating the citizenry on these issues. The first issue I'm going to talk about one more time is immigration. There is some time in the next 8 weeks in which an agreement is going to have to be reached regarding the huge problems we have on the southern border. These problems have been largely ignored under the Biden administration, and it is time that something be done. I want to recount right now that in most recent months, we're having about 240,000 people cross the southern border. Every month, we hit new records for that month. And again in October, we exceeded where we were 12 months ago and 24 months ago. In addition to the fact that we have about 240,000 people crossing the southern border, we have a situation in which about 9,000 unaccompanied minors, people under the age of 18, are coming here without either parent. We also have a situation that of the about 240,000 people are crossing the border, about 60,000 are what they call gotaways, which in other words, they've had no contact at all with the officialdom of the United States government. And of course, these people are particularly dangerous because they haven't even gone through the perfunctory check that other people go through when they show up at the southern border. It should also be pointed out that the United States is not being pikers at all when it comes to allowing other people in this country. The American citizenry should know that in the most recent year available, over 1 million people were sworn in as new citizens of the United States. This is the third highest on record, and at a time when we're following up a year that was over 900,000, we're kind of in unprecedented territory for a 2-year period. When I was a child in the 1960s, by comparison, about 100,000 people a year were sworn in the United States. We worked that way up in the 1980s to be about 200,000. So when we say 1 million people a year are being sworn in as citizens of the United States, we are really changing things where we were in this country. But as the result, nobody can say or should be able to say that we are not doing our fair share in welcoming more people in the United States. It should also be pointed out that the number of people who are being deported from this country is now a fraction of what it was a few years ago. In fiscal year 1919, about 270,000 people were being deported. In the most recent year available, that number has fallen to 72,000. So on one level, we are multiplying the number of people coming across the border by about a factor of 10, and then once people come here, break the law, whatever, we are now kicking out or deporting about 1/4 of the number that we were 4 years ago. The Biden administration has not cared about this at all. However, there are going to be multiple discussions with the Biden administration, not only with regard to appropriation bills that are coming up, but supplemental bills that are coming up. And this is the biggest crisis facing America today. We are permanently changing the United States by allowing this many people to come across the border. I want to point out to the American public that John Adams said our Constitution was fit for a moral and religious people and totally unfit for anybody else. And insofar as we are allowing people in our country who do not have a love of freedom, who want to turn their lives over to the government, we are going to ruin our country, and it will no longer be the wonderful country that we grew up in. And when we invite this many people inappropriately vetted, that is a definite concern. It is also a concern for the American government. We are right now in a position in which we are borrowing 22% of our budget. A significant number of people crossing the southern border are going to have to be taken care of by the federal government. They won't be able to find jobs, but not only will they not be able to find jobs, they are coming here without complete families. Their children are going to have to be educated. President Biden promised during the 2020 election that he would provide free health care to people coming here illegally. We are doing that. That is also very expensive at a time we don't have money for more. And as the result, I think it is a situation that has to be cleaned up and finished before we pass any more what we call supplemental bills in this chamber. In particular, people are asking for tens of billions of dollars in aid to Ukraine. I think everybody would like to see them get that money, but at a time when we are having to flood money in to taking care of people crossing the southern border, I don't think we have that money until that problem is cleaned up. And I hope the American citizen is paying attention to this. Again, to summarize, 10 times as many people crossing the border as were 4 years ago. The number of people who are being kicked out, usually for breaking the law, being deported, is about a quarter of what it was 4 years ago. And the number of people who are being sworn in legally, when people say, oh, we ought to let some people here, is over 1 million right now. We are near historical highs on that level. I hope the American Press Corps reports these numbers. They should certainly be in the paper. It should certainly be in the paper when eventually we get new information on the number of people who have come into this country in November. All you have to do is look on television and see it's getting worse and worse. So there's an issue that not enough attention is being paid to. Now, the next thing I want to talk to the American public about is what we call appropriation bills. Here in Congress, if things are done right, we do not pass one budget at the end of the year. We pass 12 separate bills as we divide the government into 12 separate agencies. There are disagreements between the House and the Senate regarding each one of these bills. However, one of the things that touches all of these bills is the degree to which the federal government is going to get involved with the diversity regarding what we could call affirmative action, what we could call an obsession with judging people by their race or judging people by their gender. And this is a debate that is going to be had between the Republican-led House and the Democrat Senate right down the line. We have had a situation in which we have been identifying people by race since Lyndon Johnson really kicked this into gear in 1965. At that time, companies that had at least 50 employees and did over $100,000 of business with regard to the federal government had to submit information annually to the government. As a practical matter, it meant that businesses were advised to pay attention to race when they hired somebody, when they promoted somebody, when they let somebody go. It also meant that the federal government was paying attention to race and gender when government contracts were let. And we have a bureaucracy that is advising America business. Big businesses are doing it in-house. But right now, President Biden's goal is to greatly increase these roles of the bureaucrats so that when we do hiring decisions in federal agencies, so that when we do government contracting, that when we do government grant writing, that we are paying increasing attention to where people come from or where their ancestors came from. In another area, the Biden administration is currently trying to set up a new ethnic group to get preferences or get special consideration, and that is a group called Middle Eastern North African people. It's a little bit unusual, but the American citizenry should be aware of this. We should be aware, or you should be aware that your government is currently in the process of adding this group to the number of people who are going to get preferences. And before they do that, there should be an open debate as to whether this is necessary or not. It's kind of interesting in that I read some information on this topic, and right now, well, historically, I think the reason for this type of thing was the feeling that people had been taken advantage of or were not given a fair shake in the past. Right now, people who are considered Middle Eastern North African actually make considerably more than the Native American, okay? People who come here, their medium household income across the board Americans is slightly under $100,000 a year. Middle Eastern North Africans are making about $115,000 a year. So even if you buy into the idea that the American government should be looking at people not on the basis of who they are today, but on where their ancestors came from, we're really not in a position in which we can say that these people have been put upon or not being treated very well. When I go home and talk about these issues, I find almost no people that I know are aware that we are about to add Middle Eastern North Africans to the affirmative action mix, which means that, of course, the American Press Corps is not doing their job, right? It's kind of a fundamental change of a given group. If they apply for a government job, if they apply for a government grant, if they are getting a government contract, if they're going to be given preferences, it is something that should be openly discussed on editorial pages, on talk radio and what have you, but I think the American Press Corps has largely hidden this fundamental change in the way we do things, and it's time we have an open debate with regard to this. It's a little bit interesting because other groups that are supposedly subject to discrimination or supposedly are different also do better than the average American. Right now, the wealthiest subgroup of Americans are Indian Americans. Also very wealthy are people from the Philippines, people from China, people from Cuba, all of which in the mythology of the left are people who are apparently being discriminated against, actually are doing better than the average American right now, and you wonder why we would set up a bureaucracy to keep track of how these people are doing or making sure that they get somehow preferences. So, but a debate is going to be had throughout putting together these appropriation bills, and in each one of the bills, the debate will, to a degree, focus on whether President Biden gets his new committees or commissions in every government agency doing more that we can to highlight differences between people and judge people by where their ancestors came from. Before I move on for this topic, I should point out that these people self-identify. So insofar as you hear that diversity is important to have a well-running company or a well-running government agency, in order to buy into that, the government, in determining whether or not you are a member of a preferred group, allows you to be a member of that group if you are maybe only a quarter or a half of that ancestry, which seems a little bit unusual. You can be, for example, a quarter Mexican and have yourself classified as a person bringing a diverse view to the world, even though you perhaps have never set foot in Mexico and grew up in an average American suburb, and people didn't even know that you had a different background. But I think in a desire to cause more importance for this occupation, these diversity bureaucrats, in an effort to drive up the number of people who supposedly need help from the government. We allow people to self-identify, and people are 1/2 or 1/4 members of a group, get preferences of that group. We are allowed the fiction to come into play that even though you never have stepped foot in the country of your ancestors, somebody comes here from the Philippines, their grandchildren have never stepped foot in the Philippines, know very little bit about the country, but for diversity's sake, we are supposed to make sure we have a given number of people to have apparently the Filipino-American viewpoint of the world, and I think that's something that ought to be discussed as well before we continue down this path and give the Biden administration any more victories in these appropriation bills by requiring or by hiring new bureaucrats to enforce the new laws. These, of course, bureaucrats, people with majors in diversity, are not all hired by the government. They have become increasingly common in large industry. I think they're afraid of lawsuits or whatnot, so big businesses hire these people, and decisions as to who is going to be hired are increasingly made in big business to meet the targets that these diversity specialists give people. And of course, it can result, first of all, in hard feelings, as people are judged not by their skills, but are judged to a certain extent by their ancestry. I have talked before about what happens in other countries where we have affirmative action. Hard feelings develop over time. Sometimes it even results in wars, civil wars, as it did in Sri Lanka. But in any event, I think the efforts that the Biden administration is are making to bring in new groups and to increase the apparent number of people who are advising our government agencies as to who to hire. Before this goes up, it ought to be subject to an open debate. It is not being debated. I think it is not being debated because the mainstream media is not explaining to the American public the huge role that these groups play, or these occupations play, in the personnel decisions, both in private businesses and in the government. The other thing that I do want to bring up is kind of a leftover from President Biden and his last State of the Union address. President Biden has talked about his respect for members of the trans community. And he has done what he can to highlight them in a positive light. I want to bring to the public's attention a book I've read, When Harry Became Sally, in which a discussion is made as to how we should handle people who come out as transgendered, particularly when they are young. And I think it is of interest when, as our society is deciding how to deal with these people in school, deal with them medically, what is the compassionate thing to do? And I think one thing that is not brought up enough when we talk about the transgender situation is that left to their own devices, about 90% of the young people who identify as transgender will wind up, or over 90%, I can safely say over 90%, will work their way out of it. I don't think it's been adequately reported in the news media that other countries who went through this transgender situation just like America, and I'm talking about Great Britain, I'm talking about Sweden, I'm talking about Norway, have all backed away from this embracing transgenderism on young people, which can include things not just puberty blockers, but can include things up to and including physical surgeries, having body parts removed, even while people are minors, and I think a lot of people who even have this done when they're adults regret it. Nevertheless, the mainstream media and our president has largely, I think, encouraged people down this path, say they're fighting for you, and giving people, I think, still more attention. And when you consider that over 90% of the people who begin down this path break their way out of it, you would have to say that positive attention is going to slow down the decision of so many young people to stop going down the transgender path. I don't think this has adequately been talked about in the media. President Biden, his Department of Education, is doing what he can to try to force acceptance of this lifestyle on school districts, and by forcing it on people, they have to realize they're going to create a situation in which more young people wind up doing medical things, that some of which are irrevocable, cannot be undone. And I hope that President Biden would change his mind on this. I wish he would stop highlighting this community in a positive light, because when you do that, I believe you are causing people who are going to change their mind and come out not to change their mind. And one has to look at the long-term effect these people are having it, particularly when you consider that over 90% of the people will not continue down that path unless perhaps they are encouraged to do so by people like the President of the United States. So in any event, those are three issues that I think we read about in the paper. I think only one side of all these three issues is too often presented, but I leave you with statistics on the number of people crossing the border and whether we can continue on down this path. I leave you with a little bit of information as the increasing role these race specialists play in society, and a little more information regarding the efforts by the President and his administration to, I would argue, encourage people to go down the transgender path. So thank you very much. There's my comments for the week, things that I hope the press corps picks up on a little bit to educate the public on a side of the issue that's not out there enough. Thank you very much. I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Okay.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair. The House will be in order. For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 22, I present a privileged report.
The report is ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.